MHA Adaptation Chapter 1 Origin. They say the power doesn't make the men, it is how it is used which decides who they are. It was the biggest lie the world has ever told. People are unaccepting of the unnatural, grotesque, shiver-inducing. How you look and how your quirk functions determines how you are perceived. If it is similar to heroes of legend, then you are treated as their second coming, but if it requires the pain of others or has been used by the evils of old, you are looked at with fear, jealousy, and contempt as they look for every sign you may become what they most dread. Your quirk is quite amazing, young man. You'll be a great hero in the future. Dr. Tsubasa said proudly while ruffling Izuku's head. Izuku looks up in excitement as he is in his own head wondering what quirk would bring such reaction from the doctor. What is his quirk, doctor? Inko asked curiously. Well, his quirk allows his body to mutate to defend itself from harm. It also allows him regeneration, which I believe will continue to grow as he ages. He'll be unstoppable if he is exposed to the right stimuli for long enough. As the doctor is saying this, he tries to use the needle he had used to take Izuku's blood. The needle bends as it tries to pierce his skin. The doctor then tries other areas of the body. The result remains the same. Mom, can I tell Kaken tomorrow? Izuku asked excitedly. Sure, thank you, doctor. Inko and Izuku then left. No problem, Ms. Midoriya, Dr. Tsubasa replies. As Dr. Tsubasa sits there, he sighs and goes to the lab to study the blood sample taken from the boy. As he sat down at the desk, he notices the sample seems to be discolored. Perplexed, he decided to pour a small amount into a petri dish. As soon as the blood hit the glass, it dried. The doctor took the dried sample to a microscope and began examining it. It looked just like normal dead blood cells. The doctor looked over at the remaining sample in cold storage. They were all dry and dead. Damn, this would have been a great breakthrough in the project. Maybe not all is lost. The master may find great use for the boy. Outside. As Inko and Izuku left the clinic and got into their car, Izuku's excitement wears off and he notices a small letter icon with a red dot on the corner in his peripheral vision. Izuku focusing on it causes a text box to pop up. Adaptations. Heightened mental acuity. Cell longevity. He didn't really understand the words shown to him, so he asked his mom. Mom. What does ACUI2 and LOGUI6TI mean? Wow, those are big words. Where did Iza hear it from? It says it right here. Izuku points at the air right in front of him. Seeing this worries her. This must be from his quirk. I should get a second opinion. That's great, Izu. That first word is ACUI-tai, which means how good you are at something. The second word is long GE6-tai, which means how long things last for or how long something lives. Oh. Izu, do you want to go meet Quirk Doctor to know what your quirk actually does? Okay. The ride home continues in silence with Izuku imagining what his quirk could do and how he'd be just like All Might with it, while Inko was worried of what this quirk has in store for her baby boy. When they got home, Izuku bolts towards the computer. Inko, sighing, knew exactly what he was doing. Watching his favorite video of All Might's biggest rescue. Inko then puts away the groceries and began doing some chores around the apartment. She was walking past the computer room. She expected to hear the awe-inspiring voice of All Might, but she heard the sounds of quiet mumbling. Inko peers into the room to see Izuku reading an article. She stood there for a minute as Izuku seemed to not understand something and opened a new tab to search for it. Izu, what are you reading? Surprised, Izuku suddenly jolts up, his knee hitting the underside of the table. He seemed to not notice this as he turns towards his mother. I wanted to know more about the words I saw. Inko looks closer at the article. It was about immortality quirks and how they would hypothetically work to keep a person alive for a long period of time, and on the other tab was the definition of biological immortality. Izuku, can you please tell me what words you see exactly? Izuku then recites what he sees word for word. Heightened mental acuity and cell longevity. Do these only words appear after he is hurt? Then why there is no piercing resistance after not being harmed by the needle? There must another reason he gains these adaptations. Okay honey, let's go to that quirk doctor tomorrow after school, okay? Okay. Alright, do you have any homework to do? You have been sitting here a while. Oh, there was some. Izuku quickly runs off to his school bag to get his supplies. Inko, having carefully checked on Izuku's knee while they were talking, knew he was fine. She has a look under the desk to see if there was any damage. There were scuff marks and a slight dent on the underside of the desk. It looked like someone lightly took a mallet to the desk. I guess I don't need to worry too much about him getting hurt, though Isa not noticing he was hurt might be a problem. Meanwhile, an old bespectacled man can be seen passing through a dark purple fog into a lab. Walking to an office, he knocks lightly to pronounce his presence. "Come in, doctor." A cold yet familiar voice calls out to the old man. "Yes, master, sorry for disturbing your rest at this hour." The door opens to a large office. A large desk in the middle and an armchair to the side. A white-haired man is seated in the armchair wearing a white dress shirt with rolled-up sleeves along with dress pants and shoes. His jacket hung around the office chair at his desk. The man sets down his wine glass on a table to the side and looks toward the doctor. "No worries, old friend, take a seat and tell me of what have you learned that needed my urgent attention." "It was a quirk, sir. I believe it will be of great use for the inevitable battle with your nemesis." "Oh, it must be amazing for you to come here personally to inform me. Do tell me, what is it?" "It is a mutation quirk allowing the user's body to adapt to any harm that comes to them, eventually immunity to such harm." The younger man shivers in excitement. "Oh, doctor, you've outdone yourself. I trust you were able to get samples of their blood for the Noma project." The excitement on his face fades as the doctor shrinks away in shame. "Unfortunately, sir, there was some complications. It appears that the quirk has countermeasures against its cloning. The samples die within minutes in the bags, but exposed to air it dies immediately. The dried blood appears as normal dead red blood cells." The two men sit in silence, planning their next move. The younger man speaks. "Have your personnel monitor the child. We will retrieve it when the time is right." "Yes, master, it will be done." The doctor leaves, leaving the men to his thoughts. A great tool for both good and evil. An unstoppable, immortal being immune to all the harm you can dish out, my nemesis. It will be a great day as I watch you fight an unwinnable battle and perish at my hand at the grand stage of the whole world. A whitish blue-haired child peeks through the door. "Sensei, was that the doctor? Why was he here this late?" The man looks at the child with a fatherly gaze. "Nothing to worry about, child. The end of the legacy of All Might draws near. You should go back to bed." "Yes, sensei," the boy grins in excitement. Chapter 2, Friendship. Izuku wakes up bright and early, excited to tell Kaken about his quirk. Inko prepares breakfast while Izuku quickly sets the table. "Wow, someone's excited." Inko sets down breakfast. "Itadakimasu." Izuku quickly scarfs down his breakfast and goes to pick up his bag. "Bye, Mom. Have a great day at school." Later. Izuku was walking on the street absent-mindedly, imagining what Kaken would say when he found out what his quirk was. He bumps into someone. "Oh, sorry." He looks up to a person wearing a bartender's uniform and a weird metal neck brace. Their body was made of dark purplish fog and he had bright yellow wispy eyes. He looks like he was just done shopping, his bag filled with cup noodles and chips along with a bottle of soda. "No worries, child, you should get going. You don't want to be late to school." Embarrassed, Izuku quickly walks away out of sight of the man, continuing on his way. As he was walking, the icon in his vision once again has a red dot in the corner. Spatial awareness adapted. Izuku looked at the words in confusion. More new words. Izuku suddenly feels someone reaching over his shoulder. He quickly turns around and steps back. "Hey, nerd. How did you know I was gonna scare you? Did you get your quirk?" "Oh, good morning, Kaken, I did get mine. I think me knowing you were there was a part of it." "Well, spit it out then, what quirk did you get?" "My quirk lets me get less hurt by stuff I've already been hurt by. I also get better faster." "Oh, you'll be a great practice dummy. I want to try something." Bakugo places his hand on Izuku and lets off some sparks onto Izuku's exposed arm. "Ow." Bakugo pulls his hand away, revealing scorch marks and red skin which is visibly turning back to normal. Izuku begins rubbing the spot, removing the soot, and his arm was good as new. "Wow, you really are a practice dummy. An unbreakable one. But Kaken, I can be a hero with this as good as All Might." "Huh, as if, your quirk can't beat up villains." You'll just stand there and distract them until a real hero arrives. Kak and I'll be able to rescue people using it. Who cares about helping people, they can get out themselves. Beating villains, that's what it means to be a hero. They continue arguing as they walk, causing confused looks from passers-by. Bakugo also tries to use his quirk on Izuku again, but it only leaves soot on his arm. The two boys arrive at their desk. Some of Izuku's classmates come up to him. "Hey Midoriya, did you get your quirk yet?" Before he can answer, Bakugo does it for him. His quirk turns him into a practice dummy. He can't get hurt by anything he's been hurt by before. Also, Bakugo lets off a larger explosion on Izuku's arm, blowing some skin off. The other children were shocked by this, but not as much as watching the skin slowly stick itself closed, leaving a slowly fading scar surrounded by dried blood drops. Some of them gag at the sight of the healing wound. Why, Kaken? Don't be such a crybaby. Look, the scar is already gone. He looks down at his arm. The only evidence of the blast was a few drops of flaking dried blood. Good morning, class. The children jump and quickly get into their seats. Good morning, miss. Okay, now, a little birdie told me that one of you got your quirk. Can you tell me who it is? It's Midoriya, miss. He heals when he gets hurt, and the next time he won't be hurt by it anymore. That's a wonderful quirk. Class continues as normal, though Izuku feels a few gazes on him. He glances at the icon. The red dot is there once again. Kinetic shock resistance adapted. Heightened eardrum durability adapted. Heat resistance adapted. More adaptations. How do I keep getting them? He thinks through the day, trying to find a pattern which gave him adaptations. I've touched two people today, that smoke guy at the store and Kaken. The last two sound like it would make using explosion easier. I have to make sure. As Izuku was walking home, he decided to test his theory. Looking around, he finds an All Might impersonator performing to a small crowd. Izuku gets to the front of the crowd. Now I'll need a volunteer for my next show of strength. How about you young men? He was pointing at Izuku. He steps forward and he was picked up and thrown up into the air a few feet. The impersonator jumps up to catch him and lands on the ground safely to the crowd's cheers. He whispers, "Sir, can you tell me what your quirk is?" "Oh, I just have a minor strength enhancer." "Now play along." HA, I hope I didn't scare you too much, young man." "I can't be scared, I'm going to be a hero like you." The impersonator laughs and the crowd disperses. Izuku continues his way home. He focuses on the icon. Heightened reflexes. Slight potency increase, spatial awareness. Heightened stamina efficiency adapted. Heightened bone density adapted. Heightened muscle density adapted. Heightened mental processing adapted. Mental strain resistance adapted. Heightened muscle growth rate adapted. Must have touched some people in the crowd. There's so many, and the faster muscle growth must be from the fake All Might. Potency. Excited and happy to figure out why adaptations were gained, he makes his way home. Mom. I figured how the new words appear. Really? How did you do it? Izuku begins to explain his thoughts and how he confirmed his hypothesis. Wait, Katsuki blew up your arm. Inko quickly checks Izuku's arms, finding no evidence of harm. His arms feel firmer than usual. Mom, it's okay, it was just a small one and it healed quickly anyway, it's fine. Sai, okay, I'm still telling your Aunt Mitsuki about this, and don't run into crowds, you could have gotten hurt. Okay. The two have their lunch and prepared for their appointment. Are you ready? Yeah, let's go. The both left in their car and set off to their appointment to truly understand the full capabilities of Izuku's quirk. Chapter 3, Unyielding Potential. Inko and Izuku arrive at the office. The building moderately large with a Quirk consultant sign on the front door of the first floor. There was also a Quirk gym nearby. They walked into the office and spoke to the receptionist. Good afternoon, are you here for the appointment, Mrs. Midoriya? All right, just follow her. A woman beckons them over with a wave and leads them to the consultant's office. In the office was two couches facing each other with a coffee table in between with blocks and a doctor's toy sat upon it. A desk is placed to the right of them with a computer and a few document sorters on its corner. Behind the desk on the wall were cabinets presumably full of files. Mrs. Midoriya, please have a seat. The Midoriyas take a seat in the couches with the consultant sitting across from them. With a polite smile he introduced himself. My name is Okabe Tsutomu and my quirk is Quirk Mirror. I can copy a quirk by touching someone with my palm. I assume that you're the lucky Midoriya. What have you discovered since you found out about your quirk yesterday? There's a letter icon in the corner of my vision and when I focus on it a list of adaptations pop out. Adaptation are added when I touch someone. So you can copy quirks of those you touch. No, just the adaptations people have which support the quirk. They continue to discuss the details of the quirk. The consultant ponders for a moment and holds out his hand. I want to try something. Can I use your quirk please? My quirk only activates if the person I'm touching consents to their quirk being used. Just say yes if you agree. Yes. Izuku holds the outstretched hand. Okabe sees the icon he was talking about with a red dot in the corner. He focuses on it. Adaptations. Heightened mental acuity. Cell longevity. Spatial awareness. Kinetic shock resistance. Heightened eardrum durability. Heat resistance. Heightened reflexes. Heightened stamina efficiency. Heightened bone density. Heightened muscle density. Heightened mental processing. Mental strain resistance. Heightened muscle growth rate. Quirk strain immunity. I just got one from you sir, it's Kaye dash. Quirk strain immunity. Okabe looks lost as he processes this. It made sense, he has never experienced quirk strain while using someone else's quirk let alone his own. He starts to explain what effects that these adaptations could have on Izuku. The most shocking was cell longevity with the potential to make him biologically immortal and with the adaptive side of the quirk maybe full immortality. Midoriya, can you sit by my side and Miss Midoriya pick up one of the blocks and throw it at me? Izuku stands and sits at Okabe's side. Okabe closes their eyes and nods to signal that he is ready. Inko lightly tosses the block to the left of Okabe at the empty spot on the couch. As the block was getting closer to the couch, Okabe quickly catches it with his left hand and opens his eyes. So that's how that feels. One more test, throw it one more time. He lets go of Izuku's hand and Inko repeats the action. He holds his hand up in the trajectory of the block. The block hits his hand and loses all momentum, falling straight down onto the table, bouncing into the other blocks. In shock he whispers. Is it permanent? He collects himself. Midoriya, can you tell me who you got these adaptations from? Izuku began telling him where he got his adaptations: his mom, Dr. Tsubasa, fog person, Kaken, unknown people in a crowd, an All Might impersonator, and finally the consultant himself. Okay, I think I can summarize his quirk. It is a quirk which allows his body to adapt so that it is no longer affected by a harmful stimuli and has the ability to copy adaptations of other quirk users by touch. Okay, I'll remember that. Oh, you have yet to record your quirk into the system. I have a suggestion if you wouldn't mind. What is it? Don't put the full description of the quirk into the system. Why? I've had people I've consulted go missing after coming here. I don't know if this is the work of quirk supremacists or the Hero Public Safety Commission, but I do know they have access to the full undoctored quirk registry. I suggest you put only part of it in, mainly the adapting from harm along with minor regeneration. Name the quirk reactive mutation as to not cause suspicion. This might not keep all surveillance off you, but you'll be lower on their list. Inko has a worried look on her face as Izuku has a confused face looking for Inko to make a decision. I'll keep that in mind, Tsutomu-san. Inko and Izuku get up to leave. By the way, I'm sure you've noticed the quirk gym nearby, you should sign him up, he might be able to gain more adaptation safety there. Oh, alright, thank you for your time, Tsutomu-san. Bye, Mr. He'll be a hero one day with potential that high, he'll surpass All Might sooner than later. Inko and Izuku left the office. Izuku suggests that Kaken join him to go to a quirk gym, but Inko informs him that Katsuki doesn't like going because it was boring. They got into their car, went to the government office to register his quirk as the consultant suggested. They got a few weird looks as Izuku tried to get closer to some of the adults in line. Potency increased, heightened mental processing. They then went to a quirk gym nearby their home to get Izuku a gym membership. After that they went home. Life continues as normal for a few months. School was fine though other students seems to be avoiding him except for Bakugo, who has been getting aggressive, launching larger and larger explosions at Izuku, though it only makes his skin slightly red and dirty. Izuku has been going to the gym during this time. He has been breaking record after record of physical abilities for his age. There was also many different quirks there he hadn't seen before. Reduced muscle decay rate adapted. Heightened flexibility adapted. Heightened stamina regeneration adapted. Potency increase, heightened stamina efficiency. Potency increase, heightened bone density. Potency increase, rapid muscle growth. Potency increase, heightened muscle density. Potency increase, heightened reflexes. The name changed. Is it better now? There were a few times Bakugo had been hurting someone with Izuku jumping into the blasts to protect them and coming out unscathed, though, which his clothes trashed. Inko was not happy about that. Are you okay? Why did you save me? I'm quirkless. Izuku was surprised by this. He hadn't met a quirkless person before. Why? Because that's what heroes do. It doesn't what you are. A hero will always be willing to save you. Izuku helps the boy up. Physical adaptation limiter removed. What? Chapter 4, Receding Tides. Izuku, after helping the kid up, he gave him a few words of encouragement and went home. Along the way his mind was spinning with questions on what the pop-up meant. Physical adaptation limiter removed. Did he have a quirk? It might mean that there was a limit to the amount of adaptations I could get from others, a limit to the potency of the adaptation, or a limit to the harm that can be negated. Izuku couldn't be sure as he hadn't hit a limit to any of those. For all he knew it was all three. He wouldn't be able to tell. If there is one, then I'll get to it eventually. Years pass in relative normalcy. He had become the strongest person at his gym, being able to pick up every weight in the building with relative ease, though that's not saying much as all weights in the building add up to around 5 tons. His trainers have told him to go to better equipped gyms to keep improving, but he didn't want to as it was too far away from home, and besides he's been coming by to encourage and help the newer members train. His time there had been quite fruitful. Potency increase, plus photographic reflexes. Potency increase, spatial awareness. Potency increase, plus immense muscle density. Potency increase, plus immense muscle growth. Potency increase, plus muscle decay immunity. Potency increase, plus immense bone density. Potency increase, plus immense flexibility. Potency increase, plus immense stamina efficiency. Potency increase, plus immense stamina regeneration. Some of the upperclassmen have decided to test their mettle against the immovable wall of Aldera, as the school calls him. Flashback. Izuku knew he was being followed, so he led them to a secluded area under a bridge. He stopped as he watched the group slowly and wearily surround him to prevent his escape. They stood just out of arm's reach, fully focused on their target, their white whale. Wow, quite the entourage you've gathered for little ol' me. Before we begin, if anyone was forced into this, get out of here. A few scared-looking ones in the back turned tail and ran. This was not the first time they had attempted a group assault, though there are some people from other schools in the group this time. Izuku looked around with an almost bored look. With his arms outstretched. All right, everyone knows the rules, you all get a free hit in. Come on. Without a word they rushed in. We've done this many times now, though they've started incorporate raid boss tactics. At least they're improving. Even with my adaptation and training, my physics seems to grow at a normal rate for a child, so I'm small enough that only 3 people can engage close range. Their plan was good. But not good enough. After a few minutes it was over as they lay there with bruised bodies and dirted clothes. They don't give me challenge me anymore, they don't even increase the potency of my adaptations. Bakugo had joined in on a few of these brawls in the beginning, both with and against me. He quickly stopped joining because he and I, quote, don't need those extras to kill you bait. I let him tire himself out. He's never truly been able to hurt me after the first time in Aldera Elementary, though the adaptations I got from him were becoming very potent. Thought their names have yet to change like the others. School for Izuku had been fine, always the top of the school academically, though never paying too much attention in class, which infuriate the teachers to no end, but they can do nothing. Bakugo, as always, wanted to throw down after result day. Other than that, life was normal until one day something peculiar happened. Something he never thought possible. One night he had a vivid dream of a white-haired man with red eyes in a suit standing with him in a void. Flashback. Kurogiri, are you prepared? Yes, master. A dark purple portal opens up as the white-haired man walks through to a child's bedroom. He reaches out his hand and places it on the child's head. He then found himself in a dark void around him, the representations of the quirks he holds as orbs. He then looks toward the child, which was floating serenely. As he gets closer to him, a few of the orbs around him suddenly rushed to the boy and began orbiting around him. He ignored this, believing it was of no consequence. When he got close enough to touch the boy, he saw his own quirk, all for one, beginning to phase out of his hand and into the boy. He tries to pull his hand back, but that slowly rips the quirk in two. This causes immense pain to him, but he keeps pulling, not wanting to lose more than he has. Kurogiri, evac. A dark purple portal appears under All for One's body, teleporting him back to base. He sees his separated quirk go into the boy along with many of his quirks not coming with him. As he landed, he opens his eyes with a gasp. Struggling, he speaks. Call the doctor. The doctor appears after a few minutes, and seeing the state of his master, he brings him to the lab. He is placed into bed as devices are hooked up to him to monitor his condition. Bring me the backups. Kurogiri portals in a lump of flesh, and All for One places his hand on it to recover the quirks he lost. He tries and he tries again, his heart drops. He looks into himself to assess the damage. The orb which represents his quirk was cracked and smaller, a lot smaller. It looked to be about 1/5 the size it once was. He looks over to the other orbs. There were only 20 left, thankfully nothing too important, not including some of the more powerful quirks, and the quirks of the previous users are gone. He did know the true effects of the separation until he can use the other quirk safely. A shame, but nothing he can't live without. Master, did you retrieve your quirks? No, doctor, that quirk is a different beast. Now with most of All for One taken by it, there's no telling what it would allow that boy to do. He must be brought to our side. The next morning, Izuku wakes up tired and with a pounding headache which quickly clears within the next few seconds. He opens his eyes to see multiple pop-ups. Quirk removal prevention protocol activated. Disarming intruder. 90% incomplete. Storage. Complete. Integration. Error. Partial integration. Success. Quirk storage unlock. So that wasn't just a dream. He looks over in the corner of his vision and sees an icon of the letter Q above the envelope. He focuses. Danger sense. Impact recoil. Float. Kinetic booster. Ultra strength enhancer. Dual mental processing. Lie detector. Quirk sight. Regeneration. All Oro %E. Who wanted to steal my quirk? Is that even possible? Then why would a protocol activate? Are there more protocols? Do they only activate when my quirk is at risk? Are these the quirks that they have stolen before they tried to take mine? Questions upon questions piled in his head. Trying to figure out this new facet of his quirk. Unconsciously he begins floating off his bed. Izuku, breakfast is ready. How are you feeling? Brought out of his crisis, he fall back into bed. They are both silent for a second. He looks up at Inko. Someone might have broken in last night. Chapter 5, Prelude. Inko and Izuku are outside of their apartment as the police have cordoned it off to gather evidence. A police officer is taking their statement. What did the intruder look like? He had white short hair, red eyes, and he was wearing a suit. Their eyes widen and they spoke into their radio. Code 921921. Miss Midoriya, can you two please come down to the station? You are not being arrested. Truth. So that's how lie detector works. The Midoriyas get into the police car. On the way, Izuku decides to check on his adaptations. Unlimited quirk storage adapted. Quirk factor mimicry adapted. Highly resilient cells adapted. I guess bodies don't change to accommodate foreign quirks. Later. Izuku is in an interview room with a giant two-way mirror on the wall. In front of him is sat a detective. With a notepad. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. My name is Naomasa Tsukachi. My quirk is lie detection. Can you please tell me what exactly happened last night? True. Izuku activated quirk sight when he heard what his quirk was. His eyes shimmer slightly, which the detective noticed but ignored. His quirk was navy blue and feels similar to the one he has, though it was much better. He looked over to the mirror and saw his own quirk. It looked like a golden silhouette with multicolored dots on his chest. Around his head were white orbs which were slowly orbiting, some were almost disappearing and a few were a few centimeters away from his head. Behind the mirror he saw his mother, a smaller person, smaller than him, and a large muscular person whose quirk was most interesting. His quirk was like his own, a golden silhouette, though it seemed to be pushing against the skin of the person. They had 6 orbs flowing around his body. He looks back at the detective. I was sleeping when I appeared in a void floating. The intruder was standing a few feet away from me with floating orbs around him. Some of the orbs flew towards me and began orbiting around my body. As the man got closer, he tried to place his hand on me, but emerging from it was a dark red and black orb. He tried to pull away, but the orb resisted. He pulled until he ripped it apart and I fell unconscious. True. The detective is silent for a moment, processing the information. Did they do anything to you? Izuku pauses before he answers and looks over to the mirror. The 2 people with my mom, can they be trusted? True. The detective was shocked by this. I trust them with my life. Truth. Could you call them in? The detective agrees and leaves to get them as Izuku watches through the walls following their quirks. After a minute the detective returns. All Might. Izuku was excited to finally meet All Might, though he collects himself as he realized how serious this was with All Might here. I'll assume you know who our number 1 is. The other one is. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? No, I'm Nizu, principal of UA. Truth. He reaches his hand out. Izuku shakes it. Heightened brain nerve density adapted. I'll repeat the question again, did the intruder do anything to you? Izuku looks over to his mom. Inko's eyes widen in realization and acceptance. Before I need to explain my quirk, it's called reactive mutation. It changes my body to be less affected by all harm and it comes with a healing factor dash. True. Midoriya, your quirk is great, perfect for a hero, but what does this have to do with what happened? The detective asked. My quirk is a lot more than just defense. It gave me a UI with an envelope icon in the corner of my vision. Focusing on it causes a screen to pop up, contain adaptations, but only those which I have gained by touching others. The 3 were surprised by this. Nizu speaks up. Did you get any from me? Heightened brain nerve density is what I got from you, sir. Nizu sits back thinking deeply. Izuku continued. Which brings me to this morning, a series of pop-ups appeared in my vision. The first reads Quirk Removal Prevention Protocol activated. A wave of dread washes over the 3. That had confirmed that All for One had been making moves. It was followed by Disarming, which stopped at 90%, then Storage, which was complete, Integration, which failed, and it tried again with Partial Integration, which succeeded, and one final pop-up which stated Quirk Storage unlocked. True. All for One had made a mistake, a massive miscalculation, one he could never see coming. Another quirk which was immune to it and a threat to All for One. Quirk Storage. Did you get quirks from him? Nizu asked. I believe I did. Let me write it down for you. Quirk. Danger Sense. Impact Recoil. Float. Kinetic Booster. Ultra Strength Enhancer. Dual Mental Processing. Lie Detector. Quirk Sight. Regeneration. All Oro %E. I assume the last one is from the intruder as I saw him rip his quirk apart. True. This was a revelation. Not only did he fail in taking the quirk, he was more than likely greatly weakened by the encounter. One of the quirks of the previous users were even in his possession. Do you know who broke into my room last night? You guys have been making faces knowing that my quirk was not taken. Yes, we do, young Midoriya. The man who had tried to take your quirk is called All for One, same as his quirk. His true name has been lost to time. He has been around since the dawn of quirk using an unknown longevity quirk. He has ruled over the criminal underworld since he came into power all those years ago. Him trying to take your quirk means he's prepares even now for our encounter. Izuku almost didn't want to believe it, but the proof was right there in front of him as a list of quirks of people he did not know. Mrs. Midoriya, I believe it would be best if you both be moved into UA for the foreseeable future. How would Izuku go to school? Our hero's going to escort him. That would be inefficient as it wastes manpower, and I believe he would soar further under my personal tutelage. A sudden shudder runs through the staff at the prestigious academy. Oh no, he's found a successor. Back at the station, Inko ponders the decision but decides agree for Izuku's safety. All right. Both of you can rest in the employee lounge while I get things ready. The Midoriya stand up and were being led out by the detective. All Might reaches out his hand to Izuku's shoulder, desiring to reassure him that the villain will be brought to justice. As his hand contacts Izuku, the both of them fall unconscious. All Might was caught by the detective while Izuku by his mother, with All Might still holding on tight. Nizu instructs them to carefully maneuver them to the lounge without separating them, as Izuku's quirk is not fully known. Izuku awakens in the void once more, this time more lucid. He looks around and finds All Might. Is this what All for One saw? All Might was shocked to see the orbs mentioned by Izuku floating around him. Behind All Might was a woman Izuku had never met before. Toshinori. Chapter 6, Reunion. All Might quickly turned around. Master. The woman pulls him into a hug which is reciprocated. I'm sorry I couldn't stay for a while longer to full train you. I'm proud of the men you've become. This bring him to tears. They hug for a while as the woman looks up towards Izuku. I guess you're ninth. A confused look comes across his face followed by hers. She stopped hugging All Might as Izuku asked. Who are you? What is this place? I'm Nana Shimura, the seventh holder of One for All, and this place is the Vestige Realm. Truth. One for All. Are you related to All for One? Toshinori really didn't tell you anything about One for All before giving it to you. How are you here if not by receiving the One for All? I was here before, when All for One tried to take my quirk. He failed, and for his troubles my quirk decided to deal with him by removing some of his quirks and taking most of his. I don't believe that this is your vestige realm of One for All, it's mine. The orbs around Izuku fanned out and began forming into humanoid shapes. Many of them adults with some children, but the most important was a clone of Nana to his right. Vestige Nana gets closer to the clone. As they are about to touch, the clone returns to its previous form and flies directly into Izuku. Quirk assimilation, float, flight. The pop-up appears above and in front of Izuku. Nana and All Might stare at the text in disbelief, debating with themselves what the change of name meant. Izuku ponders for a moment on the same issue but decided to deal with it once he left whatever this please was. Shimura, do you recognize anyone else here? She looked at the others she had not paid attention to. All other One for All users were there, excluding the first and eighth. Out of all of them, fourth was most recognizable. Fourth. A vestige of a man with a black line across his face looks over at her. How do you know of that? He was weary of here. The only thing the fourth of was his responsibility, his promise to keep the key to victory safe. I'm Nana Shimura, the seventh holder of One for All. I had met a version of you stored in One for All as I was. He sighs in relief, knowing not all is lost. Has that version of me told you of the consequences of holding One for All? Yes. All Might interjects. What do you mean consequences? What would happen if I had passed it on? When I held the quirk, I tried to hold onto it and train until I could face All for One, but after years of this my body began deteriorating quickly. Thankfully I was able to find a successor. I died at the age of 40 with my body crumbling as All for One found me. Then why hasn't my body been deteriorating? I'm already past 40-inch. Me and the other users have discussed this. There is a difference between you and fourth. You were quirkless. Think of quirks like water and a body a cup. When someone has a quirk, their cup is filled to the brim, and if another quirk is added to it, the cup overflows and cracks as the spilled contents try to return into it. Dread falls onto All Might, knowing he would have gave his successor an early grave. Which means I must find a quirkless successor. Or something with a quirk which counteracts the effects. What do you mean, young Midoriya? The three look over to Izuku, desiring an explanation. As you know, my quirk allows me to adapt and recover from any harm that comes to me. If I were to receive One for All, I would become immune to its effects over time. Fourth, how long were you in possession of the quirk? Around 18 years. And since All Might has held onto it for so long, anyone else who would hold the quirk would live for another 6 years. A silence falls upon the group as All Might truly comprehends the gravity of what curse he would have brought to his successor. Izuku then realized something. Wait, if all quirks have vestiges, then where is All for One's? The group looks over to the vestige of All for One, and the holders ready themselves to defend Izuku, but as it took a step, malicious will detected. Removing. What? No. Complete. The group looked on shock as the vestige of All for One began to quickly dissipate in screams of anger and fear, and turns into a red orb surrounded by lightning. All Might, I think we should get back. They might be getting worried that we were gone for a while. Yes, young Midoriya, there is much we must discuss with Nizu, Tsukachi, and your mother. Tsukachi. An older-looking vestige piped up. They look over to him. Who are you? Seiko Tsukachi. I was killed by All for One after he took my quirk lie detector. You know of my descendant? What is their name? Naomasa Tsukachi. The vestige sighs in relief. My grandson. Thank God he's okay. The vestige returns to an orb and flies straight to Izuku. Quirk assimilation, lie detector, fact or fiction. Appears once again. Okay, is there anyone else who is recognizable? They try to say anything to get a response from the rest of the vestiges, to no avail. They return to orbs and orbit Izuku. Alright, I guess we're done here. Hopefully my being here has allowed you to speak to All Might privately. I hope so too. Izuku opens his eyes. He was laying on couch and Inko holding his hand, and she, seeing this, pulls him into a hug. Izu, you okay? What did All Might do to you? He didn't do anything, his quirk is just weird. Izuku looks at an unconscious All Might. He should have woken up at the same time. This doesn't last long as All Might wakes up and slowly sits up with a somber look. We need to get to UA. Nizu immediately leads the Midoriyas and Tsukachi to a car, and the set off to the most prestigious hero school in the country. Chapter 7, Machinations. They arrive at the entrance to UA, and standing at the gate was a tall bespectacled man with green hair with 3 streaks of yellow in a gray suit, and with him was a short old man in a yellow and white hero costume and a black domino mask. All Might shivers slightly at the sight of him. The car stops and All Might gets out to greet them. Mirai, Torino-sensei, why are you here? I ain't got a clue. This oracle barged in and told me to come with him and that it was important. Fact. It works the same. There has to be something different. All Might, why are those two here? These are the Midoriyas. They had encountered him. We need to get inside. Seeing the uncommonly serious face on All Might, Mirai stays silent. Nizu then leads the group to a secure meeting room. As they were walking, Izuku realized who the tall man was. He was Mirai Sasaki, or better known as Sir Naite, All Might's sidekick. In the meeting room they all sat down except All Might, and he begins. I think it's best we start from the beginning, Detective. Tsukachi recounted from the time he received the code for potential quirk theft. As the recounting went on, he was corroborated by All Might and Nizu. The Midoriyas were about to leave the room when All Might had tried to touch Midoriya's shoulder. After which they both passed out. Midoriya and All Might should continue, as even Nizu and I don't know what had happened. The two then told the group of their time in Izuku's quirk realm, as he called it. He was supported by All Might and the detective, who confirmed that his words were truth. The group were speechless, especially Tsukachi, as he has confirmation that his grandfather had died to protect them. Torino was emotional knowing Nana was still with them in spirit, and Mirai was contemplating Izuku's confusing yet powerful quirk. Mirai speaks first. What quirk and adaptations do you currently have? Can you list them out? Izuku was given access to the computer of the projector as he typed out the list. Quirks. Danger sense. Impact recoil. Flight. Kinetic booster. Ultra strength enhancer. Dual mental processing. Fact or fiction. Quirk sight. Regeneration. All Oro %E. Adaptations. Heightened mental acuity. Cell longevity. Spatial awareness. Kinetic shock resistance. Heightened eardrum durability. Heat resistance. Photographic reflexes. Immense stamina efficiency. Immense bone density. Immense muscle density. Immense mental processing. Mental strain resistance. Immense muscle growth rate. Quirk strain immunity. Muscle decay immunity. Immense flexibility. Immense stamina regeneration. Unlimited quirk storage. Quirk factor mimicry. Highly resilient cells. Heightened brain nerve density. The group looks at the projection in shock. From what they could see, this child had enough firepower to possibly take down All Might alone, and with how he gains more and stronger adaptations, he would be a perfect counter for any opponent. Nizu was most curious of the assimilated quirks, especially fact or fiction. Midoriya, All for One, has agents in the HPSC. Fact. Fact. I knew it. The others sit and contemplate the information as another statement is thrown out. All for One has been weakened by his encounter with Izuku. Midoriya. Fact. Tsukachi began writing these down in a notepad. All for One has known of Izuku's quirk as soon as he received it. Fact. That's worrying. The MLA has been disbanded since the capture of Destro. Fiction. This continues for the next few hours as the heroes gained confirmation on some ambiguous outcomes of previous villain encounters and some of their suspicions. They had pinned All for One's location to the outskirts of Japan on the unpopulated Hashima Island. The accommodations for the Midoriyas were prepared during the meeting and they were allowed to excuse themselves. The Midoriyas leave to rest while the heroes continue discussing the coming raid. That bastard may be weakened, but he could have an ace up his sleeve we can't predict. He won't get the chance to use it. The plan is to surround the island and capture any escaping goons we find, and All Might comes in once All for One is located by Midoriya. He uses his most powerful attack and incapacitate him. I'll see if the authorization to eliminate him is still in effect. All Might, I believe you should pass on One for All as a precaution. I would recommend the boy, but I don't know of his nature. He might be the best shot to eliminate All for One if it comes down to it. Toshinori, what did Nana say to you before you woke up? She said she felt the hold of One for All my body had was weakening, being drawn to young Midoriya and to trust in the will of One for All. We have a week until the raid, get to know him and make your decision. The meeting ended and the heroes returned to their duties. At night, All Might lays in bed, hand on his stomach, mulling over the decision. Master, what do I do? He falls asleep and finds himself in the vestige realm of One for All. It looked like a concrete room with thrones and the vestiges of the past sighting upon them, though two of them seems to do it begrudgingly, not looking at him in the eye. Toshinori, you're here. Nana gets up to hug him. Hello 8th, I am Yoichi Shigaraki, the first holder of One for All. You have a big decision to make, to choose the 9th holder. All Might looks at the scrawny long white-haired man. Yes, I don't know what to choose, to give One for All as precaution or to hold on in belief that all will go as planned. Can you guarantee that you will survive your fight with All for One? All Might thinks for a moment. No. Then the choice is obvious. Observe Midoriya and determine if he is the right choice. If not him, then you must find another quirkless to take his place. All Might nods. Now our fated encounter with my brother draws near. The meeting of that boy's quirk with One for All has brought it to singularity. We have all agreed to allow you to use our quirks. All Might's eyes widen at the implications of this. He would be able to use all the quirks of the previous users. He bows in gratitude. Thank you. Tomorrow, when you meet with the boy, enter his quirk realm, we will teach you there. Chapter 8, Choices. All Might woke up expecting to feel different, but he felt just the same as yesterday. He got up, put on his super suit to do some morning patrols. He encounters some muggings, though he has been a nagging feeling that there's more going on. He jumps past an alley and sees a vigilante running away from a black bluish-skinned villain with an exposed brain. Have no fear. The vigilante looked up to see the number 1 land between him and that villain. For I am here. He punches the villain in the face with enough force to slam it into the back of the building. Who is this villain? He turns around to question the vigilante, but they were already gone. A sudden spike of anxiety causes All Might to lean his head to the side and sees a fist flying over his shoulder. He grabs the arm and with his other hand punch the villain in the chest, though in his surprise he had used too much power. The villain was embedded in a wall, blood leaking out of their mouth and in a stump where their arm should be. an arm that All Might was still holding. He looked at it in shock and fear as he dropped it. He quickly got closer to the villain to stop the bleeding and save them, but by the time he got there he saw that the villain had regrown their arm and was sitting there breathing silently. "Hey, are you all right?" With a hand on their shoulder he tried to get their attention, but they were unresponsive. "Toshinori, they have multiple quirks." Nana's voice appears in his head. All Might, now knowing this was his doing, picked up the body and made his way to UA. A few hours ago, Izuku woke up to his new room in UA. It hadn't hit him until now, but he was in his dream school though, for both him and his mother's protection. He gets up and goes to kitchen to fix up some breakfast for himself and his mom. He had been doing this since he had been waking up early and mom taught him how to. He then went out for a run. He used to do this to train the stamina adaptations, but now it's been a habit and it helps him clear his mind. When he got back he found Nizu and an older woman he recognized as the hero recovery girl. They seemed to have been talking to his mom. "Midoriya, please have a seat, we've been discussing your schedule while you're here at UA." Izuku sits down next to mom, eager to know what he will be doing during his time here. "All right, we have agreed to a 2-hour lesson with me from Monday to Friday in the morning at 9 a.m. and at 1 p.m. will be quirk training for 3 hours. Though if you want to keep using the gym after hours then you just need to ask. Any time besides those is free time to whatever you want, though leaving is still a safety risk. All facilities of UA are free to access, including the library. Any questions?" "No sir, I'll be in your care." "Excellent, well Midoriya, you are now officially enrolled in UA as my personal student. This is Recovery Girl, our school nurse, and she would like to run some tests on Quirk, seeing how it has changed your body." Later. They were conducting a CT scan on Izuku as his blood was unable to be tested. It dried out too quickly and needles couldn't pierce his skin after the first few times. Recovery Girl was looking at the scans as they came in. She looked at them in confusion as while bones were shown there were no organs, not even a brain, in its place was pure muscle. When she brought the results to the Midoriyas they were dumbfounded. "If I don't have organs then how do I still breathe and eat?" "Breathing, I believe, is possible due to habit, and that is how your body intakes oxygen, though your body should be able to adapt to absorb oxygen through your skin if needed. Eating is a bit trickier as we need scans. There are 2 possibilities that are most probable: either any food or liquid you ingest is immediately metabolized at the back of your throat, or a temporary stomach is made to process nutrients ingest. Then how would I be able to think? Is my body full of scattered clusters of brain cells? Possibly it could also mean each cell can be considered a single organism." As she finishes her reply a knock is heard from the door. "Come in." All Might walks in with a dark humanoid in his arms. "All for one." This gets Recovery Girl moving and she begins examining the unresponsive person. "You should leave, this will take a while." The 3 leave. All Might asks Izuku to come with him to the gym, which Izuku agrees to, but need to go get his gym clothes. At the gym All Might explains. "Young Midoriya, when you were in contact with One for All you had brought it to singularity. The previous holder had spoke to me last night and have allowed to access to their quirks for the coming battle." "Okay, but why am I here?" "They recommend we use your quirk realm to help teach me how to use their quirks, and as you currently hold the original quirks it might help you use them." Izuku nods in agreement as the both of them sit with their back to the wall. Izuku sets a timer on his phone to track the time passed in his quirk realm. They both pass out and wake up in a familiar void. Good, we can finally begin. Chapter 9, Training from Beyond. I'm Kudo. My quirk is gearshifted, allows me to change the speed of small object, and with the help from One for All it should have increased the size and speed. Izuku was thinking about the quirk and the inadequacy of the void for training, as the quirk requires small objects to work. As he was having the thought, a burst of energy came from him which transformed the void into the gym he used to train at. It was quaint, but it had everything they needed. The second user whistled as he looked around at Jim, while All Might had his eyes wide and mouth agape. "Well, that's convenient, let us begin." For the next 2 hours All Might trained with the quirk, launching small steel balls at hypersonic speeds like a railgun. They eventually figured out it could be used on their own body, increasing speed for a limited time. All Might was doing a target range when Gearshift Integrated appeared on a TV screen with a ding. Kudo looks at the screen in curiosity, having heard from Nana of the boy's quirk. An orb flies out of Izuku and transforms into Kudo. The clone was confused to see a clone himself with two strangers. Readying himself, he fires small knives at the trio. All Might goes to stop the knives, but as the knives got close to him they disappear into particles. Seeing this, clone Kudo backs off and asks, "Who are you people? Why does one of you look like me?" "I look like you because I am you, at least a version of you within One for All." This big guy is All Might the Eighth Holder, and the child is Izuku Midoriya, whose Quirk realm you are in currently. Kudo pauses, taking in the information. "Then why am I here? Last I saw was All for One's hand on my head as he took my quirk after the knife that would have hit him failed." Visage Kudo was saddened to know exactly how his plan to end All for One's reign had failed. Izuku speaks up. "You are here because All for One made a mistake in trying to take my quirk. When he tried, he was brought to this place. He held on to Gearshift for many decades and you escaped his grasp. Then All for One is without his quirks. Why are we standing here and not going after him?" All Might answers. "Because times have changed. It has been a few decades since you've passed. One for All has been passed to me as its eighth holder. We train to bring him to justice. We have his location with the help of a quirk young Midoriya took from him. We plan raid his base in a week." Quirk Kudo pauses to think of what to say. "You make sure you kill him. Do not let his body out of sight. One for All's purpose has always been the defeat of that monster. Hopefully the ninth will not have to clean up after our mess." With that he returns to an orb and flies back to Izuku, and the TV lights up once more. Quirk assimilated, Gearshift velocity manipulation. Visage Kudo looks at the TV in amusement. One hell of a quirk. Later. All Might and Izuku open their eyes up in the gym. Izuku stops the timer on his phone. It stopped at 15 minutes while they spent around 2 hours in his quirk realm. The time dilation was 1:8 1 minute in the real world to 8 in his quirk. Izuku then picked up a rock and tried to activate his new quirk. The rock launched out of his hand and smashed into bits when it hit a wall. While that was good, it wasn't as good as within the quirk realm. Izuku tells All Might of his findings and they decided to train in the gym to gain the muscle memory. This continued for the rest of the week, every day training a new quirk. And with the time dilation they have spent around 11 days in the quirk realm training with the different quirks. Speaking of which. Quirk assimilated, FA gene, kinetic stockpile. Quirk assimilated, danger sense, preemptive warning. Quirk assimilated, black whip, energy constructs. Quirk assimilated, smoke screen, smoke elemental. On the day before the raid, All Might was conferring with his mentor Gran Torino. "So Toshinori, have you decided?" With a sigh he answered. "Yes, I have. I will be giving it to young Midoriya. He may already have an amazing and powerful quirk, but he has the will and drive to be the greatest hero, even better than me." "Good. Is he ready to receive the quirk?" "More than ready." "Then get to it. Hopefully history doesn't repeat itself." "Sir, please don't raise any flags." Later All Might meets with Midoriya in the gym and they appear in Izuku's quirk realm for one final session before the raid. "Young Midoriya, I would like to have a spar with you." Izuku was surprised. They had been training together for a while, but he didn't expect a spar. If anything, he expected him to spar with Shimura, but they just talked privately for a few hours while he was taking a nap. "Are you sure? I haven't fought of your caliber before." "Worry not, I'll go light until I see that you can take more." The training room changes into an empty grass field with light winds blowing. The two of them get into position. They stand there, neither moving. All Might looking for tells and Izuku waiting for him to make the first move. All Might lunges forward, appearing immediately in front of Izuku with a right hook locked and loaded. Izuku crosses his arms to block the blow. Izuku is launched 10 steps back, but before he can retaliate, another hook is coming from the left side. Blocking it again sent him 8 steps back. This continued until Izuku could tank the hit without moving. Izuku readies a punch fueled by kinetic energy manipulation, kinetic booster, kinetic enhancer, and ultra strength enhancer. It grasses All Might, but it was able to launch him a few meters back. It also gouges a large chunk of the land, which is quickly restored. The fight is taken to the air. The two of them exchange blows faster and faster with more and more power, until Izuku using smoke elemental to blind All Might and lands a hit square in his chest, which launches him into a coughing fit. Izuku stops and lands to check on him. He was fine, just got the air punched out of his lungs. Young Midoriya, you are ready. For what? To receive one for all. Izuku would say he was surprised by this, but he had a sneaking suspicion that All Might has been spending a lot of time with him during the week, but he chalked it up to preparing for the coming raid. Are you sure that I'm the one worthy to hold such power? I am, and with that spar I can fight without worry, knowing that the future is sound for a peaceful world. They both leave the Quirk realm. Izuku looked around with Quirk sight to make sure that no one was eavesdropping on them. The coast was clear and he turned to All Might. Young Midoriya, I deem you worthy to inherit my quirk. Izuku waits in anticipation of how the quirk transfer of one for all works. All Might pulls a strand of hair off his head. Eat this. Chapter 10, Raid. All for One was laying on the medical bed resting after being examined by the doctor. He was seething as his plans to finally take back what was rightly his had to be delayed. Even one of the Noma was taken. An alarm sounds through the facility. This surprised him and he quickly got up to meet the intruder. Before he can get near the door, a familiar face bursts through it. All for One, you evil ends here. He is launched back by an air cannon from the villain. All Might, how nice of you to visit. I do wonder how you got my address, but no matter, you've brought me just what I wanted. All for One rushes to the hero with a speed quirk to punch him with a strength enhancer boosted by spring-like limbs. This blows a hole through the facility into the open air and All for One flies above All Might touting his superiority, but that doesn't last long as All Might launches himself at high speed using float and gearshift to punch All for One as he used some body enhancers and spear-like bones to hurt All Might on impact. He is then pushed back a few meters in the air, having not expected the power of the punch to break through his quirks. He turns and looks to the ground expecting to see All Might, but he is punched in the head, sending him hurtling into the ground. He gets up dazed and looks up to see All Might in the air just like her. Impossible. That infuriating smile plastered on his face. He flies back up to retaliate, which was dodged. This back and forth continues with the both of them hitting each other, Black Whip appearing to negate most of All for One's attacks. What's wrong, All for One? You'd usually be boasting how much more powerful you are. You know nothing of power. The fight got more intense with All Might taking more hits than he did before, even with Black Whip help. Dark beams and lightning can be seen offshore pushing away clouds. They were at a standstill until All Might managed to land a hit with the power of gearshift and half of the collected power from FA Gene, sending AFO into the ground into a crater. He bloodied struggles to get up as All Might slowly floats down with his cape billowing behind him. This is over, All for One. It's time to give up. You're right. I give. All Might got close to cuff him, but AFO's hand shifts into a blade and tries to stab All Might's heart, but he moved so it went into his stomach. His arm, now embedded in All Might, then shifts into a large barbed mass and using mutilation to increase the damage and to make sure his organs were crushed. Before he could pull his arm out, it was cut off by Black Whip, which kept the arm in place to reduce bleeding. All Might collapsed onto the floor, shredded organs still inside him along with All for One's transformed arm. All for One lets out a guttural laugh. HA, you imbecile. Why would you ever trust a word I say? You'll die just as your precious master did by my hand. He receives no reply as black tendrils emerge around the wound to cover it up, some of the arm still exposed. All Might is silent, his signature smile gone, replaced by an empty, expressionless face as he disappeared from sight. All for One was too stunned to move as All Might's hands were already around his head before he saw him. That blank face conveying nothing but All Might's focus on his task. He saw the face which would haunt for the rest of his days as an insurmountable pressure is felt as All Might's slowly hands closed around him. All for One struggled and clawed for freedom using every quirk in his arsenal, but to no avail as every attempt was foiled, restrained by black tendrils. Crack. Squelch. Thud. The top of his head was crushed, the rest of his body fell to the floor limp as blood poured into the dirt below. All Might collapses on his knees looking at this blood-covered, brain matter-splattered hand. Finally, he had avenged his master. Gran Torino appeared at the scene. Seeing the body of All for One was a satisfying sight to behold, but there was no time to waste. Blood was leaking between the black tendrils as he picked up All Might to get him to safety. The cleanup of the island was a mess. Thankfully, the fight had happened on an island away from the prying eyes of the public. A fake story was drummed up to hide the destruction of the island, a fight between All Might and Toxic Chainsaw. All for One's body was collected and brought to a morgue at Jaka General Hospital to avoid public suspicion of the presented story. The Midoriyas were allowed to leave the school, though they still had to stay there as the underlings of All for One are still active. Meanwhile, under Jaka General Hospital was a lab with a stasis pod holding the body of All for One. The doctor was looking at it in sadness and anger. How had All Might found their base on that island? How was he able to overpower his great master? Never mind, he can make him better, he just needs more material. If only he could use that boy's quirk, his master would have been unstoppable. This thought causes an epiphany. Kurogiri. Yes, doctor. Find Izuku Midoriya and bring him here in anti-quirk cuffs. He is needed to restore the health of our master. Kurogiri disappears into his portal, leaving the doctor alone once again in front of the pod. Chapter 11, Abduction. It's been a month since the big battle. All Might has been tirelessly hunting the remaining forces of All for One even with his limited time. The battle had done a number on him, as he could only go into his muckled form for about 22 hours, which may seem long, but it is decreasing by the day. When he is not in that form, he looks skinny, sickly, and occasionally spits blood if he stays muscled too long. They have yet to find more villains similar to the one he had captured that day. It was mindless husk due to the host body being forced to hold multiple quirks. Izuku was out, having dealt with another group of skirmisher on his way to the store to get some snacks. He kinda missed their little skirmishes even if they're boring. All Might had a press conference announcing his nearing retirement, which caused an uproar, but he calmed them down, saying he will still be on the job for the next decade to allow time for more heroes to take his place. My time may be drawing near, but I trust with my reminder of time more heroes will rise to surpass me and go even further beyond. Plus Ultra. The speech had a great impact on hero society. Many heroes who heard this felt a fire in their hearts to do better, to carve their name into the tapestry of history. Izuku was walking past an alleyway when preemptive warning activated, knowing something was going to fly towards his neck. He dodged, but a portal appeared behind him as a metal shackle closes around his neck. He reached up to remove it, but he passes out. Before he can hit the ground, a portal opens and he falls into it. This incident does not go unnoticed, as a few passers-by began to call for heroes and police for aid. They arrived and began taking witness reports while the scene was surveyed. They find nothing but a dropped bag of snacks. The appearance of the child was sent to heroes to embiggen the search area. Meanwhile, Inko was at home doing some chores. Izuku should be back by now. Did the other kids fight him again? She heard a knock on the door. She opened the door to Nizu with a serious face. Inko, Izuku has been taken. Inko in shock goes to sit down on the couch. Who? We believe it was All for One's closest aides, as they would have been the only ones to know of his condition. A river of tears began to flow out of Inko as Nizu tried to comfort her. Don't worry, All Might's already out searching along with many other heroes. We'll find him soon, safe and sound. Underground. The doctor began trying to study the boy's DNA, but progress is slow as every sample decays too quickly to get anything substantial. He tried to study his skin cells, but the results were the same. He was running out of time, as he knew that All Might had begun his search and the boy's quirk was adapting by the second to completely invalidate the shackle's hold. In a last-ditch effort, he tried to pump the boy's blood into his master's pod. The blood saturated the nutritional liquid in the pod, making it opaque. After a few seconds, the liquid drained from the pod, revealing a fully healed but unconscious All for One. His master's body was taken to an examination table as the doctor marveled at the sight of the healed FLRSH, but the doctor had forgotten one small detail: the boy's quirk was ravenous. As All for One's body began seizing and shacking, knocking over the table, the top of his head and his right arm began to slowly and painfully rip itself off. Muffled sounds of pain came from his mouth. The tendrils still stuck to his body, snapping as it pulled away. The doctor looked in disgust as the final tendril snapped and the chunks of flesh splattered on the cold ground. The wound on All for One's head and arm slowly closed and healed over, but blood was slowly pooling in his mouth. The doctor quickly ordered the Nomu to place him back into the pod. The doctor turned back to look at the lumps of flesh. It had merged and had grown considerably larger. He watched in fascination as it writhes, morphs, and grows into a perfect copy of Nana Shimura in her hero costume. She looked around in surprise at her hand, then at the doctor, and seeing Izuku passed out, punched the doctor, launching him into the wall. As he laid there, a black sludge poured out of his mouth as the was teleported away along with the body of All for One. She looked around again and sees many variants of the monster All Might had fought. Nana punched with all the power she had and blew a hole right to the sky. The opening had a few trees surrounding it. In Nana's vision was the icons Izuku had described. Ignoring that, she picks up Izuku and flies out of the hole she made to an amber sky. It was sunset. She admired the sky she thought she would never see again. She then saw that law informant beginning to converge on their location. A shockwave was heard as All Might was floating next to her, a surprised look on his face. "Master. How are you here? It seems there's still much to learn about Ninth's quirk. We need to get to UA to get this shackle off him." With a nod, they both blast off in the direction of UA, to the awe of the people below who record the whole encounter. This video caused a new wave of speculation of All Might's quirk and drew the ire of a certain bomber boy. UA. All Might and Nana land on UA grounds where Nizu and Powerloader were standing by. They took him to the nurse's office and it took 10 minutes to safely open the shackle. The shackle had many mechanisms to ensure sedation and a laser to which they assumed to decapitated the victim. Nizu allowed Powerloader to study the device. As soon as the device was open, Izuku woke up and looked around wearily. What happened? Inko lunged to hug Izuku with incoherent babbling of worries and fears. He consoles her while patting her back. He looks over to see All Might and Nana looking at him in relief. "Shimura? How are you here? I thought you could only exist in the Vestige realm. You were captured by a doctor who worked for All for One. He tried to use your blood to try and revive the corpse of All for One. Your quirk is more than we've already know." All Might and Nizu's eyes widen. They believed that his body was properly disposed of. Now that the doctor had escaped, who knows what could be done with it. Nana touches Izuku's shoulder and her body disassembles into red tendrils with many small green eyes and is reabsorbed into his body. Izuku looks at his arms as he turns them into a writhing mass of red tendrils. He turns back immediately, realizing that he hadn't been paying attention to the physical aspects of his quirk. The room was silent, having witnessed the transformation. It was grotesque. The shiver-inducing sound of melding flesh and cracking bones terrified and disgusted them. Meanwhile, Izuku was checking on the new pop-ups in his vision. Quirk disabled. Diagnosing. Quirk running at 5%. Quirk function return S2 hours. Intruder connection re-established. Quirk running at 73%. Resuming. Intruder disarmed. Disconnecting. Complete. Malicious will deleted. Deleting. Complete. Quirk synergy, All for One, One for All, Quirk Sight, Infrared, Quirk Progenitor. Izuku suddenly was inundated with information of the quirks around him. The flood slowly stops as the information is catalogued and stored away. Izuku opens the Quirk tab to check. Quirks. Preemptive warning. Impact recoil. Flight. Kinetic booster. Ultra strength enhancer. Dual mental processing. Fact or fiction. Quirk sight. Regeneration. All for One. Velocity manipulation. Kinetic stockpile. Energy constructs. Smoke elemental. Dash One for All. Spear-like bones. Spring-like limbs. Warping. Air cannon. Rivet stab. Multiplier. Infrared. Life force. Radio waves. Hard flame fan. Impure beam. Dark ball. Telekinesis. Ventriloquist. Sickle. Dark cowl. Sword. Barbed limbs. Super regeneration. Mutilation. Quirk progenitor. Izuku was slightly disappointed by the amount of quirks. He expected more from the demon lord of the underworld, knowing he was around since the dawn of quirks. He then relayed the list to the others in the room. Upon hearing it, they knew there was much to do. Chapter 12, Entrance Exam. It's been years since the day in the nurse's office. Izuku had spent many of them training the quirks he gained from All for One, though Quirk Progenitor has been a bit of a mystery along with Quirk Synergy. The quirk gave him information on the quirks around him and puts pressure on other people. They felt as if their quirk was trying to leave them. Other than that, Quirk synergy has yet to trigger again. Which brings him to today after another fight with some goons. The skirmishes have died down but the fights have been getting intense. Well, maybe for them Izuku had to hold back a lot as to not injure them too badly, though he commends them for at least trying. His reputation as the unbeatable has pushed many away from him, though Bakugo still comes after him from time to time. Tell me what happened, nerd. He's been asking that since the kidnapping. Izuku couldn't really tell him anything, so he stays silent. His explosions may have gotten a lot more powerful, but he hasn't really improved his finesse as much. Since the rescue was recorded, a lot of speculation about the true capability of All Might's quirk had spread around. Everyone was talking about it, so All Might decided to address the rumors as soon as possible, which just so happened to be a talk show. All Might sits to the right of the host after being brought on with the applause of the audience. All Might, it is wonderful to have you here. It's my pleasure. Now I believe that I speak for the audience here. After seeing you flying, the true nature of your quirk has been brought into question. Are you willing to at least reveal some parts about it? Well, I can't reveal much, but what I can say is to expect many more surprises in the future. After the interview, All Might was seen flying around the whole of Japan during his patrols. He has shown off some of the other quirks, mainly FA Gene and Gearshift, as the public noticed that he was moving a lot faster than usual. They believe that All Might's quirk had gone through an awakening, and speculation for which battle it occurred in began. Anyways, Izuku now stands in front of the gates of UA, though he's been through it many times before, but this time as an actual student of UA, not just Nizu's. Now you may be wondering why he's even here to take the entrance exam. He's doing it as formality and to prove that he got in fairly. He may have gotten training early, but he made a deal to only use the physical aspects of his quirk, meaning no quirks and self-defense only. Standing there, he feels Bakugo walking behind him and try to shoulder check him. It doesn't work, as he almost falls over before his is caught by Izuku by the arm. I don't need you help, you bastard. Nice to see you too, Kaken. Don't fucking call me that, you damn nerd. Good luck in the exam. He scoffs with his usual angry look as he continues into the school. Izuku walks after him, kicking a brick which suddenly popped up. Under it was a piston which retracted. Izuku knew Nizu was messing with him, and he dreaded what was to come in the written exam. A few hours later. He was right. His exam was 10 times the thickness of the other examens, filled with a bunch of esoteric questions and 1,000-word essays. He barely got it done in time. He really wished he had a dexterity adaptation to write faster, but what's done is done. He now sits in an auditorium, and who would be seated right next to him but Katsuki Bakugosai. Izuku reads through the pamphlet provided to each candidate. The spotlights suddenly come on, pointed at the stage, revealing present mic. Good morning, everybody. Can I get a hey? With a flourish, he put his hand to his ear to listen better. Izuku, feeling the awkwardness of the crowd, replies with a fist in the air. Hey. It was loud enough to shake the building. Thank you, listener. I seems we've got the second coming of the voice hero. Now on to our feature presentation. He began to explain the exam. Students were sorted into groups and taken to the exam site. The objective: destroy as many robots as you can. There were 1, 2, and 3 pointers, and as Mike was segueing, he was interrupted by a blue-haired, bespectacled candidate. Sir, I believe there's a mistake in the pamphlet. It states we will be facing 4 types of robots, but you've only mentioned 3. If this is a mistake on your part, one, question your qualifications. And you back there with the green hair, if you're not going to take this seriously, I think you are not worthy of being a hero. Izuku does not dignify him with a response, instead looking at him with a look of, are you seriously saying that? Not only did he interrupt present Mike, he insulted him, and he called out a student. He had no problem with responding to his call and response. Please sit, examinee, I was just getting to that, and don't jump to conclusions. A hero's greatest tool is their vigilance. The 4th robot you will encounter is the 0-pointer, which is more of an obstacle than an enemy, and that's it. I wish you all good luck. Plus Ultra. Izuku got onto his bus, and thankfully Bakugo was not in his group. The mood in the bus was tense. Some were worried and others seemed overconfident in their skills, or rather quirks. That blue-haired guy was here, as well as a weirdly flamboyant Frenchabo, flaunting how shiny and dazzling he is. This was going to be a long bus ride. He had a few glances thrown at him, but they seemed to have dismissed him as a non-threat, which confused him. They arrive at the test site and were led out of the bus by present Mike to the main entrance to the site. They stood around waiting for the green light to begin. Many examinees have formed into groups to better combat the robots. Izuku noticed a girl with brown hair seemingly very nervous. He tried to encourage her, but he felt someone try to grab him. He catches the hand before it makes contact and turns around. They wince as Izuku grabbed them pretty hard. Biometal generation adapted. What's your issue, man? Don't just grab somebody by surprise. You don't know how they'll react. You were trying to distract that girl. Did you not listen to Present Mike when he said to not jump to conclusions, or is he not qualified enough to teach you? This gets him to shut up as a stuttering noise came out of his mouth trying to rebuke him. Begin. Izuku rushes into the barely opened gate, blowing a few students back. Many of the students had a sneer on their faces, believing he had started early, but they were proven wrong by Present Mike. What are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in real life. That greenie has the right idea. Go go go. Chapter 13, Robot Rampage. Izuku runs to the center of the site, attracting many robots to his location. He stands there and waits for the horde of bots to converge on him. Izuku decided to use this as training, fighting the robots with minimal property damage. Using light punches, he destroys groups of 3 or 4 with each hit, sending them into each other. Some of the 3-pointers shot rockets which Izuku redirected to the other bots or took head-on, leaving himself unscathed. After 5 minutes the robots stopped coming, as they have learned that he was an opponent they could not beat. Izuku had managed to gain 67 points, so he started to patrol around, helping any examinees who were in danger. Some of them accused him of kill stealing, but as the heroes are not disqualifying him, they just grumbled and continued on their way. Izuku then found a purple-haired kid with a brainwashing quirk similar to his own struggling with a 1-pointer, so he decided to help by tossing him a metal spear made from robot hulls. The brainwasher was confused but grateful for the weapon as he stabbed into the robot. He turned to thank the person who helped him, but he was already gone. There was about 3 minutes left in the exam. Izuku was just wandering around with some robots coming to attack him, bringing his point total to a decent 82. There was a sudden rumbling as the 0-pointer had entered the battlefield. Izuku stood there looking at it as the others were running past him, many looking at him as if he was an idiot. He waited for it to get closer as it destroys the top of a few buildings. Rubble was about to fall on the brunette from earlier, so Izuku dashed over to save her, appearing to teleport to her and back to where he was stood. Surprised by the change in scenery, she thanks her savior. Thank you. No problem. Vertigo resistance adapted. Izuku walks towards the 0-pointer. Wait, where are you going? That robot is worth nothing, we should go. Someone has to stop it. That was a lie, he just wanted to destroy it to annoy Nizu. Izuku rushes and jumps up to the robot's head, his arms turning into red tendrils wrapping around the robot's head, and crushes it into a pile of sparking metal. Izuku then carefully lowers the rest of the robot onto the street. Test over. Is anyone hurt? No recovery, girl, we're all good here. Alright, Sonny, thank you for not destroying the place too much. Cementas would have been annoyed. She leaves to tend to the others. Hey, what's your name? Oh, Izuku Midoriya. Thank you for saving me. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Don't mention it, it's what anyone should do. Examinee 456, please attend to the observation booth. Flashback. In the observation room, the teachers are observing the practical exam. Nizu was quite interested in how Izuku would do with his self-imposed limitations, while All Might desired to see how Izuku had improved. The staff are taking note of a few students. It seemed that it was a good batch, but most of their attention is caught by a green-haired examinee fighting a horde of bots efficiently without too much damage to his surroundings, which was impressive, seeing the power of the hits, though it did confuse them as he was not pursuing them, instead let the bots come to him. Aizawa turned to Nizu to see him with a smile, looking at the same screen. Principal, do you know the kid? Of course I know him, he is my student after all. The other now understand the lingering dread that started all those years ago. Wait, if he's your student, has he been going to your office? How did we not notice him? The staff room is literally in the way. Nizu flashes them a cheeky smile. They sigh and look back to the screen. Why isn't he hunting down the robots? Well, we made a deal, if he succeeds he is allowed to skip all academic classes during his time here. The staff look back to the screen. It seems the bots have decided to not engage with Midoriya, and he began running around the arena helping the other examinees. They were wondering if he knew the special condition of the exam. I can assure you that he does not. Now let's see how he handles this. Nizu presses a big red button releasing the true obstacle of this exam, the 0-pointer. The staff watched as Midoriya saved an examinee from falling rubble by seemingly teleporting the girl to him. What exactly is his quirk? We've seen him blow robots to smithereens, tank missiles, and now teleportation. Is it energy manipulation? But that doesn't explain the teleportation completely. His quirk is reactive mutation, which allow his body to adapt from harm until he is immune to it. The feats you see are all physical, albeit supercharged by his regeneration. A loud crunch of metal catches the attention of the room. They turn to see the head of the 0-pointer crushed as Midoriya slowly lowered the rest of the 0-pointer onto the road. It seems we got ourselves our first hero course student. Nizu hit the intercom button for Izuku's site. Examinee 456, please attend to the observation room. After a few minutes, Izuku arrives to the observation room with a knock. Good afternoon, Midoriya, please come in. Izuku opens the door to a sea of heroes, which makes him freak out a bit. Collecting himself, he responds. Good afternoon, Nizu, heroes. I assume this is about my performance in the exam. Yes, it is, Midoriya. You got top scores in the written exam and have gained a total 162 points in the practical exam with 82 villain points and 80 hero points. Beating my record by 40 points, young Midoriya. That's right, congratulations, you are now an official hero course student of Class 1A. Your homeroom teacher will be Shota Aizawa, also known as Dash. Eraserhead, thank you for having me. Aizawa has an unreadable expression and he makes a noise which could be interpreted as agreement. We'll see what you really are in a week. Chapter 14, First Day. Izuku wakes up bright and early, makes breakfast, goes for his run, and prepares to set off for his first class. Inko, of course, was fussing over him, asking if he had forgotten anything. He assured her that it was fine and he left. He now stands in front of his classroom with a giant door. He walks into a pretty weird scene, Bakugo with his feet up on the desk with that blue-haired kid robotically reprimanding him. Take your feet off that desk this instant. It is disrespectful to the heroes who came before your. And why should I listen to you, Four Eyes? I'm Tenya Ida from Sumai Academy. Oh, so you're a pompous prick with a stick up their ass. Izuku looks at the scene in amusement. Hey Midoriya, I'm glad you made it in. Izuku turns around to see Uraraka waving at him. Hey, I'm glad you got in too. You there? The blue-haired boy walks up to him and does a 90-degree bow. Izuku looks at him confused. I apologize for my conduct during the exam. It was unbecoming of a future hero. My name is Dash. I've heard, but we should be getting to our seats. Izuku goes to his seat, but to the others he was moving very quickly. Ida noted that the speed that he was going at was about half his top speed. The door suddenly opens, revealing a large yellow sleeping bag with a tried face poking out of it, slowly inching to the teacher's desk. This goes unnoticed by most of the class excluding Izuku, Momo, and Todoroki. Out of the bag reveals a disheveled-looking man Izuku recognized as Eraserhead. He slams his hands on the podium to get the students' attention. The students scramble to their seats. Aizawa disappointedly says. My name is Aizawa Shota and I'm your homeroom teacher. It took you all 8 seconds to get to your seats and only a few even noticed I was here. Those few seconds are the difference between life and death. Now put on your gym uniforms and meet me at the field. Midoriya should know where it is, just follow him. By the time they got up, Midoriya is already at the door beckoning them to follow. In the boys' changing room. Man, I thought you'd look like a monster under there. They were looking at Izuku's exposed chest. He was muscular, sure, but it looked like he just trained lightly. My quirk just compacts my muscles, but I do get the benefit of having little to no muscle decay. What I would do to have that? My name is Eijiro Kirishima. Izuku Midoriya. Instant shift cells adapted. They arrive at the field with Aizawa waiting. You're here to do a quirk apprehension test. But what about orientation? Heroes don't waste time. Now you get to use your quirks freely in these tests. That sounds like fun. Fun, huh? How about this? Whoever gets last place is expelled. But that's not fair. Life isn't fair. Natural disasters, villain attacks, discrimination. Our jobs as heroes is to balance the scales. Midoriya, you got first in the entrance exam. What's your highest score on your ball throw? My quirk is a mutation. I don't think my result is best to prove your point. Alright, Bakugo, what was your record? 60 meters. Do it with your quirk. Bakugo goes into the circle and goes into a classic pitcher pose and launches the ball in an explosion. Die. Aizawa then shows his score. It reads 1.1 kilometers. The students get serious, not wanting to be the one expelled. 50-meter dash. Izuku and Bakugo stand ready at the start line, though Izuku was a bit looser. The robot counted them down. 3, 2, 1, go. Izuku appears at the finish line almost instantly, with Bakugo following behind with an angry scowl. 0.01 seconds. 2.94 seconds. Grip strength. Izuku gripped until it hit the machine's limit. 999.99 kilograms. Standing long jump. Izuku cleared the sandbox. Repeated side steps. Izuku did pretty well, though he was narrowly beat by Minoru Mineta. Ball throw. The scores for the class were pretty normal for the most part, that is of course not counting Uraraka getting a score of infinity by floating the ball into space. Izuku steps into the circle and feels Aizawa activate his quirk on him. Which was stupid, he already told him his quirk was a mutation. Annoyed, he launches the ball with just a flick of his wrist, getting a score of 20 kilometers. Aizawa noticed that he was not giving it his all throughout the tests. Midoriya, stop holding back or you'll be expelled. Fact. Midoriya gets his ball and his body moving like he had no bones, gets into a modified pitcher pose. Everyone should hold onto something. They got ready as Izuku's body suddenly whips forward, launching the ball with a shockwave, destroying nearby windows, triggering car alarms, moving clouds, and launching the class including Aizawa back a few meters. Many of them looked in awe at Izuku. Was that good enough, teach? He gets up from the ground and dusted himself off. No, Midoriya, I'm going to need you to do every previous test again. No holding back this time. Fine. Aizawa looks at Midoriya's score. Infinity, average speed Mach 12. Midoriya does the tests again. 50-meter dash, error/teleportation. Grip strength, machine destroyed. Standing long jump, 50 kilometers. Repeated side steps, incalculable. Distance run. Izuku kept pace with Momo, who was doing the race with a scooter. They shook hands during it as they introduced themselves. They ran for so long Aizawa had to call it early as to not waste any more time. After they were done, Midoriya was not even winded. Heightened energy storage adapted. Potency increased, energy reactor. Seated toe touch. It goes as expected as Izuku folds himself in half. Sit-ups. Izuku goes so fast he looked like he had two upper bodies, one laying on the ground and the other at the end of a sit-up. Alright, these are your results. A board turned on displaying their names. Izuku of course was first. This had infuriated Bakugo so much he had the bright and logical idea to let out his rage by lunging at Izuku, who turned around bored as he faced Boom Boom Boy. Before Bakugo can get too close, he is restrained by Aizawa using the bandages he had as a scarf. What the hell are these things? Settle down, whatever grievances you have with Midoriya can be settled during training. He keeps struggling with the restraints. Aizawa is getting annoyed. If you don't stop, you can consider yourself expelled. Bakugo calms down, still with an enraged look on his face. Also, nobody is getting expelled. You'll find your schedule at the podium in class. Aizawa leaves, leaving the students stunned. Chapter 15, Battle Trials. Class 1A is seated in their classroom waiting for homeroom to begin, though they are wondering why Midoriya was missing. Aizawa suddenly opens the door as the class gets settled in 4 seconds. Good, they've improved. Aizawa gets to his podium, but before he could speak, a student raised their hand. He allowed them to speak. Sir, do you know why Midoriya is absent? Midoriya will not be joining us in any academic classes as he has already graduated UA academically. You will be seeing him later during heroics. Then where is he now if not in class? He should either be in the gym or the library. Now enough questions, class is in session. Some were jealous of Midoriya, especially Bakugo, who looked like he was about to blow a gasket in his seat. Why the hell does he get to skip classes? I'm the best hero here, I shouldn't need classes. Later. Izuku arrives to class and sits at his desk. Only when he looks up does he realize that the class was staring at him. Ah. What's with the looks? Where the hell have you been, you lazy bastard? I was in the library, why? Midoriya, you were gone for the entire morning. We're curious why you are exempted from normal classes. The principal allowed it after taking his test, and besides you should all sit, teacher's coming. As if on cue the door flies open. I'm entering the room like a normal person. Exited murmur sounds all around in the room. Good afternoon, Class 1A, I am All Might, your heroics teacher. Now the most important part of being a hero is style. The left wall of the classroom opens up to reveal suitcases numbered corresponding with their seats. Get changed and meet me at the Mock City. Later. The class is gathered at the entrance of the Mock City. They are all dressed in their hero costumes. Izuku was wearing a simple dark green armored self-mending bodysuit which covers most of his body, leaving his head and hands exposed, and a utility belt full of medical supplies. The girls had a bit of trouble looking at him without blushing. A short purple grape-headed boy wearing a diaper in the back was on his hand and knees. It should have been me, not him. It's not fair. He was ignored as All Might began class. Now you all truly look the part of a hero, but a hero is more than just looks. All Might pulls out some flashcards from his back pocket. Ahem, all of you will be randomly split into teams of 2. The scenario is villains have hit a nuke in a building. It is the hero's job to either capture the villains or touch the bomb, while the villain's goal is to run out the clock or defeat both heroes. Any questions? How do we pick our partner? With these. All Might pulls out 2 boxes to select the teams. Got teamed as heroes with Toru Hagakure, who Izuku noticed was just a pair of gloves and shoes. Please don't tell me you're naked. Izuku sees the glove go to scratch what is presumably the back of her head. He got his answer. Okay, you are not going into a fight like that. No offense, but against Bakugo and Todoroki there ain't not much you can do. I believe that you could have done recon, but with the ice under you you're not sneaking up on anybody, and you would be risking hypothermia and potentially frostbite. That's a very good point, young Midoriya. Hagakure, you will be with me and be Midoriya's mission control, keeping an eye on the villain's movements. But what about Midoriya? It wouldn't be fair for him to fight alone. It would be unfair. Well, Midoriya, are you up for the challenge? Of course I am. A hero never backs down from a fight. Then let the training begin. Izuku walks into the freezing cold building and is told the location of the bomb and goes straight to it, sensing that Todoroki was there too. On the way, Hagakure informed him that Bakugo was nearby. Bakugo came flying down a hallway with explosions at him with his classic right hook primed and ready. Izuku takes the hit head on, not bugging an inch, and in the smoke of the explosion grabs Bakugo and throws him back. Potency increased, kinetic shock resistance. Potency increased, heat resistance. Potency increased, heightened eardrum durability. It seems some things don't change, do they, Kaken? Don't call me that punching bag. Before Bakugo can lunge at him, Izuku appears in front of him and punches him in the gut, sending him back down the hallway and into the back wall. He slowly gets up and raised his arm to pull the pin on his gauntlet. Bakugo, stop, you'll collapse the whole building. His warning is unheeded as the pin is pulled. Izuku tried to get close enough to destroy the gauntlet, but he was too late as it fired at point blank. Smoke and dust obscures the camera as the class waited in bated breath for what had happened. The smoke clears surprisingly. It hadn't done too much damage to the building, that however the reason for that would become obvious. Izuku was on the floor, smoke coming off his body. The top half was charred black with red flesh seen between the cracks of blackened skin. His skull was exposed, his eyes now missing, leaving black sockets of writhing flesh within. Bakugo froze at the sight before him as he quickly removing the bracers from his shaking arms while breathing heavily. The bracers crack onto the floor and rolls right beside Midoriya's smoldering body. All Might and the class stared at the screen. Some had puked at the sight of Midoriya. All Might couldn't believe the sight before him as he knew he was very resilient, but he held out hope that Midoriya could recover from this. As Bakugo was having a panic attack, Midoriya's body suddenly sits up and slowly rolls his shoulder. Charred flesh falls off his body and onto the floor, revealing healthy skin underneath. This continues until his entire upper body was free from it, his suit slowly covering him back up. This brought a wave of relief from the class. Bakugo looks at him in fear, seeing the person he had killed come back to life. All Might speaks from the speakers in the room. Young Midoriya, are you all right? His vocal cords still new causes the next words to be a bit hoarse and sluggish. I'm fine. Do you wish to continue? I do. All right. Match resumed. Katsuki Bakugo disqualified. These words began to echo in Bakugo's head as Izuku continues to the bomb room. Bakugo is lead out of the building by some robot's eyes still clouded over in shock. Opening the door to the bomb room, Midoriya is met with a wall of ice quickly lurching toward him. He allows it encase him. Toradoki, seeing this, breathes out. You shouldn't have come here alone. Suddenly the ice cracks and shatters, flinging shards of ice at Todoroki. Make sure your enemy is out before you let your guard down. All Might hadn't even announced your win. He sent another wave of ice at Midoriya, hoping to catch him again. Did you really think that would work that twice? You should consider other options. I am not breaking my pledge. Another wave of ice is sent after him, albeit slightly slower. Izuku, ignoring what he said, dodges and goes punch him. Todoroki summons an ice wall to protect himself, but it was no use as Izuku's fist goes straight through it and connects with his chin, knocking him out. Cold resistance adapted. Izuku destroys the ice cocoon around the bomb and touches it. Heroes win. Izuku carries Todoroki out of the building and takes him to Recovery Girl, who lightly reprimands him for knocking him out but is at least thankful they aren't hurt too badly. Izuku then goes into the observation room to rejoin his class. They immediately crowd him, asking if he's okay and that he should have stayed in the nurse's office. He calms them down and excuses himself. All Might bids him farewell and continues with the other matches. The matches after were a lot more serious, as a sense of fear was imbued in everyone as they stared, pulling their punches, using less power. Each match were more about strategy than pure power. The class ends with a sense of consequence. That with great power comes great discipline to hone it, and use it for good. Their imagination ran wild with nightmares of dismembered and disfigured villain made from their own actions. Chapter 16, Rescue Training. The next day of class was weird, as the incident yesterday had yet to leave their minds. Bakugo was weirdly quiet, not looking at anyone. Aizawa walked into an orderly and quiet classroom. Good morning, class. I've seen the recording of the yesterday's training. It is good that you have taken the lesson to heart, but don't let one accident hold you back. Bakugo. He raised his head. If you had fired that shot at anyone else, you would have been in cuffs before you left the mock city. He looks back down, reliving the moment, trying and failing to stop his shaking hands. But Midoriya has argued your case. You will be allowed to continue here on some conditions. You will have mandatory therapy sessions with Hound Dog however often he decides. Your gauntlets are removed from your hero costume until there is proof that you will not misuse them, and if another incident occurs to anyone, you will be expelled under surveillance. Is that understood? He nods, angry his dream had to be saved by that bastard. Good, now today you will be making a decision that will affect the rest of your time here. He pauses as the class waits in dread. It is time to elect your class president. It's something normal. Izuku was in the library reading a book on advanced Quirk biology theory when an alarm sounded, indicating that the walls of UA had been breached. He set his book down and leaves to see what's going on. He suddenly feels a new quirk appear from Quirk progenitor, detailing a touched base decay quirk. He looks around and sees it in the staff room. He runs into the staff room to see a purple portal closing near All Might's desk. Izuku uses telekinesis to try and pull whatever is on the other side. A dismembered head flies at him as the portal completely closed. Izuku looks at the hand on the ground. It was gray with a brass connection port at the wrist with 2 holes. He looks around for a plastic bag and uses it to pick up the hand. He finds that Class 1A schedule was left open on All Might's desk. Outside, the heroes were speculating how the media have gotten in. All they have is a disintegrated gate. Midoriya suddenly calls out to them, saying to come inside and that he knew something. The teacher gather in the staff room with Midoriya telling them to not touch anything. He tells them of the closing portal near All Might's desk and shows them the dismembered hand, and they take it to the police. Midoriya asks to speak to Nizu in private and they go to the principal's office. In the office, Izuku recounts truthfully what had happened. So whoever we're dealing with is able to teleport. Midoriya, did they take anything? No, but the Class 1A schedule was open on the desk. The people that infiltrated UA are affiliated with All for One. Fact. The people that infiltrated UA plan to attack. Fact. The people that infiltrated UA plan to attack today. Fact. Nizu digs through his drawer and fishes out a small device and give it to Izuku. That is a SOS signal with a deadman connection to my computer. When they attack, you have my permission to use All for One to take any quirk necessary, ensure the class's safety and to prevent escape. Izuku was on the bus with the rest of his class as they spoke about today's exercise. Tsuyu Azui was sitting next to him and asked him a question. Hey, Midoriya, I was curious, what is your quirk? The rest of the class, as if planned, quiets down to hear his answer. My quirk is reactive mutation. My body becomes more immune to harm the more I experience it, and it came with a healing factor. So don't worry about anything happening like yesterday. I'm better than I was. Man, that's one strong quirk. Mine only hardens my body. Your quirk is strong too. I didn't start off like this, I had to build it up. Don't discredit your quirk like that. Thanks, man. Then you've been training a lot, Midoriya, to be able to beat both Bakugo and Todoroki. I could beat him any day of the week, Pikachu. Right. Settle down, we're here. The class get out of the bus to a domed building. They enter inside and see the Space Hero 13. She introduced them to the USJ, aka the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. She then gave a little monologue on the importance of rescue heroes and how a quirk doesn't decide what hero you could be. As this was happening, preemptive warning went off at the fountain and Izuku pressed the SOS signal. A purple portal appears at the fountain and out from it was a horde of villains, and the final three Izuku recognized. The purple fogman he bumped into and gained spatial awareness, the person who had decay and seeing the hands around his body now knew he was in UA this morning. The last was a giant muscular black-bluish villain with their brain exposed just like the one All Might brought in when his quirk was analyzed by Recovery Girl. Aizawa, keep an eye on that purple fog guy, I believe that's their getaway. 13 escort the class back to the bus. Midoriya, go with 13. I can handle this alone. I know you feel a responsibility as a hero to make the big sacrifice to buy us time to retreat, but we could actually win this. You just need to keep an eye on Fogman. Me dash. Arcs of black and green lightning surround Izuku's hand as he flicks his finger, launching a whirlwind at the group of villains, sending them flying through the air. The main three in the back were protected by the bird villain. You were right about me holding back on the first day. Aizawa froze at the sight of the defeated villains, but this slip in concentration allows the fog villain to attack the class, sending them some of them away and injuring 13 while Ida had ran to get help. Nomu, get that green-haired brat. The Nomu rush towards Izuku, who does the same with the help of velocity manipulation. They meet halfway between the bottom of the stairs and the fountain with both of their hands interlocked in a stalemate. Shock absorption taken. Super regeneration taken. Potency increased. Kinetic shock immunity. Izuku pushes it back, sending it to next to decay guy, breaking its back. Nomu, get up and kill him. It tries, but only its upper body is able to move. It uses its arms to drag his limp legs to Izuku. Izuku goes and grabs the Nomu and uses ventriloquist. Sleep. The Nomu falls to the ground. Handyman is confused and angrily commanded the beast to get up and fight, but it doesn't respond. Fogman appears once more. Shigaraki, we need to retreat. Kurogiri, we are not leaving without fighting All Might. The Nomu is already out of commission. The fight is lost. I think you're both forgetting someone. Izuku was already holding onto Kurogiri when he said that. Cloud taken. GPS taken. Quirk synergy, Cloud, GPS, warp gate. Sleep. Kurogiri falls to the floor. Shigaraki, seeing this, tried to use his quirk on Izuku. Decay taken. Skin irritation resistance adapted. Sleep. Again with the use of ventriloquist puts him to sleep. Aizawa just stared in shock as one of his students just handled the main villains easily, but something was bothering him. How did Midoriya make them pass out by just touching them? He doesn't have time to keep pondering as the rest of the class begins to gather the top of the stairs. Many of them were a bit roughed up but otherwise fine. The door suddenly bursts open and the class gets ready to fight whoever it was. The dust clears, revealing All Might in his suit. Have no fear, for I am here. All Might. All Might looks around and see Midoriya near the fountain keeping an eye on the villains. It seems I'm a bit late. Let's get you all out of here. Chapter 17, Past Evils. Aizawa had been called up to Nizu's office. He was about to knock on the door when it opens before he gets the chance to. Aizawa, please come in and have a seat. Would you like some tea? Please just get to the point. Sit. Aizawa sits down a bit wary of Nizu's tone. Oboro Shirakumo is Kurogiri the teleporter. Aizawa sits there processing the information. His friend that died saving people had been experimented on and turned into a fog person. How do we know it was him? That requires a whole other explanation. Do you know of All for One? The Quirk thief? I've heard rumors, but he's real, isn't he? Yes, very much so. I believe that Oboro was not supposed to die that day. All for One's target was you. Oboro was an unexpected success. Aizawa remained silent. Now on to how we know of this. I believe that it would be best explained by Midoriya. The office door opened, revealing Midoriya with a serious face. He explained his history with All for One and the true nature of his quirk, excluding One for All. Aizawa sat there silent until. When I took the quirks off of Kurogiri, I had taken Cloud and GPS. We believe that these two quirk combined to allow teleportation. Where is he? He should still be in police custody. Aizawa gets up and leaves the office. Is he gonna be okay? He'll be fine. The office door suddenly opens to reveal Detective Tsukachi. The lab results came back from the hand. It belonged to a deceased Kotaro Shimura. Izuku's body began shifting until Nana appeared beside him and with an apprehensive face asks, "What happened to my son?" Tsukachi was a bit weirded out by this and looked to Izuku, who explained who she was. Well, Mrs. Shimura, the hand Izuku had taken from Shigaraki belonged to your son Kotaro, who was declared dead over a decade ago. Him and the rest of his family went missing in their home. Their property was turned into a crater of dust. After testing the rest of the hands found on Shigaraki, they were identified as the missing Shimura family, but one person was unaccounted for, Tenko Shimura. Nana processes the information as Nizu decides to confirm something. Tenko Shimura is alive. Fact. Shigaraki used their quirk on the Shimura family. Fact. Shigaraki is a part of the Shimura family. Fact. The detective eyes widened at the implication. Shigaraki is Tenko Shimura. Fact. Nana leaves without a word to confront her grandson. Along the way he sees All Might and calls out to him. Toshinori. Nana grabs All Might and drags him with her to the station. She uses his clout to get to talk to her grandson. Sitting in an interrogation room was Shigaraki, handcuffed to the table, his head down, wondering who else was going to speak to him after the last guy. He has been trying to use his quirk, but he can't for some reason. They must have put quirk cancelers on him. The door opens to a raven-haired woman who looked strangely familiar to him, but he didn't remember where. A slight headache strikes at the thought. She sits in front of him and is looking at him intently. With a raspy voice he asks, "So what the hell else do you heroes want to know?" She frowns at the question. "Does the surname Shimura mean anything to you?" Another headache clashes as the name was spoken. His head now in his hands, he grunted at the pain. "It means nothing to me. Tenko Shimura." Ah. He presses his head into the metal table, trying to suppress the pain. Nana allows him to collect himself. "That's my name." He responds, his voice smoother, calm. "Do you remember what happened to your family?" "I killed them with my quirk. Dad kicked me out for finding picture of grandma." Nana teared up at that and was angry her son would do something like that. "I was petting Monchan when he suddenly turned to dust. I cried, confused why had this happened. Hana came out, she turned to dust along with Mom. Dad saw what happened and I killed him. It feel good. Retribution for what he had done to me. He hated heroes. He hated grandma. He hated what I was." He was suddenly pulled into a hug by Nana. Tears wetting his head. "I'm sorry I had to leave. I'm sorry." Shigaraki didn't know what to do, but this felt nice. To have someone touch him without the fear of his quirk killing them. The tender love of family. Nana pulls away and he gets a good look at her. "Grandma." Yes, Tenko. I'm Nana Shimura, your grandmother. I never should have left you alone. What happened? Why were you gone? I was going to fight All for One. I didn't want him to find my family, so I put your father into an orphanage. I told All Might to not contact him because that might have led All for One to him. I couldn't take that risk. I died fighting him and he wanted to use you to go after All Might. But he saved me. When no one cared, not even the heroes. He had his hands and eyes everywhere. How long were you alone before he found you? A few hours. I tried to get help but they all ignored me. A hero saw me and looked at me in disgust. He must have known that you would have been perfect to be molded in his own image and use you to throw off All Might. He pauses at the realization that his life with his sensei was a fabrication. A ruse to mold a perfect villain. A tool to destroy whoever he sees fit. All for One is Ali Dash. Black sludge began to pour out of his mouth. Nana shocked by this, knowing All for One had plans for him. Tenko, don't let him know you remember. We'll get you out soon. The interrogation room fades from view and replacing it is All for One, who can seem connected to many machines keeping him alive. Tamura, I hope your stay at the precinct wasn't too unbearable. Tenko gets up slowly and gets into his previous persona. I'm sorry I failed to kill All Might Master. If that green-haired brat didn't disable the Nomu, it would have been so much easier. All for One shuddered at the mention of the boy. He activates Quirk sight and sees that Tamura was now quirkless. This was not good, and now that the Nomu and Kurogiri was captured, it was more than likely that their quirks were taken too. No matter, they could just rebuild. Now he needs to replace his student's quirk. Thank God he always had copies. After all, 1 is none, 2 is 1. If it's important, always have a backup. Chapter 18, Sports Festival. All Might bursts into the interrogation room but finds Nana sitting alone and Tenko was gone. He's still alive, All Might. We need to beat him for real this time. Nana and All Might leave the precinct after informing them of Shigaraki's disappearance. The next day the press were hounding UA to get answers to how the break-in occurred. Nizu was on stage along with Power Loader. The break-in yesterday was conducted by a villain group by the name of the League of Villains. They had entered using a teleportation quirk. We are currently developing tech which will prevent this situation from ever happening again. Pro Hero 13 was injured severely during the incident. Any updates on their condition? They are in the most capable hands and is currently resting. How are the public able to trust that an incident like this will not occur at the scheduled sports festival later this month? The festival will be staffed by the finest heroes of Japan, including All Might. Villains would need to make large moves to ruin it. A few days later, Class 1A was having homeroom with Aizawa. Now I know everything has been a bit hectic, but the fight is not over yet. The class is once again left in suspense. The sport festival will take place in 2 weeks. But sir, isn't it a bad time? UA was just broken into. Unfortunately, the event was too big to cancel and we're using it as a show of resilience. Showing that the future heroes will be stronger than the last. It is also an opportunity to sell yourself so you get good internship offers. The bell rings signaling lunch. The class was exited for the coming festival, and when they opened the door they were met with a large group of students. A purple-haired and tried-looking boy blocks their way. Well, if it isn't the survivors. What are you people doing here? It's lunch. They're here to scope out the competition, dumbass. If that's how the prestigious Wana acts, I don't think they will last here long. What did you say, eyebags? Bakugo, stop antagonizing them. You're not doing anyone a favor by yelling. You don't tell me what to do, nerd. A voice is heard from the back of the crowd. A green-haired student pushes through the crowd and stands in the doorway of the class. Excuse his yelling. I'm Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. Why did you help me during the entrance exam? We're heroes, why wouldn't I help someone in need? Anyway, you guys should scatter, lunch is awaiting. Not yet, we're all here to declare war on all of 1A. If you don't perform well during the festival, your seats are open for the taking, so watch out. I believe that all of 1A will agree. We look forward to what you're gonna bring. Izuku walks past him, but as he quietly says to the purple-haired boy, brainwasher. He turns around to confront him, but he already disappeared into the crowd. For the next 2 weeks the students trained. Some of Class 1 tried to find Midoriya to get advice but they couldn't find him. Izuku had spent the time at home with Nizu's permission training to use the new quirks he got, focusing mainly on Warp Gate as it would be useful in a pinch. He knew that eventually his ability to take and give quirks will be revealed, but he trains to ensure that the fallout is mitigated. The day of the festival arrives. The class is in the waiting room awaiting their announcement. Todoroki walks up to Midoriya. In my opinion you are the strongest in this class. Thanks. But don't think that you will be the one to win this whole festival. Watch your back. Gossipy chatter appeared in the room. The strongest in class was challenged. They wait for his response. I gladly accept the challenge, but don't discount the rest of the class. 'Cause if you do, you'll find yourself alone at the end of the line. He gets up as the intercom activates. Students, please gather for the opening ceremony. Game faces everyone. The world's watching. They step out onto the sunlight to a cheering crowd while being introduced by class by midnight. Now I invite Izuku Midoriya, our number 1 in the entrance exam, to give the students pledge. Izuku seemingly teleports to the stage, making Midnight jump, which was appreciated by the audience. Midnight hands him the microphone. No man is created equal, was a statement I learned young. Not everyone was blessed with a quirk acceptable in society. Quirks using blood, pain, another person's body, and monstrous forms unappealing to the public are cast out as villains, criminals, a disaster waiting to happen. Everyone in this school is lucky to be here, even if they don't believe so. The other classes have seen it fit to challenge the entirety of Class 1 after the USJ incident. They believe our survival a great first practical experience. They do not know of the danger present there. They do not know of the monster made to defeat All Might, and I believe my next words best represent our reply. Show us what you've got. Cheers billow out from the stands as Midnight introduced the first event. The obstacle course. The students gather at the starting line, which lead to a narrow entryway to the rest of the course. Izuku stands in the back relaxed while the other students eyed him suspiciously, wondering what he will do. The race began with Todoroki spreading ice all over the entrance and surfing above them. Some of the students were stuck to the floor as the ice creeped up their legs, so Izuku went around to help, though to everyone else a gust of wind blew by as they were freed and they found the student representative in front of them. Sorry about him. He'll get better in the future. Anyway, let's get moving. The stunned students began to run out, leaving Midoriya alone at the starting room. Midnight walks up to him. Midoriya, why aren't you going with them? Just wanted to make things a bit more interesting. A bit later. And Shoto Todoroki has made it to our final obstacle. The land mines. And it seems Katsuki Bakugu is hot on his tail. Get back here, Two-Face. I guess that long enough. What? Next fight was with Todoroki. As he was walking to his waiting room, he turns the corner to see the flame hero himself, who seemed to be waiting for him. Impressive quirk you've got there, kid, and from what I've heard, strong enough to rival All Might. You'll be a great stepping stone for my masterpiece. You mean you, son? TCH, of course, who else would I be referring to? Then don't speak of people like their merchandise. You should watch your tongue. Boy. What can't take Ben dash? Endeavor, enraged, throws a flame-powered punch straight at Izuku's face, but it was blocked by a palm. Potency increased, carrot heat immunity. You really shouldn't be assaulting anyone who gets under your skin, especially in the halls of UA. Endeavor, realizing the implication, looks around for cameras but sees none. He glances back at Izuku to find that he was gone. A few minutes later, Midoriya and Todoroki stand once more on the raised concrete platform. Todoroki has an angrier look on him. He must have spoken to Endeavor. Ready. They both nod. Let the match begin. Heaven-piercing ice wall. Todoroki sends a huge glacier of ice encasing Izuku in it. The audience was in shock and felt a bit disappointed that the match was so quick and anticlimactic, but as Midnight was about to call the match, the glacier cracks and explodes, sending large chunks of ice near the crowd, and in the middle of the destroyed glacier stood Midoriya, who looked completely unharmed, bits of ice still stuck to his clothes. The crowd cheered at the spectacle. Midoriya rips a chunk of ice from beside him, throwing it up and down like a baseball. Todoroki, though you knew that wasn't going to work. He says nothing as he sends another wave of ice which was immediately blown apart by throwing the chunk of ice turning it into snow. This continues for a few short minutes as the audience was getting bored. They were dissatisfied that this was all the Son of Endeavor could do when faced with an opponent resistant to their attacks, using the same attack over and over and saving themselves by using ice walls. Todoroki could feel their dissatisfied looks, especially his father's. He began slowing down, ice patches appearing on his right side and tiny flickers of flame of the left. The ice moved slower, generated smaller. Consequences from quirk exhaustion as explained to the class by Bakugo in the stands. Quirks were like muscles, use it too much it's bound to break, and Midoriya barely had to use his. Todoroki stood in a nest of ice keeping himself in place, panting out cold fog. If you're not giving it your all, why fight it? You've been sending the same attack over and over, seeing it parried over and over should have gotten the point across. I need to win. Then why haven't you tried anything different? And I don't mean your fire dash. His fire. Your fire, even without it you should have had a plan if things went south. All you've done so far has only tired yourself out, and in the eyes of the public you look like a one-trick pony and the disgraced Son of Endeavor. I know you would like that for Endeavor, but most of that is pointed solely on you. Him merely a bad teacher, and you a snobbish prince who has never known hardship. Did my father pay you off? Just so I would use his quirk? Of course not, rather I think he completely despises me. Look at him up there, that angry scowl, uncaring of how that would look to the public. His own son defeated by something as simple as quirk exhaustion. Something he though impossible for his great masterpiece. Izuku waves at Endeavor, which only deepens his scowl as flames intensify, causing some in the stands to back away from the heat. You know you'll lose if you kept using your ice, so why not try something new? I will never break my pledge. Then you must face the consequences of that choice. Izuku flicks and launched a pseudo-air cannon, flinging Todoroki out of bounds. Todoroki was too tired to try to save himself as he lands on the grass unconscious. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya continues to the semi-finals. The crowd cheers except for Endeavor, who is glaring at Midoriya as he carries Todoroki off to the nurse's office. Chapter 21, End of the Festival. Izuku is in the nurse's office as Recovery Girl berated him for dragging out the fight for so long. She did hit him with her cane, but at this point it just hit him, losing all momentum even when she was using all of her strength, and cause a bit of strain as she now needed to hold up its weight. Izuku arrives at the stands during Kirishima and Bakugo's match, which boiled down to a battle of attrition. Momo asked Izuku a question. Midoriya, who do you think will win? It depends. If Kirishima can keep his quirk up long enough, then the match is his, but if I know Bakugo, he not one to back out of a fight. The match continued with Bakugo launching explosions at Kirishima, and it seems hardening can't keep up and Bakugo moves on. He looked up to the stands and angrily eyes Izuku down. Izuku turns around to go to his next match and finds that Ida is already gone. The two stand across from each other on the stage. Ready? Izuku nods. Yes. Then let the semi-finals match begin. Recipro burst. Blue exhaust is emitted from Ida's calves as he goes to kick Midoriya in the head. Midoriya blocks it easily as when the kick landed, all the momentum the kick had was taken away as Ida is held by his raised leg. Midoriya punches to the side of his head, missing intentionally. His fist flies past his head as a shockwave burst out from the front of it, pushing the audience down into their seats and ruffling their hair and clothes. Midoriya lets go of Ida, letting him steady himself. Ida, do you wish to continue? I do. Then let the match continues. Ida gets into position and rushes Midoriya with a flurry of kicks, trying to find an angle to get a clean hit in. Each kick was blocked or dodged, and finally he gets a clean hit to his ribs, but that doesn't faze him. You seem to be forgetting something. ? My quirk. Ida's eyes widen in realization and is punched in his side, which shoots off an air blast on his other side which moved the clouds, wowing the audience. He backs off, coughing and nursing his wound, reassessing the situation. He had uncaringly allowed his opponent to become immune to his attacks. What could he do now? Well, the thing that worked for Ibara. Push. So he ran at Midoriya with his hands out, trying to push him out of bounds, but he dodges at the last second, leading to Ida running off the stage and tripping onto the grass. Tenya, Ida is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya moves on to the final. Izuku goes to help Ida up. Hey man, you okay? I did hit you pretty hard. It's fine Midoriya, just give me a second. Ida walks to the nurse's office alone holding his stomach, his walking becoming smoother as he walked. Seeing that he is fine, Izuku goes to the stands and sits to watch the next match. It goes about as expected, with someone empowered by darkness faces someone who can make light. The final round was upon them as for the final time they stand before the crowd to fight. Is everyone ready for our final match? The crowd cheers in excitement. On one side, the one person who has faced impacts and attacks which would cripple many yet still stands up to the challenge. Our student representative, Izuku Midoriya. Cheers. And on the other, radiating the power of the sun from the palms of his hands. Ready to blow away the competition, Katsuki Bakugo. Let's get this final showdown on the road. Are you two ready? Izuku nods while Bakugo grunts in agreement. Begin. Bakugo launches himself forward with an explosion and a right hook which Izuku takes on the chin, his head barely turning. Seeing this, Bakugo uses both hands to launch Izuku back off the arena. He takes a step back, so Bakugo tries again. He take 2 steps, Bakugo hits harder. He takes a step and a half, Bakugo give it everything he's got. He takes 3 steps backward, Bakugo pants holding his arm and looked up to see Izuku, his shirt had burn holes still smoldering. Izuku rips the shirt off, letting it burn on the stage. Come on, you scared of hurting me? I know you've got more in you. Let's give the world a show. Bakugo was feeling the strain from overusing his quirk, so the both of them engaged in hand-to-hand and build up more sweat. Bakugo tried to outmaneuver him, but each attack was parried and countered. His body getting more and more bruised, and yet he persevered, kept getting up in belief that this would be the day he, the strongest of Aldera, would destroy this unbreakable wall of flesh. He gets up to sweep Midoriya off his feet. Izuku raises his leg and kicks him away. He goes to punch his side. Izuku grabs his arm and throws him over his shoulder. Turning around, he uses his explosions to blind and jump over him and blasts his back. Izuku turns around into the blast and punches him in his stomach, sending him into the concrete near the edge. He gets up staggering, a little blood coming out of his mouth which was wiped away, and yet he readies himself for one final move. He blasts himself to the sky and as he is falling uses explosions to blast himself down faster into a spiral. Howitzer impact. The pulled oxygen from the move pools in front of him and he lets out an explosion so large it engulfed half of the stage. As he was reveling in the explosion, a burned arm flew out from the flames and grabbed onto his head and slammed him to the ground, dissipating the smoke and debris around them. Izuku's body had a bunch of 3rd to 4th degree burns that were quickly healing, causing some in the crowd to gag at the sight. Bakugo's head was in the center of a web of cracked concrete and he was finally unconscious. Katsuki Bakugo is unconscious. Izuku Midoriya wins the sports festival. The crowd burst out in cheers and applause as Bakugo was carried out of the arena. Izuku stood fully healed, taking in the sight of the cheering crowd with a sense of awe. Izuku walks back into the stadium absolutely stoked but a bit underwhelmed. He felt like it was a bit too easy. He had won every event without too much trouble. The fights felt empty. He had gained nothing but notoriety from the public and heroes. Izuku smacked both of his palms to his cheeks, clearing his head. I should go see. No, I don't need to do that. The fights were just boring is all. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Tokoyami stand on upraised pedestals awaiting the awards ceremony. They were waiting on Ida. With all events complete and to end our sports festival, we have our awards ceremony. Cheers. Unfortunately, Ida was unable to attend due to a family matter. Presenting the awards. You idolize him, All Might. The audience looks up to see All Might flying up in the air, his cape billowing in the wind as he slowly floats down to get his mic from Midnight. I am here to give out the medals. He walks up to Tokoyami and puts a bronze medal around his neck. You put up a great fight even when the conditions were not in your favor. I still have much to learn. That you do, a hero perseveres even when faced with difficult odds. I'll remember that, sir. All Might moves on to Bakugo and places a silver medal around his neck. Don't let this loss discourage you. I never will. Not even after I become the strongest. Good, the greatest never do. All Might walks up to Midoriya and places a gold medal around his neck. I am proud of the person you have become. Thanks, All Might. Just don't let it get to your head. After all, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I remember. I will be the hero the world can rely on. And that marks the ends to the sports festival. Give our winners a round of applause. Cheers and applause. Chapter 22, Internships. It has been 2 days since the festival and everyone was in class including Midoriya, which was surprising, but the reason for that was quickly answered as Izawa revealed the amount of internship offers the students had received. Izuku Midoriya, 5735. Katsuki Bakugu, 4981. Shoto Todoroki, 4539. The stacks of internship offers were given to the class, and when it got to Midoriya he was only given a single offer, which surprised the class knowing the amount of offers he got. The offer was from the rabbit hero Miruko, which was just the words, "Come fight me," in bold red jagged letters. Damn it, Nizu. Sigh. At least this might be fun. Before I let you all go, you'll all have to choose your hero names and choose wisely, cause if you don't dash. Midnight bursts into the room. You'll have hell to pay. You hero names will be what the public will refer to you all as. Your choice here will affect you for the rest of your hero career. Yeah, you don't want to end up like Eraserhead over here. Izawa reminisces about the past where Mike gave him his hero name. It was his own mistake for not choosing his own. Every row is past some small whiteboards and markers. Alright, when you have chosen, I want you to come up and present it. The Frenchable was the first to present. I'm the shining hero, cannot stop twinkling. Shorten the cannot to can't, then I'll call that a fine name for a hero. This continues for the rest of the class. Bakugu had some trouble as he was still very much in love with the name he chose when he first got his quirk. I'm King Explosion Murder. No. He grumbles as he goes back to his seat. Todoroki had gone with Tundra, which was accepted. Ida seems to have elected to use his own name. What happened to his brother must have affected him. Tenya Ida intends to face the hero killer. Fact. I should keep an eye on him. The only one who hasn't presented is Midoriya. You can come up whenever you are ready. Midoriya get up to the podium and turns his board around. I'm the unstoppable hero, invincible. Feels a bit haughty, but it's a great hero name you'll have to live up to. Bakugu, were you able to come up with something? Great Explosion Murder God, Dynamite. So just Dynamite. Use my full hero name. No, we're vetoing that you're Dynamite. He grumbles at the response. Alright, since everyone has chosen their names, I'll leave you all to choose who you'll be interning with. You all have 2 days to decide. After you are done, give your choices to Izawa. If you have any changes you want to make to your costume, you can go to the support classes to get them done. The class gathers to discuss their choices. Midoriya, having already been chosen for, stayed to listen to the others' discussions and providing input when needed. I'm thinking to accepting Iwabami. That's pretty good. I'll assume you are going there to learn more about the publicity side of heroism. Not a bad idea. That's not the whole reason. She is pretty high up in the rankings, so she should have some insights that would be worth learning. While Todd is true, Iwabami isn't the best hero to choose if you want to learn what a hero does to stop villains. Yes, she has saved lives, but only when the situation demands it. Most of the time she will be focusing on her brand, and seeing as you are the only one from Class 1A to get an offer from her, it wouldn't be a stretch to think she would be using your looks for promotion. In fact, I think she has a new perfume line coming out, so she might be too busy to even go on patrols. Who do you suggest, Midoriya? After hearing what you said, I don't think it best I go with her. I believe it would be best to go with either Fatgum or Mr. Brave. Fatgum because he could teach you what foods are best used for best energy efficiency and hand-to-hand combat, while Mr. Brave would teach you what tools would be best used for most situations. Whatever your choice will be, you can't go wrong with these two. Momo's cheeks flushed from the indirect compliment. Thanks for the suggestions, Midoriya. No problem. Ida, who are you going with? I'm thinking of accepting Manuel's offer. He manages a group of sidekicks and I think I have much to learn from him. That's great. Ida, can we talk in private? Sure, Midoriya. Ida and Izuku walk out of class and into a quiet corner. Midoriya, I know what you're trying to do. I need to do this. I can't let what he did to my brother stand. I know that. I'm still telling you it's a stupid idea. Whether you kill him or he kills you doesn't change what happened to your brother. I'm not stopping you from going, but think about what kind of hero you want to be. A hero who seeks retribution for past wrongs, or a hero who seeks to protect those they can see? What hero would Ingenium have wanted you to be? I can't just leave him to hurt others. Then pursue him, but do it smart. Get permission, have backup. You have the class's numbers in case things go south. Call on the might of Classa will come crane down on those that wish to harm our class rep. Some of us might be near enough to make a difference, maybe even capture him. Ida remains silent, so Midoriya leaves him to stew. A few more days pass. The class is now waiting at the station for their ride to where they will be interning for the week. It was Ida's turn to leave. Hey, keep what I said in mind. I will, Midoriya. He leaves with a heavy heart and much to decide on. Izuku train arrives and he sets off with a wave to his class. Izuku now finds himself at the door of an apartment. He knocked and suddenly preemptive warning goes off as he catches a furry foot coming at his face. Hey Miruko. Miruko answered with a big smile on her face. Hey kid, come on inside and get changed. Izuku goes inside. It was a little messy, a few weights on the floor and some cake boxes folded in the trash can. The apartment was modest, it only seemed to allow 2 people to comfortably stay in. Izuku was led into a guest room where he changed into his hero costume. Follow me. Miruko led Midoriya to a clearing in a forest by the mountainside. There were already a few trees that were knocked down surrounding it. I guess this is where you train. Miruko was already above him, her leg primed and ready for her signature move. Luna Fall. Izuku doesn't move as he takes the hit on his shoulder, his costume ripped and his feet were slightly embedded into the ground. Miruko repositions and throws a kick to his side, which was grabbed, and he threw her into the treeline. She launches back over with a feral grin. Stop playing defensive and fight back. A flying kick is flying towards his face. He dodges to his side, allowing he to sail by as he punches down on her ribs, sending her into the dirt. Not giving her time to get up, he punched her chin, sending her back and into a tree, destroying it. Midoriya leaps towards her and punches to the side of her head, hitting the tree and destroying it along with the trees behind it, leaving a clear line to the bottom mountain with a crater in the side. Miruko dodges to the side and tries to kick Midoriya in the head, only for it to have no effect other than slightly tilting his head. Seeing this, she tried to find a blind spot to attack but was stopped by Midoriya, who launched a shockwave to trip Miruko. Yes. More. The exchange of blows continues for the next few hours. Midoriya started to use her own moves against her, which only got her more excited, and by the end of it Miruko was panting and bruised but satisfied. She had never had to try so hard just to get a hit in that affected him, and Midoriya was just fine. His costume, the only casualty, thought it was still mending. He looked like he just had a light warm-up. That was a nice workout, kid. Half an hour rest and we go patrolling. Yes ma'am. Chapter 23, Corrupted Messages. A few days pass with Midoriya accompanying Miruko on her patrols. She let him resolve some of the encounters they had, one of them a drug bust. It happened in an alley between gangs. It was discreet, made in small amounts, but the duffel bag of cash was a bit too conspicuous considering the contraband brought. Midoriya and Miruko dropped down on both sides of the alley to pin the criminals in. As they closed in, the deal seemed to have soured as both sides were yelling about missing cash and product. Miruko got their attention first. So what do we have here? The 2 crooks look at the hero and decide to play it cool. Nothing ma'am, just a little disagreement. Then why confront him here? Unless you wanted to do something. You just caught us at a bad time is all. We'll be out of your hair soon. You get the money and we're straight. Not until you get me my things. All right, next week. Before I let you gentlemen go, I'm going to need you to tell me what is it that is being bought. Fucking hero. The villain's arms turns into a large whip-like blade and slashes Miruko, who dodges while the other criminal makes a break for it, but turning around he is met with a fist knocking him out. Potency increased, energy reactor. Midoriya goes to help Miruko, but it seems she had it handled as the villain laid on the ground. Nice going, invincible. Let's see what these guys got. Miruko opens the bag, revealing injection cartridges she recognized as Trigger. There were tens of them, so they might have been planning something big. Trigger. The Quirk drug. Must have cost them a pretty penny for this much. Guess we're keeping an eye out for Bit. Let's hope they don't get antsy without their trump card. The drugs were taken to the station and they had to write a report on the villain and criminals they had captured. Invincible tonight we're going to be patrolling in Hosu. Intel has it that the hero killer has been sighted in the area. Meanwhile, Stain was on a roof of a building looking over the city of Hosu. He sees the bustling street filled with the ignorant. People blind to the evils conducted in the shadows. Newer heroes were getting stronger, especially that green-haired kid. A Quirk he could never defeat alone. He could only hope that he was one of the good ones. The others are to be seen if they are worthy of the title of hero. So far he has found only one which fits the bill. All Might, the only true hero, not motivated by fame nor by fortune but the lives of the people. A murky sludge-like substance appears beside him. He backs away, his blades ready to cut down whatever approaches him. From the sludge appears a white-haired teenager with hands all over his body. As the sludge subsides, the boy sighs in relief as he takes off the hand from his face. "Hello Stain, I'm Tamura Shigaraki. What do you want from me?" "I need your help." Midoriya and Miruko were patrolling around Hosu when suddenly an explosion rang out as a raging flame can be seen in the middle of the city. The two of them nod to each other as they leap off to the scene. On the way, a white Nomo with 4 eyes rushes at Midoriya trying to grab him. Midoriya gets to it first and gets a hold of its neck. Absorption and release taken. Muscle augmentation taken. Tongue web taken. Sleep. The Nomo fall unconscious, confusing Miruko, but she ignores it to get to the scene of the fire. The two of them arrive to a roaring blaze as heroes are trying to put it out while getting civilians out from the buildings. The normal hero manual was next to a broken fire hydrant directing the water to help quell the fire. Manual wears Ida. He looks around and a tinge of anger and annoyance appears on his face. Izuku looked around with Quirk sight and saw Ida about to face down the hero killer. That's all he needed to know as he turned to Miruko. "Miruko, I need your permission to use my quirk. A classmate of mine might be doing something really stupid. Just go, whatever happens, make sure it's glorious." Miruko bounds away into the burning buildings to find civilians as Midoriya speeds away to Ida's location. "Stain. Your murder spree ends here in the name of Ingenium. Get the hell out of here, kid. I may not seek to kill children, but I will if they stand in the way of my cause." Ida lunges at Stain with a kick which is dodged. Ida steadies himself, and as he is about to stand up, his body suddenly seized up, locking him in place. "You should have left when you had the chance. You come here in vengeance for a false idol, your brother. What is it in your twisted mind that make him unworthy? Why leave him alive if he was not just? Why let him suffer without his legs? Why should that matter to you, killer? You've ran here too blinded by your hatred to see those in need." Ida looks past him and sees a bloodied native bleeding out on the floor, looking at him in fear and frustration. How could he have missed him? Was what he was told true? "You are just as fake as your brother was. You are not worthy of the title of hero you aspire to be." Stain raises his jagged blade above Ida's head, ready to strike down. Ida closes his eyes in reluctant acceptance. "I'm sorry, Tensei." Stain was hit in the side and pushed away from Ida, and hearing this looked up to see Midoriya looking down at him with an annoyed face. "I told you to call us if you needed help. Sit tight, help is on the way." Midoriya goes toward native to help him with his wounds. He manages to stop the bleeding as Stain tries to cut him down. A loud clang rang out in the alley when Midoriya blocks the blow with his palm, sparks coming off from the slash. Stain backs away and looked at his chipped blade. "I can assume you're the hero killer. Why are you here? Isn't it obvious to stop my idiot classmate from trying to kill himself fighting someone he is not prepared for? Saving native is the second reason. Then what of me? If you're willing to come quietly, then this end nice and easy, but I don't think you'll go down without a fight. Let's see what you're made of. Midoriya, he paralyzes you if he cuts you. Thanks for the heads up." Stain throws a few knives at Midoriya, who catches them and throws them right back at him. Stain deflects them and tries to slash at Midoriya. Each swing was deflected as Stain tries to find an opening. One of his swing make contact with Midoriya's side, but the results were the same, sparks from the hands. Stain backs off and lunges to native, but this was thwarted as Midoriya grabbed him by the scarf and threw him back into a wall. "Stain, this doesn't have to end with you bruised and unconscious. You can just come with me quietly. No need for all this pain. Why would you have sympathy for me? A killer. Even if you kill, you are still human. You still have the capacity to change. You still have sins you need to atone for. Please stand down. Stain lowers and sheathes his weapon. Maybe the future of heroes isn't lost without me. You will be the beacon of heroism this society needs, and if you stray from your path I will be there to cut you down. Whatever it takes. You are worthy. Ida slowly sits up as Stain's quirk began to wear off. He looked at the pacified hero killer in anger as he slowly got up. Recipro burst. Ida dashes towards the villain to beat him to a pulp, but he doesn't get the chance as Midoriya grabs him and slams him into the ground, knocking him unconscious. Miruko arrives just as that happens and looks at the hero killer. I've given up. You heroes really need to teach your generation well. Hero killer, you are under arrest for the murder of heroes all over Japan. Midoriya looks to the sky and sees a winged Nomu which flies at him once he is spotted. Midoriya jumps at and grabs its wings. Dragon wings taken. Hollowed bones adapted. The both of them fall back to the ground and find themselves in the middle of a group of heroes who looks at the Nomu wearily. Don't worry, the runts got it. Miruko come out of the alley with Stain in tow along with native carrying an unconscious Ida. The paramedics are called to assist while the Nomu were carted off. Stain suddenly spotted Endeavor. You. Endeavor turns to him with a sneer. You fake. I know what you've done to your children. You and all the other fakes are the reason my cause is just. Shut up, villain. Why would anyone believe a word you say? They don't need to believe me. The world must know what kind of monster they worship. A monster who uses children FO-. Endeavor angered rushes towards him, his hands aflame, desiring to shut this villain up. His attack was halted by Midoriya holding onto his flaming fist. Endeavor tries to pull away, but Midoriya's grip held firm. You should be more aware of your surroundings, sir. Endeavor looks around to see civilians with their phones up and recording the whole confrontation. He calms himself and Midoriya lets go of his hand. This isn't over, boy. He walks away as some people in the crowd follow him to get confirmation of Stain's statements. As Stain is being led back to the back of a police car that turns to Midoriya. Invincible, you are the hero of the future. Just like All Might was in his prime. You will be the symbol for justice. You are a true hero. Stain got into the car and was driven away. Some in the crowd tried to get Midoriya to answer some questions, but he and Miruko were already gone. Chapter 24, Perspectives. The video of the arrest of the hero killer Stain had gone viral. His last words were spread all over the news along with his accusations of the hidden home life of the Todoroki family. Journalists had dug up information that Endeavor's wife, Rei, had been institutionalized in a mental ward for scaring their youngest son. Along with that, there were various records of an oldest child that went missing a few years ago by the name of Toya Todoroki. Endeavor and his team had organized a press conference to address the allegations and rumors. All the allegations that have been propagated in the news are slander and have taken out of context. My wife is in a mental hospital because she had an unknown mental condition that wasn't addressed, which unfortunately caused harm to my child. My missing eldest is still under investigation and I have been working tirelessly to find him. The conference did do a little to calm some of the public down, but the damage to his image was done. Many were looking at the hero's actions with more scrutiny, criticizing every little mistake and perceived wrongdoing. This critical eye was also spread to hero society as a whole. Midoriya had been getting stopped in the street after the recording was released. Many of them wanted pictures and signatures. Even a few of the crooks ran at the sight of him, resulting in a small chase. Ida was reprimanded by the police and the heroes. The one that affected him the most was Tensei, who calmly and with a disappointed look explained exactly what would have happened if he had succeeded in killing Stain. His going to prison and what his mother would have had to go through weighed heavily on his mind. The rest of the internship passed without much fanfare. Just patrolling and sparring with Miruko. She had a lot of fun fighting someone who could shrug off her hits without issue. It forced her to improve, fighting more tactically with less wasted movement. The two of them now stand at the platform waiting for the train. I'm gonna miss having such a great training partner. You really do only think about fighting, do you? She elbows him in the arm. The sound startled the nearby passengers, as anyone else hit by it would have flown into the tracks. Midoriya's train arrives and Miruko gives him an arm clasp, rocking the train a bit and bids him farewell. Time passes, the class had taken their final written exam and now the class is gathered in front of a group of teachers for the final physical exam. Welcome Class 1A to your final exam. You may be wondering why the staff have gathered here when it is a simple robot destruction test. Well, considering the times we have been inclined to adapt our tests, so today you will be put into teams and will be fighting us. The class was split into teams of 2. That was the case until Katsuki Bakugu, Shoto Todoroki, and Momo Yayorozu will be fighting Eraserhead. Which leaves Midoriya, who will be fighting me. All Might came falling from the ceiling and landed in front of Midoriya, who smiled in excitement. The teachers will be wearing weighted cuffs on their hands and feet to give you an advantage, however All Might will not be doing so. But sir, isn't that unfair for Midoriya? I know he is powerful, but against All Might without restraints. I trust in his ability to adapt to the situation. Will the first team please get into position? The tests go well enough for the most part. Not everyone passes, but that is to be expected. Aizawa's test was the most interesting as Bakugu was immediately incapacitated and failing, leaving Todoroki and Momo to complete the test. Todoroki was then wrapped in the bandages which immobilized him. He could have tried to burn them off, but he refused, leaving Momo alone to fight Aizawa. She managed to trick him into a trap and got the cuffs on him, leaving Momo to successfully pass the exam. It was now Izuku's turn as he stood in the middle of a mock city waiting for the countdown to begin. His plan? Well, that's pretty simple. Beat All Might into the ground. A shockwave of air destroys the buildings around him as All Might falls from the sky. California Smash. The wind pressure blew around the strike as Izuku blocked it with his palm, but the blow pushed him to bend his knees slightly and embedded his calves in the tarmac. You've grown a lot stronger, young Midoriya. And you've gotten slower. Midoriya punches his right side, sending All Might crashing into multiple buildings. From the hole made black tendrils grip at its edge. All Might flings himself with the help of Black Whip for another punch, surrounded by golden lightning. Minneapolis Smash. Midoriya tried to block it but was sent back against a wall, not damaging it, but as his legs were in the road the skin ripped off and quickly healed. But you have new moves. With their powers, how could I not adapt? Midoriya, turning his arms into a tendril, copies his move, which All Might dodges, so he hooks around a post and kicks All Might in his side, sending him back a few steps. A trickle of blood leaks from his lips, which he quickly brushes away and continues the fight. The class in the observation room watched in awe as All Might was fighting with all that he's got to restrain and defeat Midoriya, but with every hit he deals he takes one back and it looks like he is getting slower. They may have wanted everyone to pass, but seeing All Might lose was not what they were expecting. After taking another punch to the face, All Might stops and takes a knee. Smoke billowed around his body, obscuring the cameras. In a last-ditch effort, he wraps Midoriya in his black whips, restraining him. Midoriya tried to bust his way out, but he couldn't, so he used muscle augmentation to boost his strength and broke out. Seeing this, All Might decides to end it in one shot. Gathering and condensing the embers of One for All, he gives it everything he's got. United States of Smash. Dust clouds were created in the wake of the super move. Midoriya stood defiantly against it. As the fist landed, the shockwave destroyed the buildings around it, and it was even felt in the observation room. The dust clears, revealing a destroyed test site filled with the rubble of the once standing buildings, and in the middle of the destruction, Midoriya stands tall with All Might's fist against his bare ribs, revealing a writhing red mass underneath and a cuff around his wrist. Villain captured. Chapter 25, Island. The exam ended with the defeat of All Might. An unbelievable sight, knowing of his legacy and recent power-up. When Midoriya arrived in the observation room, he was hounded by the class, congratulating him for his achievement. Praises and cheers were spread around the room, and Bakugu stood looking at the frame of Midoriya's win. He looked completely unharmed, smiling, cuffing and tried but content looking All Might. The image seared itself into his head. He beat All Might. He did it easily. He is better than Dash. Bakugu shakes his head to erase that thought. No, he could never beat me. I'm the best that this world will ever see from now till forever. I will be the best hero to ever live. His mind had doubled down on his dreams to be the best hero to ever be, and nothing could stop him, not All Might, not Midoriya or anyone else. A few days later, Midoriya was at home watching videos when All Might called him. Young Midoriya. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. No, not at all. Why did you call? Did you want to speak to Nana again? Maybe later, but I'm calling to invite you to join me at the Expo on Island, my treat. Of course, I would love to. Great, there are some people I would like to introduce you to that I think you will get excited for. I get to meet David Shield. Of course, he has been a long-time friend of mine and, as you know, created my hero costumes. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Pack light will be there for 2 days. Tomorrow. All Might and Izuku had just landed on the island on All Might's private jet. They walked into a corridor with a treadmill and screens on the side. They were scanned and registered into the island's attendance list. They were walking out of the airport when an assistant recognized All Might, which brought a crowd of fans and reporters trying to get close to All Might. All Might, ever the hero, stayed to give everyone an autograph. When they got out, they were in front of a fountain near some stairs. Sorry about that. I guess my fame precedes me. Do you have to deal with them all the time? Part of the job, my boy. You'll have to get used to this as your name gets out. We should be meeting my old friend now. He doesn't know about One for All, so try not to mention it. He's your friend, right? Why doesn't he know? I don't want to bring him into All for One's attention. All Might, if he is as smart as I think he is, All for One already has an eye on him. He needs to know All Might. He is already in danger. He needs to prepare. All right, Midoriya, I'll tell him when I get the chance. The sound of a pogo stick attracted their attention. Looking at the top of the stairs, they see a blonde-haired girl with glasses riding on a red and sleek-looking pogo stick. She gets down the stairs and jumps to hug All Might. Uncle Might. Melissa, you've grown since I last saw you. Any bigger and you won't be able to pick me up anymore. They separate and Melissa turns to Midoriya. Oh, nice to meet you, I'm Melissa Shield. I'm Izuku Midoriya, a hero student from UA. I'm in All Might's class. They shake hands, her eyes gleam in admiration. She began to circle Midoriya, checking out his hero costume and poking at pieces that caught her interest. This costume is pretty cool, and I can see that it doesn't have much defense, so you must have a defensive quirk. You can say that. She turns to All Might. You wanted to meet Dad, right? He's in his lab, follow me. The pogo stick deforms and turns into a bracelet on her hand as she ran off. All Might and Midoriya chased after her when Midoriya felt a familiar quirk, muscle augmentation. He looks toward the person who had it and sees that they have 2 quirks. Muscle augmentation and a touch-based metal manipulation. He discreetly tells All Might, who said that he will deal with it later. They arrived at the labs and Melissa went in first to prime All Might's entrance. Feeling the time is right, All Might bursts into the room David was in. David was an older, heavier man with short blonde hair who looked like his assistant. I am here to visit an old friend. Might. What are you doing here? What? Got so big that you would leave behind your friends? How could you? They laugh at each other's antics. Good to see you, All Might, and I believe that this is your student. My name is David Shield, inventor. Midoriya shakes his hand, so awestruck that he can't get a word out. All Might coughs into his hand, which was noticed by David and Izuku. Melissa, could you show Midoriya around the expo? I want to speak with your uncle privately. Sure, Dad, come on, there's so many things to show you. Midoriya follows her out. You too, Sam. The older man nods and leaves the room. All Might's body began to emit steam as he returned to his skinny form. He falls to the ground with David trying to comfort him. Sorry, you had to see me like this. Nothing to apologize for. Let's get you to the lab. Melissa leads Midoriya to a bunch of exhibits. They saw the many innovations of David Shield. As they were speaking, a familiar voice was heard by Midoriya. Midoriya. He turns around to see Uraraka in her hero costume. Who is she? Oh, I'm Melissa Shield. I was showing Midoriya around the exhibit. You must be Midoriya's classmates. I didn't know you were invited. To the side, Yaoyorozu was seen with Jiro behind her, rubbing her earphones. Oh, he came here with All Might. The 3 girls look at him in surprise. They didn't know that he was close with All Might. Then what happened to your invite from winning the sports festival? I gave it to Kirishima. Hey Midoriya, we have been walking a while. How about we rest at a cafe? They were now seated outside. The girls had told him to sit at another table, which confused him, but he obliged. He was thinking about the person he sensed when his drink arrived. Thanks. Don't mention it, Midoriya. He looks up to see Kaminari in a waiter's uniform and a tray. The girls notice him too, Jiro with a slight blush. Hey, are you working here? Yeah, the island was hiring temps to work during the festival. Being here and getting paid for it was the best decision we've ever made. Of course I wouldn't have got this job without my main man. Mineta appeared and began ogling Melissa until he felt disappointed looks from the group. Are you two slacking? Ida comes running after them and stops in front of the group. Hey Ida, how did you get invited? Oh, the entire Ida family was invited, but the others were too busy, so I came as representative. Oh. An explosion interrupts the conversation and they decide to check it out. Arriving in a mountainous arena, the group sees a smoking mountain. With 33 seconds on the clock, we have our 8th-placer in Jiro Kirishima. Cheers. And a new challenger approaches. Ready, go. An explosion rings out as Bakugo uses his quirk to quickly dispatch the robots, getting a time of 11 seconds, taking first place. He turns around to the cheering onlookers and sees Midoriya. He flies himself up to the railings right in front of him. How the hell did you get here? Plane. Hey, since you guys are here, do you want to try this out? As if any of these losers would beat my score. Midoriya jumped down on the starting circle. Looks like we've got ourselves a new challenger. Let's see how he does. Midoriya jumps up high into the air and using all of his fingers flicks in the general direction of the mountain. And with an unbelievable time of 2 seconds, we have our new first placer. Cheer. Let me try again, I can definitely beat that. I was giving everyone else a chance. Bakugo yelled while being held back by Kirishima and Ida. Suddenly the sound of ice makes them look back to the mountain to see it covered in ice. With 13 seconds and today's second placer. Shoto Todoroki. Still not good enough. Bakugo explodes off the stands. Ice freak. How dare you? Why the hell are you even here? To show off. Everyone else is here and Endeavor didn't want to come. Ida comes running at them. Stop divulging UA secrets. In a dark room, All Might is being scanned in a pod with David looking at the results. The scan completes and All Might gets up. This is bad. Your quirk is nearly gone. It wasn't this bad after your fight. David. There is something you must know of my quirk. With a worried face, he replies. What is it? Don't tell me you don't have your strength anymore. No, it's not that. I've been hiding the true nature of my quirk for too long now. You need to know. I'm glad you're willing to tell me. What brought this on? My student Midoriya had convinced me to tell you. Are there any listening devices in this room? No, it's completely soundproof. Okay, my quirk is called One for All. It stockpiles power. Which would explain some of the drop-off, but not to this extent. But that's not all it is. This quirk has been passed down through the generations for one purpose: the defeat of All for One. Passed down? You don't mean? Yes, One for All was not my quirk. It was given to me by Nana Shimura, the 7th holder. Then what quirk did you have before? I was quirkless. So this power could be from the first instance of quirks. It was. It was the melding of two quirks that made One for All. The ability to stockpile power and to give. These two quirks are the basis of One for All. Then the quirk awakening you had was the quirks of the previous holders. You have already given away the quirk, haven't you? Even before the fight, your quirk levels were already down. Is it Midoriya? Yes, the quirk had become too powerful. Anyone who has a quirk and One for All experience accelerated the holder's aging. The 4th could only live for 18 years before he had to pass on the quirk. And you've held it for 40 years. How? The one thing that made me different: I didn't have a quirk, so One for All wasn't a burden on my body. Then that's why you chose Midoriya. He could adapt to the strain of the quirk, especially with the boost given. We didn't have time to find another holder, so Midoriya was the only way to ensure peace if I were to fail in defeating All for One. You have been saying that All for One has been defeated. Is there something I should know? All for 1 lives. It turns out his subordinates are more capable than we give them credit for. Don't worry, his reign will be stopped. Midoriya has everything he needs to permanently take him down. I'm sure of it. Midoriya is waiting in the reception hall with Ida, Todoroki, Kaminari, and Mineta for the others to arrive. He was wearing a dark green suit, black shoes, a slightly lighter green tie, and a maroon dress shirt. Eventually, the girls arrived one by one in dresses, and now they were waiting for Bakugo and Kirishima to arrive. Suddenly the lights go out as an announcement is blared out. Emergency alert, lockdown has been activated. All individuals should seek shelter. All who remain outdoors will be detained. The doors to the reception were locked and elevators were disabled. Well, we can't get in, what do we do? Jiro, could you listen into the reception hall? Jiro sticks her earphone jacks into the wall and hears some people sobbing and the sounds of a struggle. These villains, I need to find a way out of this. Jiro relays this to the group. There is a glass roof to the hall, right? Let's go see what's up. They get up to the roof and look down to see a bunch of villains with guns and the heroes restricted by blue bands around their bodies. Midoriya gets the attention of All Might and signs to him that they can hear him. He told them that the villains who had been led by a villain by the name of Wolfram and that they activated the security system, and have taken David and Sam as hostage. They were going to the vault to get something. Midoriya signs to him that they will take care of this, which All Might protested but eventually decided to put his faith in them. Midoriya turns to the group. Okay, we know that this is an emergency. Villains have infiltrated the island and have control of the security system. Melissa, what floor is the security room? The 200th floor. That's so high. How would we get there? I'm getting there from the outside. I'll get to the top and work down until I get control and release the heroes. You guys can go from the bottom to make sure they don't escape. Momo, could you make some devices so we could communicate? She makes earpieces for everyone. But how are you getting up there? It's a pretty long climb. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Midoriya takes his shirt off to the flustered shrieks of the girls, and from his back dragon wings emerge. Or in this case, my back. Give me a shout if you need help. Midoriya blasts off into the sky to the stunned looks of his class. Did you know Midoriya could do that? Melissa received a collective shaking of heads from side to side. He never really has a chance to show off his quirk, and we never knew he could grow new limbs. None of us could get him to go all out. In the air, Midoriya was looking around the tower for any air defenses or cameras. There didn't seem to be any, so he continued up. On the roof he sees a helicopter guarded by some villains with assault rifles. He blitzes past them, knocking them out, and gets a hold of the pilot using ventriloquist. Turn off the engine. The pilot shuts the engine off. Make it so this helicopter will not take off. He removes the key and flips some switches and levers. Midoriya takes the key and warps it into his hotel room. Forget everything about me and how to operate a helicopter and sleep. The pilot fall unconscious. Midoriya turns off dragon wings and looks around. He finds a storeroom with a bunch of tools, fuel, and some chains. He gathers the villains and chains them to a pole. He also chains the pilot to his seat so that if anyone were to get up there they would think it was safe. Midoriya walks down into the building and looks through some rooms. He hears someone talking about kids climbing the tower. Midoriya opens a gate into the room, knocks the guard out, and grabs onto the guy at the computer. Show me the cameras to the intruders. He presses on some keys and it displays the class running through a hallway. Midoriya checking in. I have control of the security system. They stop and look up to see the camera. They wave to it. I'm enabling the elevators and turning off the security systems. Get to the vault and protect it. David is coming your way. Okay. They get into the elevator as Midoriya switches the camera to David and Sam. They were in the elevator alone. Finding that weird but believing that they would be fine, he switches back to the class and they were in the greenhouse running to the elevator. Guys hold on, the elevator has a few hostiles. The class dives into the bushes as two villains come out of the elevator. One looked kinda like a weasel and the other was short and had a shaved head. They were looking around when Kirishima and Bakugo appeared. How the hell did they get here? Is Kirishima that bad with directions? Hey, do you know the way to reception? We got a bit lost. Don't fuck with me, kid, you really think that would work? The short one turns into a purple gorilla-like thing and attacks them. A wave of ice encases them, but not for long, as holes appear in the ice allowing the villains to get out. Tell your leader to come up and that David has got his device. The villain does so and Midoriya waits out of sight of the door. In the meantime, Midoriya kept an eye on the cameras to make sure the group was okay, and since he didn't need the hacker anymore. Hacking taken. After a few minutes, the door opens to a large red-headed man in a trench coat. Come on, let's go, dash. He sees his subordinate on the ground and the other missing, and before he can do anything he feels a hand grab the back of his head. Metal manipulation taken. Muscle augmentation taken. He smacks the hand away and touches the door frame to trap the intruder, but finds that his quirk doesn't work. He tries again and still it fails. He tried to punch the kid, but muscle augmentation didn't activate and he was knocked onto the floor. So what did you want to steal? Why the hell would I tell you? What did you do to my quirk? That's quite simple. I took it. Midoriya touches the wall as metal in the walls bursts out and wraps around the villains. Wolfram looked at the metal in shock, still trying to use his quirk to move the metal. The only person he knew able to take quirks was All for One. That fucker set me up. So you were working for him? What do you mean you planned this? Midoriya's attention was caught by Melissa's voice. He drags the villain to the computer and opens the camera for the vault room. Sam was holding a briefcase while David was speaking with Melissa and the rest of the class. My research was frozen by the board when they found out about it. I needed a way to get it to All Might. I'm sure you have noticed that he is getting weaker. Hey, let go of the boss. Midoriya turns around to a villain with desaturated pink hair with cone-like blades for arms swinging at him. He grabbed the blades and crushed them, causing blood to seep out of the seams. The villain drops to the floor holding his arm in tears, looks up in anger and tries to swing with his other arm. Midoriya grabs it again. Cone spike taken. Midoriya temporarily gave him super regeneration to heal his arm and gave him back his quirk, as he already had one like it. Though the quirk didn't seem to want to leave, so he forced it out. Cone spike given. Sleep. The villain falls unconscious along with the one on the computer, to the surprise of Wolfram. Deactivate emergency alert. The villain wakes back up and does so. Midoriya makes him fall asleep again. Midoriya then grabs Wolfram by the back of his coat and drags him with him. Forget my ability to take and give quirks, and that your quirks have not been taken, but think that you are in anti-quirk cuffs. If you find you can't use your quirk, blame All for One. Wolfram's eyes glazed over, and as he came to, he begins to struggle with his restraints. If it wasn't for those damned cuffs, I would have crushed this whole building. Save it for court. Sleep. Wolfram falls unconscious and Midoriya presses his earpiece. Guys, I got Wolfram. Let's meet down in reception. Nice going, Midoriya. We'll meet you there. Midoriya arrives at the landing next to the glass roof, picks up his shirt, warps the key back onto the helicopter and goes into the hall where the heroes are waiting. A restrained Wolfram was thrown through the door. Sorry about the interruption. Midoriya. Melissa came running and jumped to hug him. Midoriya caught her. I'm glad you're okay. He didn't put up much of a fight, did he? Nah, I got him by surprise. So what's so important about the briefcase? David walks up to him. I think it would be best if we spoke of this in private. Midoriya along with All Might were taken to a secure meeting room. Where is the older guy? No offense. Sam was taken into custody. He suggested we use fake villains to stage a robbery to get the device to All Might discreetly. Turns out he felt betrayed that I would allow our research to be frozen by the board. Fact. What was the device for? It must be pretty powerful to be able to get All Might back into his prime. David opens the briefcase, revealing a crab-like device. It was a quirk amplifier similar to the ones on the black market, but this one didn't have any drawbacks. All Might refused to take it and had recommended it be destroyed, and frankly, I agree. The chaos it would cause if it was released would be astronomical. I can destroy it if you'd like. You have a way to dispose of it. You could say that. Impure beam. A dark laser shot out of Midoriya's finger and completely disintegrates the device along with the case. David recognized the quirk and looked toward All Might. All Might. David, I know it looks bad, but I believe Midoriya would like to explain. Midoriya told him of his involvement with All for One. How he had weakened him and taken his power. Did you get all of his quirks? I did, but it seems like he had multiple copies of his quirk along with many others. He had sent Wolfram to get the device to get himself back to full strength. Fact. Fact. He did. Seems like Sam didn't know what he had gotten himself involved with. Fiction. Sam was working with All for One. Fact. Fact. All Might and David sit silently as they process the information. All for One had an agent within Island. He almost succeeded in his theft. If not for Midoriya, this might have been the straw that broke this time of peace. The three of them returned to reception. Hey, Midoriya, how did you grow those wings? Oh, it's something I discovered a while ago. Just like how I turn my arms into tendrils, I can mold my body to my needs, though some things are still difficult. The rest of the night went without issue. The class was very excited to share their experience of fighting actual villains rather than the goons from the USJ. The next day was the Expo, where scientists share their discoveries and inventions. The whole class was in awe of the presentations, mainly the innovations in hero costumes. Melissa even got to present a gauntlet that reduced Quirk's strain from excessive forces on the body, effectively acting like a brace. She invited an audience member to try it on, and she chose Midoriya. Putting the red bracelet on and tapping it. It unfolded and wrapped around his arm. Go on, try it out. The roof opens up to the sky. It is a sunny day with mild clouds. Midoriya readied his fist and punched into the sky, launching a pressure wave, and an hole could be seen in the sky. A sudden crack could be heard from the stage. When the audience looked over, the gauntlet was cracked, and Melissa explained that it was a prototype and it was estimated that it could have survived 3 of All Might's blows in his prime. Many in the audience were interested in investing in the project and planned to contact her. The Expo ended as a resounding success, even with the interruption. Chapter 26, Shopping. When the class had returned from their trip, Aizawa announced that the summer camp that they would be having was in a few days and that everyone was going, though those who failed will be having extra lessons during the camp. The class had decided to go on a group shopping trip to prepare for the camp. Midoriya joined to buy some extra clothes, as they tend to get destroyed whenever he trains. While they did come as a group, they decided it would be faster if they split off to buy whatever they needed. Midoriya was at a booth in a fast food place waiting for the class to gather. He felt a familiar quirk get near him. An exact copy of Decay. Hey, mind if I sit here? He sits before hearing a response. I'm planning to attack your summer camp. And you're telling me this? I plan to ambush All for One. I just need to have a way for you to be there to up my chances. You want me to defeat All for One? No, I want you to make it so that he will never rise again. I know you have the original All for One. You could completely remove any threat that he would pose. The more important thing is that I need you to get close to the doctor. This doctor got a name. Dr. Kyudai Garaki. He might have different aliases. He's a bald old man with weird goggles and a bushy mustache. Dr. Kyudai Garaki is Dr. Tsubasa. Fact. He might be. Did you know him? He was the doctor I went to know if my quirk manifested. Where is he now? I don't know. He keeps his location secret. I only meet him underground using the warping quirk All for One has. I need you for the plan, so are you in? I take it that I can't tell anyone. No, it would be too risky. All for One has eyes everywhere, even in UA. Fact. Whose eyes has he bought? I'm not sure, but he is getting his intel somewhere. It wasn't that detailed, so I think it's around the student level, mainly about your class. That's why I knew about your trip here. Alright then, guess I'm in. You'll know what to do when it's time. We need to make it as believable as possible, so there will be a few elites that will be raiding your camp. Try not to hurt them too badly. How about any Nomu? There will be a couple dozen. Why? That will be where I will be captured. Okay, then we got a plan. Midoriya. He looks over Shimura's shoulder to see Uraraka with a confused look on her face. He waves to her as he signals to get Shimura to leave. Tenko gets up. Anyway, it was nice talking to you, but I've got to go. See you later, Midoriya. You too, Shimura. Hey, Midoriya, was that your friend? Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, so he wanted to catch up. You came just as he was leaving. Eventually, everyone gathered, and knowing that no one was missing, they left the mall and went their separate ways. The day of the summer camp came as everyone boarded the bus and we were taken into the mountains. Along the way, everyone was speaking excitedly of the things they might do at the camp. Suddenly the bus stopped at the side of the mountain. Rest stop. Everyone got out of the bus and took a breath of the fresh forest air. Lock on with these sparkling gazes. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild, wild pussycats. The hero group was in their iconic pose. Along with a little boy. Welcome students, I hope you've had a nice trip out. You have stopped here for a reason. A challenge, you could say. You all are to get to the camp on foot as fast as possible. You have 3 hours. Some of the class figured out what was going to happen and tried to run back into the buses, but before they could move, the ground under them gave way, causing them to fall into the forest below. Midoriya, having taken the fall in stride, helped some of them up. Teflon-like skin adapted. Electricity resistance adapted. Acid resistance adapted. Potency increased, Teflon-like skin. By the way, we own this whole forest, so go wild. Pixie Bob told them from the road they came from. The class now knew they had full permission to use their quirk to get to the camp. Bakugo blasted into the air while Todoroki rode on his ice toward the camp, leaving the class behind. Midoriya took off his shirt, revealing his hero costume underneath. Wow, Midoriya, didn't think you were so prepared. Well, if you are Nizu's student, anything can happen. 2 wings burst out of his back, surprising those who hadn't seen it. Damn, Midoriya, when did you learn you could do that? I got this figured out a while ago. Just didn't see the need to use it. Now anyone want to hitch a ride? I'm still flying back here to see what the pussycats have prepared for us. None of them took the offer. Then preemptive warning activated. A large brown wolf was about to lunge at Jiro from behind. Midoriya flies over and blocks the wolf with his wing, launching it into a tree and destroying it. Looks like we've got golems to contend with. Let's get moving. Midoriya stood at the front, leading their way through the forest, batting away any threat that came his way. Kirishima, Sato, Shuji, and Tenya protect the group from the flanks and the side. After some encounters, Midoriya flies into the sky to check their progress and make sure that they are going the right way. After 4 hours they make it to camp, and somehow Bakugo and Todoroki are behind them. The class minus Midoriya looked haggard and tired from the trip. Well done, class. You got here faster than we expected. What? How, you said we should have gotten her in 3 hours. Oh, that would be the time us pussycats would get, and considering this is your first time through. You all did very well. Especially Midoriya, who led most of you through while making sure you all were going the right way. Bakugo, Todoroki, you both shouldn't just leave your comrades to fend for themselves. Midoriya noticed a boy in the back with a red cap that had 2 gold spikes. Who's the kid? Oh, that's my nephew Kota. Kota, say hi. The boy scoffs. Hey there, I'm Izuku. Midoriya. Kota tries to punch Midoriya below the belt, but his fist is caught. I don't need to meet some hero nobodies. Kota storms off. Mandalay apologized for his attitude and said to excuse him. Pick up your luggage and come on in. Dinner will be ready soon. Chapter 27, Summer Camp. The class got their things and got them situated in their rooms and went out to see a dazzling dinner prepared by Tiger and Ragdoll. After the dinner, they were told that there was a hot spring separated by gender. The guys sat in the water talking mainly about how Bakugo and Todoroki were slower than the whole group. They, mainly Bakugo, explained that they were slowed down by a bunch of mud monsters that kept coming. Mineta's ear was on the dividing wall. Heaven is so close. Just behind this wall lies paradise. Mineta, it is unbecoming for a hero to do such acts. But don't you dream of seeing the other side? Well, you can keep dreaming, cause I will not let my dreams be dreams. Mineta began sticking his quirk onto the wall and climbing up the wall. Midoriya, seeing that Kota was up there, wasn't as worried as Ida, who was frantically reprimanding and stealing him to come down. As Mineta was about to get to the top, a wooden mallet hammered him in the head, causing him to fall. He was caught by Midoriya using his tendrils, so he didn't need to get out of the water. Kota then turned around as the girls thanked him. He faints from the sight and falls onto the girl's side, but before he can get too far, a tendril catches him and pulls him back to the boy's side. Midoriya gets out of the water to check up on Kota. I'm going to get him to Mandalay. Midoriya leaves and finds Mandalay in the hallway. Midoriya. What happened? Mineta tried to climb the dividing wall and Kota stopped him, but Kota then looked over at the girl's side, passed out and fell off the wall. Mandalay takes Kota and brings him to his room. Midoriya waits outside until she comes out. I'm sorry if I sound insensitive, but why doesn't Kota like heroes? Do you know of the water hose duo? Midoriya's eyes widened. Yeah. It does make sense, his anger, being told that the death of his parents was noble and it is what they should have done. That should have never happened. When Kota was left to me, I didn't know how to raise a kid, but no matter what I do, he hasn't been willing to change his mind. Sai, thank you Midoriya for helping him. No problem. After all, that's what everyone would do. Midoriya went to the shared boys' room where the rest of the boys had just gotten back. Hey Midoriya, how was Kota? He's fine, just saw too much on the girl's side. That lucky brat. Mineta. The boys turned to see Aizawa in the doorway. You will be having private classes with Tiger during the extra classes the others will have. Have a good night, tomorrow will be a day to remember. They decide to pack in for the night and go to bed early as they don't want to face whatever punishment is in store if they are to be late. In the middle of the night, Midoriya was woken up by the balcony door sliding. He cracks his eyes slightly and sees Aoyama going out of sight. Midoriya gets up quietly, creeps close to the door and sees him on the phone. Yeah, we're in the mountains of the Beasts Forest in Nagano training with the Pussycats. Yeah, Class 1A and 1B are here. Only our homeroom teachers. Yeah, I'm having a great time here. Oh okay then, bye mom. Aoyama is leaking information to All for One. Fact. Hey, Aoyama, was that your parents? Why yeah, they just wanted to know how I was. Did I wake you up? Sorry about that. It's weird hearing you talk without the French accent. Aoyama's eyes widened and he looked down. Midoriya places his hand on Aoyama's shoulder. No adaptations. He should have one considering his drawbacks. Or not, because he does have them. Hey, don't worry about it, man. You wanted a fresh start, right? I won't tell anyone. Let's get back to sleep. Then, merci Midoriya. Sleep. Aoyama falls asleep in Midoriya's arms. He takes him back inside, puts him to bed and walks back outside, careful not to wake anyone. Aoyama was given naval laser by All for One. Fact. Aoyama is aware he is feeding information to villains. Fiction. Aoyama is suspicious that he is giving intel to villains. Fact. Aoyama feels guilty for leading the class into danger. Fact. Aoyama knows that he got his quirk from All for One. Fiction. With the information, it seems that Aoyama is an unwilling participant in All for One's plans. I should call Nizu. Midoriya wakes up bright and early and goes for a nice light jog around the facility. When he got back, Aizawa had just gotten up and was drinking a coffee. He looked at Midoriya with an impressed look. Morning, sensei. Morning, Midoriya. Did you go for a run? Yeah, it helps me think. Is anyone else up? Your classmates are still asleep. Don't wake them up. Aizawa continues down the hallway. Around half an hour before the meeting time, people started to wake up and do their morning routine. They found Midoriya sitting on the sofa in the lounge looking at something on his phone. He was already in the school gym uniform, ready for today's training. The time had come and class won a meet in a clearing outside the facility. Now that everyone is here. While you all have trained your stamina and strategic thinking, this camp is to increase the output or improve your move set. Aizawa tosses Bakugo a baseball. Throw that ball. Bakugo runs in place, works up a sweat and throws the baseball as he did during the first day. 1.104 kilometers. The class was shocked by the result. They had been training for months now, but to see so little improvement was a little disheartening. Quirks need to be pushed to the limit to improve. Let's get to it. Chapter 28, Quirk Training. Midoriya was paired up with Tiger. He was with him as his quirk works by getting hit by blows which negate his adaptations, but even Tiger was unable to do too much damage, so they switched to combat training, which was mostly just finding new moves. They exchanged blows until one of Midoriya's blows was reflected at him. This was something even Tiger didn't know, so Midoriya helped him get the technique down. Once he was able to reflect all of the blows, Midoriya began hitting harder and faster. Each hit reflected was increasing his resistances. Eventually, Tiger got tired as using the new move was quite straining to his quirk and body. Class 1B had just arrived to see 1A's training in full swing. Sounds of explosions and ice crackles throughout. The class was training their quirks in unfavorable conditions to push themselves to the limit. They then looked over to Midoriya and saw him punching faster than they could comprehend at Tiger, who was redirecting the blows back onto Midoriya. Sir, there doesn't seem to be enough people to keep their attention on us. Don't worry about the pussycats, have quirks that work in an area of effect, so they are more than capable of keeping an eye on you all. Tiger pauses and tells Izuku to take a break. Everyone who has a physical enhancement type quirk should come to me. I'll push you to tip-top shape. Itsuka Kendo, Jiroda Shurashita, Tetsu, Hiryu Rin, and Nito Monoma decide to go with Tiger. That's quite a few. Midoriya, if you wouldn't mind, could you help them with their fighting styles? No problem, sir. So who wants to go first? I would love to fight the strongest of Class 1A. A blonde smug-looking boy walked up to Midoriya. Monoma. If I remember correctly, you can copy quirks. Yeah. He touches Midoriya's arm. Potency increased, quirk factor mimicry. Copier detected. Mild malicious intent detected. Weakened physical variant given to copier. Midoriya punches him in his chest, knocking Monoma back. Monoma smiles as he tries to punch back. His attempt was thwarted as grabbed and Midoriya punched him in the same spot, but it didn't do as much damage. This goes on for the next 10 minutes as Monoma is in constant contact with Midoriya. Monoma, we should stop. Why, it was just getting good. Your quirk has a time limit, right? I want to know what will happen when it runs out. What scared you might have made me stronger. It's better if you did, cause the alternative is not pretty. Oh, and what horrible outcome will befall me. You might just die on the spot. This silences Monoma and everyone who hears them. What do you mean? My quirk mutates your body to better withstand damage to it. Currently I don't have organs I don't currently use. Midoriya turns his arm into the red tendrils. I've suffered so much damage my body had decided that individual organs were too much of a liability. My body is made of these tendrils here and a very dense skeleton. Then. It was just a theory. You haven't had the quirk as long as me, so you might feel a bit of discomfort. Realistically, at worst, you would feel weak as the resistances you develop leave your body. Monoma waits the agonizing 5 minutes for the quirk to expire and suddenly falls to his hands and feet as blood begins to leak out of his mouth and dry around his lips. The other Class B students went to check up on him, but he pushed them away. He slowly got up and wiped the dried blood away. Pant. I am not touching you again. I wouldn't force you to. Of course, I could make you a living bracelet so my quirk would never turn off, but that would give you another weakness. There is no need for that. I do not want to experience what it would have felt like if I kept it for longer. So anyone else wants to spar? I'd like to if you don't mind. The rest of the spars went pretty well, all things considered. To cap off the training, Tiger recommends the students fight Midoriya as a group. Monoma went around to find some ranged quirks as he did not want to risk touching Midoriya. Hey, I want to try something. They nodded in agreement and Midoriya took his shirt off. Closing his eyes, he activates Multiplier and 4 tendrils sprout from his back and form into arms, hitting his 6 fists together, causing small shock waves. Come on. I want to try these out. The 5 students spread out to surround Midoriya and together they strike. Kendo, Tetsu, and Shurashita rush in to fight him up close while Monoma and Hiryu hang back and fire ranged attacks when they get the opportunity. Shurashita get the first hit as he slammed his hand down on Midoriya, but the blow was blocked and he was punched back. The next was Tetsu as he came from the side to try and get into his blind spot. His fist makes contact, making a metallic clang, but results had left much to be desired. Midoriya raised his fist to retaliate, which Tetsu tried to block by crossing his arms, but he was launched back a few meters, cracking the metal on his arms. Not giving Midoriya time, Kendo tried to smack Midoriya away, but the hand was stopped. Before Midoriya could retaliate, a sudden burst of flame set his upper body ablaze. Feeling like it was not enough, Hiryu fired his scales into the flames. The flame dissipated, revealing a smoking but relatively unharmed Midoriya. Seeing this, the group redouble their efforts. After 20 minutes, the group is tired and panting on the floor, while Midoriya looked no worse for wear. Well fought, Midoriya. I believe that will be all for today. You all can go inside and rest. They slowly dragged their tired bodies to the facilities to rest, some of them thanking Midoriya for the training. Midoriya retracted his extra arms and went back inside. Both classes were worked to the bone, but at least they will be getting a hearty meal to regain their strength. A crate of ingredients slammed onto the table attracted their attention. Oh, by the way, the first meal was a freebie. For the rest of the time here, you all will be cooking your own meals. The classes groaned as they got to cooking. A lot of the heavy lifting was done by Midoriya, who used multiple tendrils to help cook the food, which the classes appreciated. Midoriya noticed that Kota was missing and Mandalay asked him if he could bring him his meal. Walking through the forest, he senses Kota up a hill alone. Midoriya opened a warp gate close to his location and warped to him. Hey, Izumi. How the hell did you find my hideout? I just followed your footprints. You weren't at dinner and Mandalay got worried, so she sent me to get you food. Like I would eat anything made by a hero. Even if you hate heroes, you can't deny what your body wants. Growl. Then just leave it here and go away. You don't need to see me eating it. All right, I'll leave. Izuku looks out to the forest and the night sky. It's a shame what happened to your parents. A sudden silence comes across the clearing. What do you know? You people playing heroes and villains just so you could all kill each other. You all just want to show off how flashy your quirks are. Is that what you think heroes do? I don't need to explain myself. I don't think that you should lose your parents just because they were heroes, but what do you think would have happened if they didn't step in? They would still be here. Yes, they would, but if they didn't stop that villain, how many more kids wouldn't get to see their parents again? You're just like them, telling me that they should have died. They decided to stop him, but that doesn't mean they never loved you. The people who told you their passing was noble are wrong. Any death is a tragedy, even for those which are irredeemable. I'll let you have your dinner. Izuku left Kota to think as he scanned the entire forest for any intruders. He finds nothing. Hopefully Shimura won't go too overboard. I just jinxed it, didn't I? Fact. Sigh. Chapter 29, Test of Courage. The next day of training came and went. It was harder for some as the remedial class ended in the dead of night, leaving them exhausted, though Aizawa states that they will have more improvements that way. At night the classes were once again tasked with cooking dinner. As Midoriya had cooked for them yesterday, they decided that Midoriya should be exempt from cooking and washing the dishes. After dinner, the remedial students went to their class as the pussycats gathered the rest of the classes. All right everyone, tonight we have a game for both classes to play. The game is called a Test of Courage. Both classes will go into the forest for a spooky night stroll. One class will act as scarers trying to scare the other class. The other class will go into the forest in pairs, and their objective is to not show fear and to pick up their name tags from ragdoll in the forest. The game lasts for 15 minutes and the roles switch. Whichever class gets the most scares wins. Class 1B all go into the forest. They were given 5 minutes to get into position. Pairs of Class 1A went in every 2 minutes. As Uraraka and Azui went out of sight, two villains appeared and knocked out Pixie Bob. Hello heroes, we are the Vanguard Action Squad from the League of Villains. I am Spinner and this lovely lady is Magna. Spinner looks at the class and recognizes Tenya as the last target of Stain, but not before seeing the only other person to be deemed a true hero. His facade falls and he runs up to Midoriya to shake his hand. Oh my god, it's Invincible Stain's true hero. But before he could move he was stopped by Magna. Spinner, don't forget why we're here. The two villains got into position to attack the heroes, which also do the same. Mandalay, Kota is missing, I know where he is. Midoriya, I give you permission to use your quirk to get Kota and engage with any hostiles on the way. Two red wings burst from Midoriya's back and he flies to Kota's hideout. On the way he sees blue flames beginning to engulf the forest. Some of the students were trying to evacuate to the camp building. He gets to Kota's location and spots a large man with a familiar quirk. Hey, kid, this is a pretty good spot. You could see the whole forest from here. Who are you? How did you find my hideout? Oh. I'm just a hiker. In fact, I'm looking for someone. Do you happen to know anyone with green hair? Oh, I'm right here. The large man Midoriya recognized as Muscular turned around and found a fist centimeters away from his face. The fist connects as Muscular is embedded in the mountainside. Come on, Kota, let's go. Your aunt is waiting for you. Muscular suddenly bursts out of the mountain and tries to punch Midoriya, but to no avail as his fist is halted by a palm. He tries again, and this time Midoriya takes it on the chin effortlessly, his head barely moving. Muscular redoubles his efforts as more muscle fibers cover his arms. Each hit caused shockwaves which knocked Kota onto his ass. So you're Izuku, Midoriya. The boss told me to not get you when I see you, but I don't care. I haven't faced anyone who could shrug off my blows. Show me more. Muscular bulks up more and rushes Midoriya with a flurry of blows. Each blow getting stronger and stronger, yet Midoriya stood firm. After a while, Muscular backs off, panting. Why? Won't go down. I get stronger the more you hit me. Did Shigaraki not tell you? Muscular's eyes widen in excitement. Anyway, I think we've been here long enough. Midoriya disappears from view and Muscular starts to look around to see where he is going to attack from. He was suddenly grabbed by the back of his head, sending him into the dirt. Sleep. Muscular falls unconscious. Kota. He comes running out of his hiding spot. Midoriya, are you okay? Oh, I'm just fine. It'll take a lot more than that to take me down. Let's go. Kota was picked up and Midoriya flew back to camp. On the way, he sees Aizawa just restraining a black-haired villain in his bandages before the villain turns into sludge. Midoriya lands and puts Kota down. Midoriya, what took you so long? Muscular held me up. The League is after me. Then you should get back to camp. I go get everyone else. That would take too long and I've already faced them before. If I just go back, then they will target the others. Okay, go tell Mandalay that students are allowed to use their quirks. I'll get Kota back. Midoriya flies back into the air and back to Mandalay and Tiger, who were on the back foot. Puny heroes, you're no match for the Vanguard Action Squad. Midoriya falls from the sky and stomps on Spinner's back. Magna, distracted, was quickly taken care of. Mandalay, Kota is with Aizawa and he has a message. All students are allowed to use their quirks under his name to escape the villains. Mandalay broadcasts the message to the students still in the forest. Midoriya looks out into the forest with Quirk sight and sees a large horde of Nomu closing in on their position. Mandalay, I'm going to go save the rest of the class that are still in the forest. Okay, stay safe. Midoriya flaps his wings and flies toward the large horde of Nomu. The quirks they had were all the same copies of shock absorption, hyper regeneration, and several strength and speed enhancers. Midoriya drops down in the middle of the horde, taking the quirks of whichever Nomu contact with him. After getting through most of them, he spots a person in a trench coat, a top hat and wearing a white mask. Shock absorption X15 taken. Hyper regeneration X15 taken. Strength enhancer X15 taken. Speed enhancer X15 taken. Hello, my name is Compress. I believe I would be your ride for your kidnapping. Well, with a quirk like yours, I would expect nothing less. Let's get this over with. Did they give you cuffs? Yep. Midoriya places the cuffs around his neck and walks up to Compress. Compress places his hand on his shoulder. Ready. Midoriya looks behind him and sees Aoyama looking at him. Midoriya mouths that it's part of the plan and is turned into a blue marble. Chapter 30, Sabotage. Aoyama saw Midoriya willingly get captured by the League. He hid back behind his bush as the villain turned around. Once the villain was gone, he tried to go back to the camp, wondering why Midoriya mouthed that it was part of the plan, but luck seemed to have abandoned him as he found himself once again hiding near the villain's meeting spot. You got the kid? Of course. Good. Shigaraki takes out a radio. Package secure. We're getting out of here. Suddenly Compress and Shigaraki spat out black sludge and disappeared into the air. The Vanguard Action Squad appeared back into the bar, coughing out the remaining sludge out of their throats. Man, that does not get easier. Tell me about it. I didn't sign up to be filled with sludge. Shut up, all of you. Show me our prisoner. Compress takes out a blue marble and taps on it twice. Midoriya pops right out asleep on the floor. You've done well, Tamura. Bring the boy to the doctor. A Nomo picked Midoriya up and warped with him to meet Dr. Garaki. Midoriya was placed on an examination table as the doctor took a look at his body. The doctor was holding Izuku's arms when suddenly he was grabbed. Quiet. The doctor's eyes cloud over. Tell me, where is All for One? The doctor remains silent, confusing Midoriya. Write down the location of your master, All for One. The doctor cuts his own finger and writes it down in blood on the examination table. Memorizing it, he makes another command. Show me how you get to All for One. The doctor claps 3 times and a small Nomo with 2 legs and sneakers walks up to him. It had a copy of the warping quirk All for One had. Midoriya grabs it and crushes it while taking its quirk. Another Nomo also follows it. It looked like a small Pac-Man cat thing. It had the quirk double, which was also taken. Warping taken. Double taken. Lead me to your strongest Nomus. The doctor leads him past a bunch of pods containing the weaker Nomus. They had a bunch of quirks he already had, so he took their quirk and destroyed all the Nomo by spreading his tendrils around. Tool arms taken. Signal jammer taken. Gecko taken. Body bulk taken. Scale mail taken. Transform taken. Blue flame taken. Compress taken. Gas taken. Blade tooth taken. Magnetism taken. Decay taken. Super regeneration taken x15. Shock absorption taken x3. Strength enhancer taken x57. Speed enhancer taken x60. Self-detonation taken x10. The doctor then leads him into a room with 12 pods. Midoriya promptly takes their quirks and destroys them. Power taken. Shoulder-mounted jets taken. Super regeneration taken x12. Muscle augmentation taken x5. Radio waves taken x12. Transforming arms taken. Storage taken x2. Hypertrophy x5. Liquefaction taken. Rupture taken. Wing taken. Burst taken. Mouths full taken. Expand taken. Bright side taken. Head whip taken. Crush taken. Trunk taken. Bone barrier taken. Radio waves. Why would they need that? Unless Midoriya uses the quirk to command one of the Nomo to teleport in front of him. A black ooze appears in front of him. He tells it to jump and it does so. Now, knowing that this was how the Nomo were controlled, he took the Nomo's quirk and destroyed it with an impure beam. All for One taken. Midoriya walks back to the examination room and suddenly the TV comes on. Doctor, are the samples collected? Midoriya, thinking quickly, shoves a tendril down the doctor's throat, gets a mold of his vocal cords and copies their shape. Yes, master, but it will take a while to get any results. Good. Send the boy back with Tamura. He may see reason yet. Yes, master. The TV turns off. Midoriya waits a few minutes before he speaks to be sure he was not listening in. You will dream and believe that you have a sample of my flesh to study. You will find great results that are unknown to you and are unusable in your research. You will stay asleep for the next few days. Nothing will wake you up during that time. The doctor fell unconscious and Midoriya got onto the doctor's computer and used hacking to transfer all the files onto Nizu's spare system. Before he left, he implanted a small piece of himself in the doctor's frontal lobe. Once that is done, he gets into position and warps back into the bar, falling on the couch, faking unconsciousness. He was carried to a different room. Hey, Midoriya, you can get up now. Midoriya opens his eyes to the entirety of the Vanguard Action Squad, though Muscular was missing. So what did the doctor do? Nothing at all. I was able to destroy all the Nomu in the lab and I got the system transferred to someone I trust. What about the doctor? Wouldn't he blow our cover? He will be asleep for the next few days. If anything goes wrong, then I have a little surprise that will blow his mind. So what do we do now? We wait until the heroes show up. You play poker. Midoriya spent the next few hours hanging out in the bar. Shimura was more than content to watch the TV. Spinner, Compress, Twice, Magna, Dabi, Toga, and Midoriya were sitting around the table playing poker. Toga had been trying and failing to stab Midoriya to try and see his beautiful blood, but Midoriya ignored it and kept playing. Chameleon skin adapted. Potency increased, quirk factor mimicry. Hey, Midoriya, you should check out the news. On the TV was Nizu's along with Aizawa and Vlad King, who were having a press conference. They apologized for failing to protect the students. How can we trust that an incident like this will not happen again? You've already made promises during the last conference. What makes you confident you will be able to deliver now? Unfortunately, I am unable to provide full details of the efforts we are making as it endangers our student, but on my name, we are doing what we can to ensure that an incident like this will not happen again. There were reports that the students were allowed to participate in the subduing of villain, but this has directly resulted in the capture of one of your students. Any comments? Aizawa answers. I had given them permission on the assumption that the situation could have been handled by them and to allow them to better escape the villains, and to avoid the worst-case scenario of a fatality. With the capture of Invincible, how can we be sure that the villains will not use him to attack the public? We do not know what they are capable of, and seeing the monsters used during the assault, the public fears that he will turn on us. Nizu's responds. The heroes and police are currently doing everything they can to locate the kidnapped student. Personally, I think that had made a big mistake in choosing Invincible to be taken. Knock, knock. Pizza delivery. Oh, the pizza is here / we didn't order pizza. The door bursted open and branches came out of the smoke and restrained the villains, leaving Midoriya alone. You are fine now. Why? 'Cause I am here. Midoriya, I hope they didn't do anything to you. Oh, I'm fine, but Tenko and the others have been great to hang out with. What the hell are you talking about, kid? You'll find out later. All Might get to Kamino Ward as fast as possible. He is there and he will put lives in danger. All Might burst out of the ceiling into the sky and flew away with a shockwave. Let's get you home. Don't bother, he will pick us up so dash. Black sludge came out of his mouth along with the other members of the Vanguard Action Squad teleporting away to the surprise of the heroes. Before they left, Nomu began to appear in the bar. Chapter 31, A Final Bout. Midoriya opens his eyes to a destroyed city. The area around him was reduced to rubble, and in the middle of it all for one floating in the air with a large breathing apparatus covering his head and a prosthetic arm. On the ground was a bloodied best jeanist. Midoriya used Quirk sight to see if there was anyone who was still trapped under the rubble. He saw a few civilians deep in the ground and rapped them out into UA. He looked at a partially destroyed wall and saw Momo, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Tenya hiding behind it. Midoriya, fancy meeting you here. How was your time at the lab? Could have been better. Tamura, I'm afraid that this is how we part ways. I have so much more to teach you, but the situation demands that I fight to ensure your freedom. But Sensei dash. All for one. All Might comes crashing down from the sky with a dive kick which was repelled by an air cannon. I believe it's time for your grand exit, Tamura. So long as you are free, the League will never fall. All for one tries to use his warping quirk on Tamura and his group, but it doesn't activate. In fact, he doesn't feel the quirk. Tamura was suddenly covered in a clear slime-like green ooze, sending them away. Warping taken. Radio waves taken. Search taken. Quirk synergy, quirk sight, search, quirk progenitor, weakness detection. Let's test that out. Izuku activates weakness detection on All Might and a timer appeared above his head. Remaining quirk time, 10:36. He is getting close to his limit. Midoriya then looked over to All for One and his entire body was surrounded by a green glow with a little box to the side with an arrow pointing at All for One and the word weak written in it. A few snickers could be heard from the vestiges. All for One sees the outline of Tamura and his group disappear and realizes something. He has my quirk. He has my quirk. All for One rushes Midoriya to punch him with his prosthetic arm, which Midoriya blocks with his palm. Give them back. All Might clocks him in the chin, denting his face mask. All for One staggers back holding his mask. Not very heroic of the number one to attack someone unguarded. You've never been to one to give such courtesy. All for One uses air cannons to try and blast All Might away, but All Might dissipates any that he shoots out. You will not hurt a single soul here. Oh, I wouldn't count on that, All Might. A building began shifting, about to collapse, as a woman and child were in an opening under the rubble. All for One raised his arm as it began to bulge and expand. Spikes and metal scrap grew out of the engorged flesh. How do you like it? A special combination I cooked up for a special occasion. All Might stood in front of the civilians. I will not let you harm anyone else. Oh, All Might, always the one to sacrifice themselves, but you know you can't save everyone. You couldn't even save your master's grandson. Tenko Shimura. You will pay for what you did. All for One was surprised that All Might knew, but no matter. He raised his mutated arm, drew back, and launched a shock wave at All Might. The result of All Might being injured by the attack didn't come into fruition, as a green warp gate opened in the path of his fist, sending the blow back into All for One's mask, destroying it. All for One is sent into the rubble, a small trickle of blood leaking out of his mouth. All Might turns to look at the civilians as sees them fall into a green portal. All that power, yet you still make the same mistakes. Midoriya decays the anti-quirk cuff off his neck as All for One pulls himself up with a frown and rushes him, his arm still engorged. Midoriya blocks the blow, but it blows apart the flesh on his arm, leaving his muscles and skeleton exposed. Midoriya's multiple regeneration quirks completely healed his arm, to the shock of All for One, as his own regeneration quirk did not work that fast. What? How? The good doctor was a great tour guide. All for One rushes Midoriya again, trying to get a hold of him, but he was blasted back by a dark beam shot from the multiple arms grown from Midoriya's back. All for One dashes around to try and avoid the beams, but many of them curved to land directly on his chest. You really should have been smarter when choosing which quirks to take. After all, quirks are full of surprises. All Might watches as his master's killer was being played around with like a cat playing with their food. Gran Torino arrives and lands right next to All Might, in awe of the sight before him. It was intoxicating seeing the monster that murdered his friend desperately try to fight back against something he could never beat. The rest of the heroes that just arrived were confused as to why the kidnapped child was fighting the villain alone. Endeavor angrily stomped toward All Might. What the hell are you doing, letting the victim deal with the villain you're supposed to defeat? I believe that young Midoriya has it handled. The hell he does. Endeavor rockets himself towards All for One to punch him, but he was quickly batted away by All for One trying to deflect the beams. That hot-headed idiot. Gran Torino went down to get Endeavor, but All for One saw this and sent an air cannon his way, but it was redirected by a portal into the sky, dissipating the clouds. All for One grit his teeth in anger. He despises not being in control, and not knowing every piece on the board. He decided to let go and use everything he had to destroy this threat. With the combination of the most powerful quirks he could muster, mutating his body into a being without human features. It bounds towards Midoriya with a ferocious snarl, crushing the concrete below him. The heroes seeing this rushed in to try and help, but each that got in the way and was knocked to the side. Even All Might behind the beast failed to hold it back, using Black Whip as the quirk strand snapped from the pulling on All for One. The beast got above Midoriya as the world looked on in fear that a child would die on live national television. Midoriya pulls his arm back, gathering every quirk and adaptation that would empower his blow: Strength Enhancer X73, Muscle Augmentation X6, Speed Enhancer X75, Power, Velocity Manipulation, Kinetic Stockpile, One for All, Dark Cowl, Crush, Air Cannon, Spring-like Limbs, Body Bulk, Expand, Hypertrophy X5, and Kinetic Booster. His arm looked grotesque, a muscular limb covered in metal and arcs of green and black lightning, and an energy construct jet of flame boosting the limb forward. He punched All for One, blowing his new form away and leaving viscera on the ground, but he wasn't done. A warp gate appeared in the way of the blast that got past All for One and sent it right back to him. Every bit of kinetic energy delivered by the punch was redirected into All for One from every direction possible. The heroes on the ground watched in awe at the display. The dust cleared, revealing a bloodied and battered All for One buried in the rubble. Midoriya walked up to him, looking down at his naked form. His body is full of scars from the fight with All Might. Grafted skin looked taut, pulling on the rest of his body. A hole in his neck which once was connected to pipping in his mask. Good job, hero. Did it feel good to destroy all that I had prepared for the last 2 centuries? My defeat here means nothing. With me gone, the others will fight to take my territory. This fight was meaningless. Villainy will always persist for what is light without darkness. Then I will push them back to the depths they came from. They will fear the mere thought of acting in the light, believing that it will draw me to them. This is it then. Well, what are you heroes waiting for? Arrest me. Izuku kneels and touches his head. The contact sends both of them into Izuku's Quirk realm. All for One opens eyes. He hasn't felt 5 years to see a grassy field with a single tree on a small hill. He touches his head with both of his hands and feels smooth skin. A gentle breeze blew through his short white hair. How? It's been a while since you've been here, All for One. He turns around to see Midoriya standing behind him, but as he is about to throw a punch, his arm is stopped by a force field. A lot has changed since you were last here. Especially after I got One for All. Your All Might's successor. The 9th holder. And the last to hold One for All. All for One turns around to see the previous holders of One for All. The most important of which was his brother. Yoichi. Chapter 32, The End of an Era. Yeah, it's me, Mugen. But how? I held you as you died. As Midoriya had told you, quirks are full of surprises. Power stockpiling. Quite the unique name it has. The user gets more powerful the longer they hold the quirk. Without melding with transfer, it would have been just that, a basic power accumulator. By turning into One for All, the stockpile's capabilities had expanded. The quirk kept a vestige of the past users, allowing a version of use to live on even after the original passed. Mugen takes a second to digest the information. Then why haven't you taken over the other users? You should know of my plans to prolong my life. Because One for All had yet to mature. It was only due to contact with 9th that changed us. Us. Behind Yoichi, the other holders of One for All appeared one by one. Mugen getting more and more annoyed with each one that appears. The final vestige appears as a flaming All Might silhouette. With Midoriya's help, One for All had reached singularity. It allowed our consciousness to reside in the quirk to observe the outside. It also gave us the ability to grant our quirks onto the latest successor. Mugen's eyes widened, finally having a concrete answer to how All Might had been able to use the previous holder's quirk. He had assumed that he was given the quirks as he had lost them to the brat. Why will the boy be the last? One for All has become too powerful for anyone to hold. Do you remember the 4th when you found him? Not exactly. I remember being angered that they had died before I could get to them. I thought that One for All had disappeared forever until the bald one showed himself. My body was deteriorating at a quick pace. I could only hold the quirk for 18 years in hiding, hoping to find a successor. 5th was the one that tried to save me. Midoriya's quirk allows him to adapt to the deterioration, ensuring that he will not be affected by the drawbacks, and with the amount of quirks he currently holds, there wouldn't be enough time for the 10th to adapt to the quirk. Brother, I didn't want to see you down the path of a tyrant. I was too weak to convince you otherwise. But things are different now. My quirk has finally gotten strong enough to take you down, though I think Midoriya was more than ready to defeat you himself. All for One is silent, staring into space. The vestiges looked at him in that state. They had never seen All for One so solemn, a broken man, his plans laid to ruin around him. But he couldn't just leave it like this. Never like this. He tried to walk toward Midoriya, but his body froze as a text box appeared in front of him. Surrender. Y/N. This surprised him and he looked up at the group. They were frozen. All except Midoriya, who walked up to him waiting for him to make a choice. It seems that this decision will decide his fate. N. You will be unable to use any quirk or act in any way maliciously against others, even in self-defense. Are you sure? Y/N. Mugen was now scared. He hadn't felt that since he fought All Might. There was nothing he could think of that could get him out of this. He didn't want to risk lying to whatever this quirk was. N. Removing retaliation instinct. Mugen's head pounds in pain. It felt like red-hot needles dragging themselves all over his head. He tried to scream, but no sound would come out as he clawed at his head, leaving deep scratch marks which were quickly mended. His eyes turned bloodshot, tears of blood signifying his pain and anguish. Removing self-preservation instinct. The pain returned with a vengeance. The same pain coursed through his mind. The ordeal lasted a few minutes as he had lived a long and eventful life trying to keep his empire together. Mugen saw bits and pieces of his life quickly flashing by, but he didn't have the time to ponder on them as his mind was changed permanently. He falls to his knees with his arms to his sides, hands lay limp on the ground. Slowly his eyes regained clarity as he stood up and time resumed. You will not see the end of me. Yoichi looked at him, sad that his brother was still as stubborn as he was in the past. Well, I guess that's settled. Let's get out of here. Midoriya opens his eyes back in the real world and takes the rest of All for One's quirks while only leaving behind life force, infrared, and a super regeneration. All for One taken. Rivet stab taken. Hypertrophy taken. Forced quirk activation taken. Blood change taken. Air cannon taken. Spring-like limbs taken. Air walk taken. Impact recoil taken. Infrared taken. Spear-like bones taken. Scrap armor taken. Bulk up taken. Pain blocker taken. Gigantification taken. Strength enhancer X5 taken. Speed enhancer X5 taken. Shock absorption taken. The heroes got close to the barely conscious body of All for One. Sleep. All for One falls completely unconscious and is taken away by the police. The news helicopters landed nearby and ran up to All Might to interview him. Midoriya looked at All Might with weakness detection. Remaining quirk time, 0:28. Midoriya ran up to All Might and put his hand on his shoulder. All Might turns towards him. You're running out of time. All Might's eyes widen. All right, I believe that's enough questions for now. I'll need to get Midoriya checked out. All Might tried to fly off with Midoriya, but he was held down. All Might. All Might looked at him in apprehension and sighed. Smoke billowed from his body, concealing it from the cameras. The world watched on in confusion until the smoke cleared, revealing a small and emaciated man with deep sunken cheeks and eyes. I am here to tell you the truth. Chapter 33, Impromptu Interview. The reveal of All Might's condition was a shock to the world. The era of All Might was coming to a close. They asked how he had gotten in that state. The villain that was just defeated was the one that did this. Do you still remember the conference I held all those years ago? That was my first encounter with him. Does this mean that you will be stepping down as the number one? No, only a decrease in activity. I still have enough time to keep going, but that time has been getting shorter and shorter. Besides, I believe that other heroes are ready to take my place. Is that the reason you allowed the missing student to fight the villain? Part of it. I have fought the boy myself for his exam. He was more than ready to face a foe of such caliber. The reporter moves the mic to Midoriya. Any comment on that? I'm happy the number one trusts me to clean up his mess. Like you couldn't have finished the fight earlier. You wanted me to reveal this form. It's better if you revealed it. That way it lights a fire under the rest of the heroes. They have been a bit too comfortable supported by the symbol of peace. It's time they step up to the plate. Midoriya, I take it you don't agree that All Might should be the only hero on top. Could you elaborate on that? I mean, think about it. The peace of Japan has been held and maintained by a single man. A mortal man. We've all been relying on him to keep our streets safe and peaceful. When he finally steps down, crime will skyrocket. Without someone to stop them, they will be emboldened to act in the light. No man rules alone and everyone must do their part to keep the peace. After the impromptu interview, Midoriya was taken to the ambulance to check for injuries. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, they give him a clean bill of health and let him leave. Midoriya immediately searched for the pussycats using search. Finding them nearby, he knocked and walked into Ragdoll's room. Midoriya. What are you doing here? Midoriya walks next to Ragdoll's bed. Just here to return something. Midoriya first gave her super regeneration to get her to full health, surprising the other pussycats, and returned her quirk. Search given. Ragdoll looked around in shock of her quirk returning. How? I took it back from him. Then. It's the same quirk as his. My quirk took his original quirk, which can take and give quirks. At the end where I was touching him, I took the quirks he had and left behind a few that kept him alive. Ragdoll leaped out of her bed and hugged Izuku, thanking him for getting her quirk back. The other pussycats join in for a group hug. The next few days were a bit weird. A lot more people recognized him on the street asking for pictures and autographs. There was even merchandise of him on store shelves. The recording of the fight had been circulating on the internet with people analyzing it. Many had noticed the use of multiple quirks used by Midoriya. Most prominently the portals used to redirect the final blow back into the villain. Many of the news stations had brought in experts to analyze the fight to discover the true nature of Midoriya's quirk, but many of their hypotheses were inconsistent until someone suggested something mind-blowing. He must be able to copy or unbelievably take quirks. That's why his quirk was similar to the villain's. In the video, the villain could be seen teleporting people in with a dark sludge-like substance, and Midoriya was able to do the same, albeit with a different color. The giant portal used in the final blow was not used by the villain, so I could be from another person. With the revelation, a new source of speculation erupted, theorizing where the quirks came from. One point of interest was if he was able to take quirks. Was that the reason he was in contact with the villain for a weirdly long time? What quirk could he have gotten from him? Building on that, was the villain able to take quirks? Soon enough information on the villain had surfaced. He went by the name of All for One, the same as his quirk, with the ability to take and give quirks. His age was unknown but was estimated to have been born around the dawn of quirks. This fascinated many historians who wanted to speak to him to gather stories of the past before the rise of quirks, but unfortunately, the prison he was held in was not accepting visitors. This reveal confirmed the theories for many, but without concrete proof or an admittance. There was only speculation. Tenko and his crew who were teleported to UA were allowed to stay on UA grounds wearing anti-quirk cuffs. Nana had separated from Izuku, wanting to keep an eye on Tenko and to make up for lost time. The HPSC had wanted to lock them up the same as All for One, but Nizu pulled some favors to keep them in UA. Speaking of the HPSC, they had been keeping their eyes on Midoriya, having agents nearby wherever he was, but they never dared to get close to UA. They haven't tried to make contact with Midoriya directly, but that could change soon. Once UA had started up again. It turns out that Nizu had gotten permission to implement the dorm system he wanted after the kidnapping. Arriving at the new dorm building and coming through the front door into the lounge, Midoriya finds on the back of the door the rooms they were provided with. Midoriya's room was set especially aside in an envelope, and by the grace and generosity of Nizu, his room was located underground under the ground floor, covering the entire size of the whole building. Looking at the other's room, they were a tenth the size of his. Damn it, Nizu, you want the entire class to hate me. On the back of the floor plan for his room were the words, "You're my student, you can handle this much." With a sigh, he takes the elevator down into his new residence. Going down, he sees some stairs and a single reinforced door with a randomizer keypad with a note on it. Press both top corners of the door frame with black whip. Sure enough, there were two tiny pinholes that when pressed caused a small panel on the wall to flip over, giving him another letter and a green metallic bracelet. He opened it and it explained the door security measures. Oh, and Melissa left a little gift when she saw that your costume breaks routinely during every fight. Midoriya put on the bracelet and turned it on. It expanded and wrapped around his body, having a similar look to his previous hero costume. It was a weave of dark metallic green bands wrapped around his body. He pinched onto the part of the costume on his arm and was only able to dent it after putting a lot of force into it. The raised dent was quickly mended as the suit's bands pulled tautly. Happy with the results, he uses today's code to unlock the door, which just so happens to be, "Hope you enjoy your stay." Walking in, he sees a large lounge with a large TV and a remote on the coffee table. Behind the couch to the left was a dining table, and behind that was a kitchen. Directly across from him was a long hallway leading to his bedroom, a bathroom, laundry, and a gym/quirk testing room. Walking into his bedroom, it was furnished modestly. Well, modestly for Nizu, as a state-of-the-art supercomputer made using quirks was displayed prominently in the room. Midoriya explored the rest of his new living quarters, and surprisingly it was quite normal, not counting the quirk-reinforced gym. Midoriya went back up to the lounge to see that everyone was gathered there. "Hey Midoriya. Didn't know you were already here. Where is your room? We couldn't find it on the list." "I'm in the basement. I think Nizu overcompensated after the kidnapping. Cool, can we come visit?" "Hey. You can't just barge into someone's room like that. You know what, how about we have a little competition? We go into everyone's rooms and vote on the best room in the dorm. You losers have fun with that, I'm going to bed. Bakugo walked away. Kirishima tried to get up and get him but was stopped by Midoriya. Don't bother, he's really strict about his bedtime. Alright, no Bakugo, let's go check everyone's rooms out. The class decided to leave Midoriya's room to last and started on the top floor on the boys' side. The rooms were a window to each person's psyche. The girls particularly enjoyed the confectionaries prepared by Sato. They got into the elevator and went down to the basement and saw the security door. Geez, you weren't kidding about Nizu overcompensating. Walking in, they found that Midoriya had a whole apartment for himself. Even a private gym which Kirishima asked to use sometime. After checking out the place, they returned to the lounge to announce the winner, who was Sato, who had 5 votes. The boys argued that they were bribed by the food, which was vehemently denied. As it was getting pretty late, everyone excused themselves and went to bed. Chapter 34, Signature Moves. Midoriya woke up early the next morning and did his daily routine. Morning classes were about to start, so he went to his gym to test out the quirks he had gotten during the whole kidnapping. The first one was burst, where he could feel a bubbling under his skin. He focused on the feeling and directed it into his finger, causing it to explode into viscera and denting a practice dummy. He then tried double, cloning himself. The clone, as it turned out, was just an exact copy of himself, quirks and all. He tried to take the quirks from the clone but nothing came out. He then snapped the clone's finger and it turned. This continued for the rest of the morning, but many of the quirks were purely for battle, though he hadn't been able to test out the forced quirk activation as he had no one to test it on. Afternoon. The class was gathered in the gym Gamma with Aizawa, Midnight, Cementos, and Ectoplasm. They were told that the original goal of the training camp was to help the class prepare for their provisional licenses. For the next 10 days, they were tasked to create their ultimate moves, as it will be essential in tackling the exam. But sir, doesn't Midoriya already have one with the portals? To extenuate their point, Midoriya picks up a rock and throws it in the air. He flicks at it and uses his portal to redirect the extra force back at it. After the energy ran out, the rock was turned into a fine mist of dust that was blown away. While that is an ultimate move, it doesn't hurt to create new ones. Anyway, since you have one, Midoriya, did you think of a name for it? I was thinking of calling it Wasteless. I'm not exactly in love with the name, but it's the best I've got. Then what about the 4 extra arms you grew? Still working on that. I was thinking of calling that Inherited Wrath, though just having 6 arms doesn't live up to the name. Alright everyone, let's get to it. The rest of the class was spent with each student either figuring out new moves or improving their quirk control. All Might had shown up in the middle of the class to help supervise and to see how the other teachers teach. After training, Midoriya had been curious as to what happens in the development studio, as he had been hearing explosions from there every time he was passing by, and as Uraraka and Tenya were going there for costume upgrades. As they got close to the door, preemptive warning went off, so Midoriya kept Uraraka and Tenya from moving closer. A sudden explosion goes off, launching the metal door to the room to fly off. Midoriya caught the door using telekinesis while also grabbing the person flying with the door by their collar. Potency increased, headache resistance. Thanks for the save, Greenie. The person he caught was a short, mature-looking girl with pink hair styled into thick dreadlocks. She was wearing some weird goggles, a black tank top and some coveralls tied around her waist. Power Loader walked out of the studio staring angrily at the pink-haired girl. Hatsum, I swear to God, if you make another thing that explodes, I'm revoking your rights to the support studio. But how would I know if I was doing it right if it doesn't blow up once or twice? Besides, you would have thrown me out if you could. Power Loader turned to Midoriya and his group. Well, I guess you're here with some changes. Come on in. The 3 of them walked into the studio. It was a large, messy workshop with a bunch of unfinished projects strewn around the work tables. In the corner was a huge pile of inventions. So what needs changing? I'm looking to make the cooling on my calves better. And I want something to get rid of my headache. Then what about Midoriya? Oh, I just came 'cause I heard the explosions and wanted to check the place out. As they were speaking, Hatsum had been eyeing the green wristband on Midoriya's wrist. Hey, Greenie, where did someone like you get that? A friend gave it to me. Can I touch it? Before he could respond, she was already holding his hand up to get a better look at the wristband. She was prodding at it to get it to do something but was getting more frustrated that nothing was happening. Midoriya seeing this activated the bracelet causing it to expand and wrap around his body. Hatsune watched in fascination and excitement at the transformation. Once that was complete she began to feel up the suit. She looks back up to Midoriya. You have to let me meet your friend. Better yet we're friends now. Anything you need just give me a call and only me. Midoriya nodded slowly with a placating smile and looked to see Power Loader with his head in his hands. Her name is Mei Hatsum. She's in the support course and hasn't left the development studio since she's got here, but some of her inventions have potential, so Niza likes her. Ah, Hatsum, we also needed some improvements to our costumes. She turns to Ida and Uraraka looks right at them in surprise. Oh, Engine Boy and Bob Cut, when did you get here? The two of them almost fall over hearing that. I want a better cooling system for my engines, and Uraraka needed a way to get rid of her headaches. Then why didn't you say that sooner? Come on, I have so many babies to show you. Hatsum showed them many of her so-called babies. Some of them were pretty interesting, but as they were prototypes many were liable to explode at random. The three left the development studio having been told that the babies would be made in due haste. Days pass as the time for the provisional hero license exam is here. The class got off the bus as they arrived at the National Dagoba Arena. Aizawa told them that if they complete the exam they will be semi-pros and the first step to becoming a hero. Kirishima, getting hyped, yelled out. Plus. Ultra. A large student with an excited face butt into the chant. He was wearing the uniform for Shiketsu High School, which consisted of a white button-up shirt, black pants, and their school hat. One of his classmates speaks up. Yurashi, you shouldn't barge into people's chant like that. Yurashi turns to Class 1A and apologizes loudly. I am so dash. To show his guilt he bowed and slammed his head into the pavement, cracking it. Sorry. It's just great to see the future heroes from UA. I've always wanted to say the school chant. That is Inasa Yurashi. He was one of the recommended students who had passed their exam but decided to not join UA. As the class pondered the reason why he left, Aizawa was suddenly hugged from behind by a woman with orange gloves and bandana, and green hair. Did you miss me, Shota? Get off me. Sigh, this is Dash. Ms. Joke, glad to meet you. Eraserhead told me a lot about you. Usually he would have expelled some of you by now, but seeing that you're still here he must have taken a liking. A group of students in gray shirts and brown trousers filled behind her. Oh, this is my class from Ketsubutsu High. Hi, I'm Tatame Nakagame and he's Yo Shindo, nice to meet you all. Shindo introduced himself with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. This was noticed by Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugu. Bakugu confronted him. Your eyes don't line up with your smile. And you're as ferocious as they say. Get ready for the exam. Aizawa leads his class into the arena as Ms. Joke notices that Aizawa hasn't told his class an important fact about these tests. Chapter 35, Provisional Hero License Exam. The class was gathered into a large rectangular hall. In the front of it was a podium with a tired-looking man with beige hair wearing a suit. He yawned as the students gathered. Once everyone had gathered, the doors of the room were slammed shut, which alarmed the students and jolted the tired men awake, and seeing that everyone was here began to speak tiredly. Hello everyone, my name is Yakumura Mera. I'm a yawn worker from the Hero Public Safety Commission. They have been working us to the bone. We do not have enough people for this, but as they say, the show must go on. Today's test is a free-for-all. With the amount of incidents nowadays, the commission is using this test to filter for speed. Only the first 100 students will pass on to the next round. Everyone will be given 6 red balls and 3 targets which will be placed on the body to represent weak points. If all targets are hit, you are out. Each student needs to eliminate at least 2 students to pass. Only the last hit counts. I wish you all happy hunting. As Mera says this, the walls of the hall crack and fall open, revealing that the hall was built in the middle of the arena. Midoriya activated his hero costume and placed the 3 targets at the center of his chest. He grew his wings and used multiply to grow 2 pairs of arms from his back, his suit accommodating with the changes. Bakugu and Todoroki immediately left to find other students. Everyone, we need to stay together. I'll fly up and be lookout. Before Midoriya could get far, the students from Ketsubutsu surrounded the class led by Yoshindo. It seems like your teacher didn't tell you. Everyone will be gunning after you. You're UA after all, we need to eliminate the strongest competition. Thanks for the compliment, but I think you underestimate us. It's been a long time since the sports festival. Shindo places his hands on the ground, causing it to vibrate and break apart, making the ground unstable. Most of the class was trying to balance themselves. The other classes threw their balls right at them. Midoriya, seeing the onslaught, raised his hand. Everyone cover your ears. Jiro immediately plugged her ears, knowing what was coming. Midoriya snapped his fingers, sending a shockwave that repelled all the balls back at their attackers. Izuku, Midoriya passes the first part of the exam with 3 eliminations. Please proceed to the waiting room when you are ready. Fact. Momo looked up to see their attackers on the ground. Thanks, Midoriya. I guess we'll see you in the waiting room. What are you talking about? I staying to support you guys. I'm just hanging back to make sure all of us make it. What about Bakugo and Todoroki? I'm sure they can handle themselves. The class continued as a group. Midoriya took to the air and scouted the area for other groups. They got a few eliminations, but it was slow going. Getting worried they all won't pass, Momo suggested that they split up. Which means Midoriya won't be able to support all of us. You guys sure you've got this? We still want to prove ourselves as real heroes, and I think the judges will think you're carrying the class. Fact. Fair enough, show them what you've got. I'll see you guys later. Midoriya files up and blasts away, leaving the class to pass in a way they can be proud of. Arriving at the waiting room, he retracts his extra limbs and sees the other students that passed. Inasa, in his warm-looking hero costume, walked up to him. Hey Midoriya, you're finally here. You're the first one from UA that showed up here. Fact. Really? I would have thought that Bakugo or Todoroki would have made it here first. Inasa's expression shifts slightly at the mention of Todoroki, which Midoriya picked up on. I take it you don't like Endeavor, or at least his family. Inasa was surprised he noticed. Yeah, I was a fan of him once, but after meeting him I just couldn't support him, and so cold. Well, they say never to meet your heroes, but don't let that one experience change how you look at them. Did Todoroki remind you of him? He did. When I went to greet him during the recommended exam, he blew me off with the same look his father had. That made me re-evaluate going to UA. Well, I can't really blame you for being put off by the Ice Prince's demeanor. He hasn't changed much since you've seen him. Still has the cold gaze he gives everyone. You've seen the sports festival, right? Yeah. Well, during my fight with him, I tried to see why he was so distant. It turns out Endeavor was more of a monster than we realized. Then what they said on the news dash has some truth to it. I heard it from him, but I can't just take the word of one person. We'll need to hear from the other members of the Todoroki family. It was at that moment when Todoroki arrived. Inasa kept an eye on him as Todoroki walked to a corner of the room, not speaking to anyone. He really is still the same. He didn't even come speak to you. Don't hold that against him. He still has time to change. And what if he never does? He'll just become Endeavor number 2. We can make sure he does change, or keep him in line if he doesn't. All right. Pretty soon the rest of the class began funneling in. Many of them were a little battered, but none worse for wear. Their attention was suddenly directed to a screen. The buildings around the arena suddenly exploded and turned the entire place into a disaster zone. A few people could be seen crawling out of the rubble and yelling for help. Chapter 36, Rescue Exam. This is the second and final part of your test. The arena has had a disaster and your goal is to rescue the civilians played by the Help Us Company. They will be grading you all on how the rescue operations are run. Your job is to assess the situation and respond to it accordingly. The scenario is that a terrorist attack has happened and first responders are held up. It is up to the heroes to save as many civilians as possible. The test begins now. The students hearing this rushed out to find the civilians. Momo, could you make us some comms? We'll need to talk to each other so we don't waste time looking for lightly injured. We prioritize the rescue of serious injury as they have the least amount of time. As Momo was making comms, Midoriya decided that this would be the best time for double. Creating 2 clones of himself, they already knew what to do as they began doing the same thing. When they had a few tens of them, the original spoke up. I'm the original. I made you all not have the targets on your chest from the first test. Go and find the civilians. I'll help organize the rescue. They all nod and fly in different directions. Hey Midoriya, couldn't you just warp all the civilians out like you did in Kamino? I could, but you all still need to pass, so get out there or stay to help treat the injured. The class makes their way into the city as Momo hands out the comms. The clones were working fast and were bringing back their saves. Most of them had broken limbs or were bleeding out. Some of the clones stayed to treat the injured and the rest went out for the less injured ones. Many of the civilians were gathered together when reports of the terrorists who were played by Gang Orca and his agency were received. Midoriya looked out into the arena and used Quirk sight to scan for Gang Orca. Finding him, he raised his arm and pointed his finger in his direction. A dark ball surrounded by black lightning appeared at the tip of his finger. Impure beam plus dark ball plus dark cowl. A dark beam shoots out from the ball across the arena seen by the students on the ground. Hitting its target, it explodes, sending liquid concrete around. Seeing that Gang Orca had deflected the beam, Midoriya decided that it was time he moved himself. Momo, do you think you can handle things here? I've got this. Just go. Midoriya nods with a small smile as wings burst out from his back and blasts off to the location of the terrorist. Arriving at the scene, he sees Gang Orca fighting off Inasa and Todoroki. The two of them were not working together and arguing, which Orca took advantage of by attacking from behind, Todoroki launching a sonic wave at him. Midoriya jumped in front of it and took the hit using his wings. Todoroki, you need to focus on the task at hand. Stay out of my way. I've got this handled. Doesn't look like it, seeing that I'm here and you two bickering doesn't help anything. Gang Orca's sidekicks shot their cement gun at Midoriya, who allows them to completely encase him. With him taken care of, we can deal with these heroes easily. Before he could get close, Midoriya wrapped Todoroki and Inasa to the rescue area. Confused, he looked to Midoriya's concrete cocoon, which quickly cracked and blew apart, sending the debris at the terrorists. Midoriya grabbed Gang Orca and took him into the sky. The hero looked around at the destroyed environment in the arena. Midoriya lands both of them far away from the civilians near where the terrorists first appeared. You think this will stop us, hero? Just moving me won't stop my goons. Oh, it won't, but it will reduce their morale if their leader is gone. Midoriya placed his hand on his head. Sleep. Echolocation adapted. Midoriya looked around to see some of his sidekick hidden around trying to find a way to release their boss. Midoriya grows some limbs, opens multiple warp gates to the sidekick's location and stuck his hand through to grab them. Sleep. The intercom suddenly comes on. Test complete. All civilians have been retrieved. Please proceed to the waiting room. Well, guess we're done here. Burst. The Midoriya clones around the arena pop like bubbles, shocking a few who didn't know it was a clone. The students gathered in front of a large board. The names of those who have passed the exam will appear on the board. The names are arranged alphabetically. The students gathered around the board and looked for their names. Izuku found his own easily enough, but Bakugo and Todoroki weren't there. The two of them seemed distraught at the sight of their missing names. Inasa slammed his head on the floor again, apologizing for messing up the exam for Todoroki. He doesn't even acknowledge the gesture, his eyes clouded over looking at the board. The ones who passed will be receiving their provisional license, which allows you to act as heroes in emergencies. To those who fail, there will be 3-month-long remedial course as a second chance to get their license. Each of the passing students was given their license and an evaluation of their conduct during the exam. When a proctor got to Midoriya, they told him to follow them. Hey guys, I'll meet up with you later. The proctors need me for something. Oh, all right, Midoriya. See you later. Following the proctors, they brought him to a windowless room and sat him down on a metallic chair and sat across from him. So why all the secrecy? Mr. Midoriya, do you know what the commission does? What everyone else knows. You run logistics in the hero business. Making sure everyone is paid and deployed to reduce the most crime. The commission is a lot more than just a logistics company. Our goal is the prolonging of the peace brought on by the rise of All Might. Now that he is operating at a lower capacity, the need for a new pillar has arisen. The commission believes you will be the one to succeed All Might. Fact. Midoriya looked at the men with a placating smile with a determined look. While I do appreciate you blowing smoke up my ass, but what is it you want from me, or should I say what does the commission want? What we want is simple. The continued peace of Japan that was once maintained by All Might. Fiction. We will give you a full hero license along with a year's worth of All Might salary. Fact. We will also allow you to retrieve some of the more volatile abilities we have in our care. Fact. The commission would allow me to sample your wares within this week if you agree. Can I see the contract? The agent placed a thick stack of documents in front of him along with a pen on the top page. Midoriya looked through it thoroughly. It looked very favorable, but considering their goals this was a honeypot. I'll need a few days to decide. If that's all right. The agent seemed surprised by this, but they allowed him to leave, but not before giving him his provisional hero license. Midoriya got outside and before meeting back up with the class warped the contract into Nizu's office. Going back to the bus, the class looked at him with a curious aura. Hey, what did they pull you away for? They just wanted to give a more thorough review, they couldn't fit onto my evaluation. The answer assuaged their curiosity. Looking toward the back of the bus, Bakugo and Todoroki sit alone in their own row staring into space with an empty expression. Chapter 37, The Big Three. Midoriya got back to UA and excused himself to go and meet with Nizu in his office. Walking in, he sees him looking through the contract with furrowed brows. He looked up to see Midoriya enter his office. Midoriya, great to see you. They expected you to read through this. All the terms are somewhat fair, but some have been vague. Midoriya sat down on the sofa where a warm tea was waiting for him. He takes a sip as Nizu sets down the contract in front of him. Their offer is pretty solid. You become the new symbol of peace along with all the perks of being number one, though you will only gain the title when you get out of UA. In exchange for that, you must complete anything they ask for once every week. These tasks are not restricted, meaning there is nothing they can't get you to do. For the price of your freedom, you get the position of the greatest hero with their support. Fact. Is there nothing about visiting Tartarus? No, there isn't. Did they offer you their prisoners' quirks? Yes, they did. They must have expected I would sign with just the temptation of being a hero early along with the quirks. It would be a great boon to get you there with the commission's permission. I'll negotiate with them to see if I can loosen the shackles they plan to put you in. The next day the class was waiting for the start of today's hero training. Aizawa walked in with 3 other upperclassmen. These 3 are UA's Big Three. They are the current strongest hero students in UA. Introduce yourselves. The guy with the indigo hair and elf-like ears looked at the class intensely, which intimidated some in the class. He quickly turned to face the wall. I can't do this. I keep picturing their heads as potatoes, but they still have eyes. Large, bulging, attentive eyes. Come on, Tamaki, you can do it. Just like we rehearsed. He turns to look at the class again, but quickly regrets it and looks back at the whiteboard while shaking his head. I want to go home. The periwinkle-haired girl patted his back. Okay, you don't need to do it. Ahem. This is Tamaki Amajiki, his quirk is manifest. He's a bit shy, as you can see. My name is Nagair Hado and my quirk is wave motion. We're all here to teach you about the work studies most of you will go on. Hey, pink girl, are your horns a part of your quirk? I don't th-. Do your engines grow back? They're actual dash. Why are you so angry looking? What did you call m-? Why do you look frustrated? Todoroki looked at her silently. She suddenly sees Midoriya and recognizing him from the news tries to get to him but is held back by the last member of the Big Three. Hado, please calm down. Stop putting down things people can't pick up. My name is Mirio Togata and my quirk. I'll keep it a surprise. Anyway, as Hado said, we are here to teach about the work studies most of you will be going on, and the best way to learn it is by fighting me. The class changed into their gym uniform and gathered in Gym Gamma, standing in front of Mirio, excluding Todoroki and Bakugo as they hadn't earned their provisional licenses yet. Now that everyone is here, who wants to go first? Kirishima steps up to the challenge. The class began to slowly surround Mirio when suddenly his clothes fell to the ground and Mirio appeared to teleport through the class, hitting each of them in the stomach. Power. Miruko posed naked at the other end of the class, now standing in front of Midoriya. Why didn't you join in with your class? They definitely needed your help. Just wanted to see how you used your quirk worked, and I will say you have worked hard to make that quirk useful for a hero. Miruko lunged forward, his arm pointed at Midoriya's head. The arm goes through him and Miruko uses his other arm to punch him in the gut. The fist makes contact but Miruko recoils back holding his bruised knuckles. Man, how are you so tough? Well, when you have taken hits by Prime Might, everything else is kinda weak. Miruko, while surprised, tried another tactic. He rushed at Midoriya again, phased his hand into his chest and made his hand tangible on the other side, locking them together. At least that's what he thought would happen, but his hand was immediately pushed out when he turned off his quirk, pulling him closer to Midoriya, who took advantage of this by elbowing Miruko in the head. Miruko staggers back as a small amount of blood seeps from his head. Seeing this, Midoriya quickly swapped permeation with super regeneration to quickly heal his wound and swapped them back. Wow, thanks for that. I feel like I just woke up. The class got up and stood in front of Miruko holding their bruised bodies while Miruko put his clothes back on. Now, did that give you a better idea about the work studies? What, do you mean work studies? You just beat the crud out of us. Well, what did you think of my quirk? Your quirk is too strong, senpai. How does it work? Miruko's quirk is permeation. It allows him to phase his body so it becomes intangible, and if he deactivates his quirk in an object it will repel him until he is out of it. The class was amazed by the quirk, complimenting that it was quite strong. Don't give the quirk too much credit. It took a long time to get the technique down. When I'm phased into an object, all my senses are removed until I get out of it. I learned how to take back control of my quirk during my work studies. I learned through experience, so I thought you all should too. The class now understood the reason why they were all punched in the gut. It was to realize that there was more to their quirks. Bakugo and Shoto looked at the scene with envy and FOMO. They felt like they were being left behind. Chapter 38, Contract. The next day Izuku was called into Nizu's office in the morning. When he walked into the room, there was an older woman with blonde hair in a business suit. Good morning, Midoriya, it is good you are able to come here this morning. This is the Madam President from the HPSC. Fact. The woman reaches her hand out, which was shaken by Midoriya. Nice to meet you, ma'am. I assume this is about the contract your organization has given me. Yes, it is, Midoriya. Both me and the president have hashed out the details and I believe you will like the terms. The renegotiated terms were indeed a lot better, as the commission had a lot less control over his actions. The tasks he had to do for them now excluded murder, sexual manipulation, quirk experimentation, and involvement with children. They could not have surveillance on him at all times, rather they will be conducting monthly audits to keep tabs on his activities. The audits will last for 5 years, after which they will be conducted annually for the rest of his hero career. With these terms, the benefits for Midoriya had to be compromised. He still was to be given a hero license, but he will not receive the salary of All Might. He was still allowed to enter Tartarus, which was scheduled in a few days. Midoriya whispered the terms as if he were reading them, but used fact or fiction to confirm their validity. Thankfully it all came up as fact. Having read through the contract a few times, he is told where to sign it. Madam President cordially took the signed contract and gave Midoriya his new license. It is great to have you on board, Invincible. An unsatisfied aura was around her as she left. Midoriya and Nizu were now alone in the office. So how many strings did you need to pull to make her so pissed off? More than you know, Midoriya. Your work studies are coming up. Did you have anyone in mind to work under? I was thinking of asking you. There has been a rise in the amount of trigger on the streets and I want to help remove some of their suppliers. If they're not accepting, I'll just go with Miruko. She would be more than happy to have her training partner back. Nizu sits and ponders for a moment. Sir Naite has been cracking down on a Yakuza group called the Shai Hasaikai, who have been distributing trigger into the black market. That would be great. Do I need to call him, or who do you think I am? I'll handle everything. A few days pass and Midoriya was being escorted by a HPSC agent to the infamous Tartarus. They were currently driving on a suspension bridge toward a metal structure in the ocean. Getting near the entrance, the car stopped and the agent spoke to the guard. After the guards checked the car thoroughly, they let the vehicle through. After a few minutes, they arrive at the outskirts of the entrance to the underground prison. Parking the car, Midoriya is led through the prison after being searched. Walking into a visitation room, a prisoner is brought out blindfolded and deafened, wearing a straitjacket while strapped to a chair. Approach the convict. Midoriya walked toward him and grabbed onto his exposed neck. Despot taken. Thread creation adapted. Midoriya releases his hold and the prisoner is quickly wheeled away. This routine continued for the next hour. Each prisoner took a few minutes to arrive and either had a quirk which if released would harm a lot of people or were actively detrimental to their quality of life or surroundings. Cannibalistic plants taken. Spore infection immunity adapted. Domination taken. Potency increased, heightened mental acuity. Ice giant taken. Potency increased, carrot cold immunity. Ignis taken. Potency increases, heat immunity. Heat sink taken. Potency increases, heat immunity. A strape taken. Potency increased, electricity resistance. Doppelganger taken. Potency increased, chameleon skin. X-ray taken. Eye strain resistance adapted. Radiation resistance adapted. Ghost taken. Potency increased, heightened mental processing. Pripyat taken. Potency increased, carrot radiation immunity. Gentleman taken. Healthy skin adapted. Exponential movement taken. Muscle tear resistance adapted. Blade tooth taken. Potency increased, biometal generation. Gas taken. Poison resistance adapted. Sedative resistance adapted. Muscle augmentation taken. Potency increased, immense muscle growth. Toxic blood taken. Potency increased, carrot acid immunity. Rockman taken. Bio-rock generation adapted. Ferrokinesis taken. Potency increased, heightened mental processing. They said they were bringing the last inmate. The inmate they had just so happened to bring in was all for one. Midoriya, what a pleasure to have my jailer visit. So what is it you want? I'm here for a tasting. I'm sure you're familiar. Oh, they offered that to you. I'm surprised they let you near me, or do they know that I am now powerless? I wouldn't call you exactly powerless. After all, you need to be alive to be judged for your actions. You think they can hold me here? I'll be out sooner than you think. Then I'm sure you're more than fine with a little experiment. Midoriya grabbed onto his head, which shocked the guards, but they let him be. Midoriya tried out domination on him. His hand glowed blue and marked All for One's face with a glowing blue handprint that disappeared. Midoriya let go and asked him a question. Who do you serve? The Viridian Emperor. And who is that? You, my liege. Why do you use that title? Who else but you to deserve such a title? Okay. This is getting weird. Dispel. What the hell did you do to me? Don't use that tone with me. Yes, my liege, stop it. Well, that's good to know. All for One was quickly sedated and pushed away. Midoriya was led out of the prison. All in all, today was a good day and now he had a lot of quirks to play with. The next few days Midoriya figured out some of the quirks and listed them out. Despot. User releases thread that can take control of people's body. The controlled retained consciousness. Cannibalistic plants. Grows carnivorous plants using meat or blood. Domination. By touching someone's face using their palm can take full control of their psyche. Dispel removes effects but control is easily restablished. Ice giant. Transform into a large ice golem. With training, size can be reduced until the body is covered in ice armor. Ignis. Fire generation, zero control only creation. Heat sink. Passively absorbs heat from the surroundings causing ice to form on nearby surfaces. Absorbed heat can be released in a shock wave. The absorption rate can be increased at will but will always be active. A strape. Lightning manipulation. Quirk synergy, one for all, dark cowl, a strape, Zeus. Zeus. Ability to create, control and manipulate lightning. Lightning appears blackish gold. Once activated, hair and eyes get a golden tint. Doppelganger. Allow user to change their appearance to any human shape or form. X-ray. Eyes produce electromagnetic radiation to see through objects. Objects are slightly irradiated upon use. Ghost. Become intangible and able to possess other living beings. Pripyat. The body emits a large amount of gamma radiation passively as long as the quirk is active. Gentleman. Others perceive the user as trustworthy to the extent that if there is a shadow of a doubt that the user is not at fault, then they will be believed. Exponential movement. As long as the quirk is active, any movement is multiplied exponentially. This means that a twitch can be a fully raised arm. The previous user was liable to tearing their tendons and breaking their bones with each and every twitch even when sedated. Blade tooth. Teeth grow into large, long, sharp blades that pierce into targets. Gas. Body emits purple poisonous sleeping gas. Toxic blood. User's blood has properties of fluoroantimonic acid which can be thrown out via a cut. Acid is most effective on organic material. Rockman. The entire body becomes rock, which is as hard as diamonds. Ferrokinesis. Ability to telekinetically move ferrous metal. Quirk synergy, metal manipulation, ferrokinesis, metal bending. Metal bending. Ability to control and manipulate metal. Chapter 39, Work Studies. Midoriya was now standing in front of Sir Nitei's agency accompanied by Mirio. I'm happy you wanted to work with Sir Nitei. You're going to have a great time with Sir. Seems you look at him highly. How could I not? He was the one who helped me with my quirk. I owe everything to him. He showed me that my quirk was more than just a party trick. The rest of the journey is silent as they now stand in the elevator. Before you go in, Sir is partial toward funny people. So you have to make him laugh if you want to work here. Alright, thanks for the advice. Midoriya walks into Nitei's office and sees a blue-skinned woman strapped to a tickling machine. Society without humor is worthless. Hey Nitei, I see that you're still on your crusade. Nitei turned around and looked at Midoriya with slight annoyance and resignation. Midoriya. Great to see you again. Well, hearing what you're working on, how could anyone resist? Bubble Girl, Lemillion, could you excuse us? Bubble Girl was released from her torment, bowed to Nitei and speed walked out of the office, followed by Mirio, who gave a thumbs up to Midoriya before he got out the door. The door closed as Midoriya now stood across from Nitei with his desk between them. Did Nizu tell you what he said to me? Not really, but with how serious you are I can assume I'm already in. Yes. Nitei takes a stamp out of his pocket, inks it and stamps Midoriya's work studies form. Shai Hasaikai is a relative newcomer in the trigger trade. Their leader Kai Chisaki has been making moves to expand his business. Recently they have been involved with thieves going by Team Reservoir Dogs. There have also been rumors that he has a weapon that could take down any hero they could encounter. Sounds like a party is happening. Any intel on where it is happening? Unfortunately, an exact location has yet to be determined, but we do have a few areas where their goons tend to gather. Show me. Nitei pulled up the information. It seemed that they predominantly gather in a few spots, with one having a high concentration of them, as a few goons seem to be patrolling a building. Shai Hasaikai uses the condemned office building as their headquarters. Fact. Fact. You can go home for today, Midoriya. I didn't plan for you to begin patrolling as I'll need to alter my schedule. It is still early in the day. Could I go with Mirio? I may have my license, but I haven't done a patrol before. If Mirio is up for it, then go ahead. Try not to do anything that will alert the Yakuza group. For an oracle, you really like to raise flags. Puffed. Nitei covers his mouth and composes himself. Just leave. Sure, see you late, Sasaki. Don't use my name. And here I thought you liked humor. Midoriya walked out of the office to Mirio, looking at him in suspense. So how did it go? I'd say it went well. Nice to be working with you, Lemillion. They shake hands and walk to the sidekick's office. There were two other sidekicks at their desks. One of them was Bubble Girl from before, and a person with a centipede for a head who introduced himself as Centipeder. After familiarizing himself with his new desk, he joined Mirio on his first patrol. During the patrol, people began to recognize Midoriya from his fight with All for One and took pictures of him to send to their friends. The two of them continued on their patrol until a sudden crowd surrounded them. Miruko, not wanting to deal with it, phased through the crowd and appeared on the other side while Midoriya just floated above the crowd trying to calm them down and get them to disperse. During the whole kerfuffle, preemptive warning activated and a glass dart was shot at Midoriya, who caught the projectile and warped it to inside a drawer on his desk. The man with his gun still raised above the crowd looked shocked that his attack failed and tried to run, but he was slowed down by the crowd. Using Warp Gate, Midoriya grabbed him and pulled him through to him. Now in front of Midoriya, he tried to shoot again, but his gun was pulled out of his hand by Midoriya using ferrokinesis. The man was wearing a weird plague mask and was struggling to get free, saying that Midoriya was unclean. His quirk wasn't too impressive, as it was just a steady hands quirk. "What did you try to shoot me with?" "Why the hell would I tell you, freak?" "Sigh. Let's get you to the station." "Everyone, I'm leaving now so you can all continue with the rest of your day." Midoriya opened a large warp gate and disappeared. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving Miruko looking stunned. Did he forget M-? A warp gate appeared under him, sending him back into Nitai's agency. Midoriya was back in Nitai's agency writing the report for the incident today, guided by Bubble Girl. Midoriya had wrapped the dart from his desk to Recovery Girl. "Whatever is in that dart can't be good." Nitai walked in with an annoyed face. "Hey, boss, told you that was a flag." "Sigh, did you at least get anything from him?" "Yeah, he had a dart gun that shot a syringe at me, but I grabbed it before I could pierce me." The dart is currently being examined by Recovery Girl. The assailant wasn't forthcoming with who he was working for or what was it that he shot. "Nice job, Midoriya. Hopefully, tomorrow will be more peaceful." "Flag Sasaki. I told you to refer to me by my hero name. Where's the fun in that? Besides, whatever flag you've set has got to be about Shiha Saikai. Are you sure you're not the one that has foresight? Sometimes I'm not sure myself." "Hey Sasaki, can I borrow something?" "Absolutely not. I'm not making that mistake again." Chapter 40, Overhaul. The next day, Recovery Girl had gotten the results of the contents of the dart. It was a blend of chemicals supporting a main ingredient. Blood. Blood from a biologically 6-year-old girl. The exact effects of the quirk were determined to be quirk nullification for a few minutes, which was a death sentence to any hero in a battle. The results were given to Nitai, who informed other heroes to wear armored clothing and to be vigilant of anyone pointing a firearm at them. Midoriya was walking out of the agency when someone walking by recognized him. Seeing that, he immediately got back into the agency. Guess now is as good a time as any to test drive Doppelganger. The bubbling and writhing of flesh could be heard in the lobby. Midoriya's face shifted and molded. He now had longer jet-back scraggly hair, red eyes and a tired look not too dissimilar to Aizawa. His body lost some definition, making him look more frail. Flesh wrapped around his hero costume and turned into an armored suit with black gloves and dress shoes. Going to the nearby window to look at his new appearance. "I look like a mini Aizawa. I should call this guy Akatani." Opening a warp gate, he teleported to a nearby convenience store's broom closet. Walking out, the employee was about to question him until Midoriya used gentleman, which caused their whole demeanor to change. The employee now treated him like he was the store manager and let him leave without a fuss. Walking out of the store, passers-by didn't pay him too much attention, but when they noticed him they gave him a polite nod. Seeing this, Midoriya decided to go search around the area to determine where and what forces Shiha Saikai had. Walking around, he found a few of their goons and using gentlemen disarmed them enough to get them to reveal what they knew, which wasn't a lot, but their base was in a condemned building. Walking past an alleyway, a small girl with long white hair, red eyes and a small horn growing out of her head ran up to him in fear, hugging him. She was wearing what looked like an old medical gown. Her arms and legs were covered in bandages and she was barefoot. "Help me. It's going to be okay." "What's your name?" "Eri." "We need to go now." "He's coming." "Fact." "Hi Eri, my name is Invincible. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here." "Hey, hero." A tall man with auburn hair and golden eyes called out to him. He was wearing a plague mask, streetwear and white gloves. "Thank you for taking care of my daughter." "Fiction. She has a habit of running off to God knows where." "Fact. Come on, we don't want to bother the hero too much, do we?" Eri looks at him in hesitance and is about to pull away from Izuku, but he holds her close. "Do you really want to go back with him?" Eri is silent, looking down in apprehension. She looks back up to Izuku. No. Fact. Eri, listen to me. You know how this ends. Fact. Overhaul reached his hand towards Eri as Midoriya pulled her closer to him. Sir, I would love to drag this fight out, but unfortunately Eri's safety is more important. A warp gate opens in front of Overhaul as a hand reaches through and grabs him by his face. Overhaul tries to resist by grabbing Midoriya's arm and disintegrating him, but it doesn't work. He let out gasping screams as domination did its work. Overhaul goes limp as he falls kneeling on the ground. Overhaul taken. Who do you serve? Overhaul looks at him in meek reverence. The king in green. What do you desire from me? Oh, king. Eri looked at the sight in confusion. Did you use this child to create the Quirk nullifying darts? Yes, sire. I was able to create them using her blood and tissue. The ones I've given to my underlings are able to suppress a Quirk for a few minutes, but I've been able to make permanent additions. Izuku cringed a bit hearing a Yakuza boss speak like that about what he did to her. Eri hid her face into Izuku's chest as her nightmare flashed through her eyes. Izuku slowly pats her back, calming her down while she clutches tightly on his chest. Lead me to them. At once. Oh, king. Please act as you did before. You don't want your subordinates to bother me, do you? Overhaul's demeanor changes, becoming more calculating and cold. Midoriya grabbed him and returned his quirk for the time being in case he needed to use it. Eri had been hiding her face, now looked up to Izuku, who flashed an All Might-esque gentle smile. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Sleep. She smushes her face back into the shape-shifted suit and falls asleep. Overhaul led him through some back alleys until they reached their compound. Two goons were guarding the door, discouraging anyone who comes by from getting close. As soon as they saw Overhaul, they opened the door without question, letting them in. Gather the bullets, mimic, and chronostasis, and tell them to meet me in my office. We have a guest. The goon nods and runs off into the facility. Overhaul leads Midoriya into his office and tells him to have a seat. Using Overhaul on the floor reveals a heavy-duty safe embedded into the ground. Opening it, he takes out a back metal-lined briefcase and opens it in front of Midoriya. Checking the contents, he sees 5 glass vials kept safe in black foam padding. He warps the briefcase to his room in UA. Overhaul closes the safe and returns the concrete back to the ground. As if on cue, the people Overhaul had called entered the room one by one. They were shocked to see Eri asleep in a stranger's arms, but they couldn't question their boss, so they ignored it for now. You all should have gotten here quicker. What would I do if a hero got here first? It seems that the boss is moody today. Sorry boss, won't happen again. You all will make sure it does. We have an important guest to serve. Serve. Green bands appear around them and restrain them. They tried to scream, but their mouths were covered as soon as they opened them. Midoriya turned off Doppelganger and walked up to each one of them, including Overhaul, took their quirks and made them fall asleep. Overhaul taken. Crystallize taken. Quirk Synergy, Rockman, Crystallize, Diamond Head. Slosh taken. Confession taken. Strong Arm taken. Larceny taken. Food taken. Energy Suck taken. Mimicry taken. Chronostasis taken. Barrier taken. Wake up. Eri groggily opened her eyes to see that she was back in the base. She got a little scared seeing Overhaul's office, but the confusion of seeing the bad men tied up and asleep eased her mind. Hey, Eri. She looked at Midoriya, confused that her hero had changed form. Invincible. Yeah, it's me. I surprised you still recognized me. Invincible is my hero name. Do you want to know my real name? She nods. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Could you tell me why Overhaul hurt you? Midoriya was using confession. He said my quirk was cursed. That he would keep the world safe from me. Do you want me to take your quirk? Eri looked at him in apprehension. I'm not using the blood they took from you. I have the ability to take and give quirks. You can have one of mine. I can. Izuku nods. Please take it. Okay, I'll tell you what I have, and if in the future you want your quirk back, I'll give it to you. Eri nodded and Izuku told her what quirks he had that were safe to use. She had decided to take dragon wings which belonged to the white Nomu back during the Hosu incident. Rewind taken. Dragon wings given. The back of her gown began to bulge, so Midoriya formed an energy knife to release the tension. Scarlet wings burst out of the newly opened holes. Eri looked at the shiny new wings in amazement and started flapping the wings, making her float out of Izuku's hands. She started to fly around the room but quickly got tired and was caught. The wings retracted back into her back as her eyes got tired. Eri, I'm going to call my boss to get him to capture everyone here. Is that okay? She nods. Midoriya calls Naite, who picks up quickly. Don't tell me Shiha Saikai found you. I don't think you need to worry about them anymore. Midoriya, what did you do? I may have dismantled the Shiha Saikai. That gonna be a lot of paperwork.